Hello guys and welcome back to HJW Gaming and finally return of the face cam. Taking a look at a stream of my new server, which is a Tactics Evolved server, following on from my look at PBE yesterday. Had to get the video out early, of course, as I wanted to do this stream and get a good flavour of my new season. So yeah, we are playing a Tactics Evolved, which recently has been re-released. It's pretty similar to every other season, really, pretty similar to a Kings of Men in the map and etc. But a couple of differences in that you can now elite train your units, which means you can kind of give an extra skill to your units, which can be beneficial in getting them a little bit stronger. I remember when this first came out, it was a little bit broken, but no, nowadays I think the skills are a little bit lesser, so they're not quite as broken. Now, right from the beginning here, we can pick our keep type, which after a couple of seasons of rebuilding glory is quite a nice change. So we can pick the Dunedain style, which gets us the Swan Knight, so that's your classic Gondorian men. Elven style, which of course is Elven units with the March Warden. Dwarven style. Northern Orc, which is kind of the Angmar style. Uruk-hai, which is nice to see after Isengard's been removed from rebuilding glory. Got the Rohirrim style, of course. And then we have the Easterling style with the War Chariot, and then we have Morgul Orc as well, which gives us the Mordor kind of units with the Ravager. There's a couple of kind of decisions to make here with my season start, in that I personally think that the Dwarven style is probably the best, as it does give you the best units in my opinion for season start. Of course, season start you're going to be primarily using tier 2 units, and I think they have the best tier 2 unit in the Shield Bearer. And it has good defense and HP, along with the shielding skill, which gives you a 50% chance of reducing your damage taken by 10%. So it's great for early farming, basically. And they're cheap and fast to produce, so you can keep your barracks nice and high and not have to worry about resources. Downside, of course, being it's a small unit, so you get countered by any medium unit tiles. Elven style I've also considered, as I do have Gil-galad, and it does make Gil-galad into somewhat of an early season farming monster, because of course his evasion means you take very little damage. My only problem is that the kind of ranged elven units and the herald are pretty weak defensively, so for anyone not in the guild formation, once he runs out of stamina, going to struggle somewhat. I'm actually going to go with the Numenor men, I think, because I want to try using the tier 2 knights for my farming, so I'm going to go with those and load straight in. So I am of course playing with my fellowship home, which I've played with for a number of seasons now, probably around 15 seasons, and we are spawning in the Iron Hills. Let's pick up a nice early Matham, and let's try and see if fellowship's made, which it is not for now. But where have we spawned here then? So we've spawned top right Iron Hills, kind of right near Eastern Hills and near Carnan Vale as well. I don't really know what this is like for resources, but we have got a lot of mountains and things like that. We do have an early neighbour here in Galax. But let's get the essentials underway. Let's get things building, as of course, until we've got an apothecary, I don't really want to send on a march. So let's get all these built. I do also need to log in and buy my construction queue, and I'm going to be doing that on mobile so that I can use my my creator code. So if any of you are starting your new season and you want to get the consumables, my creator code will be down in the description, so feel free to do it. Anyone who's played with me in the past, it's in the description of most of my videos, and also usually announced on Discord as well. And that does normally get a good discount for me. Converting from GBP to the dollar, I get about a 20% discount on that because of the conversion rate, so it is worth doing if any of you haven't used this in the past. So yeah, I'd recommend using the creator code to save yourself a little bit of money, if anything else, which is what I will be doing, trying to get that extra construction queue. Meanwhile, I'll keep things chugging along here, because of course I need that apothecary before I can send a march, as I don't just want to send a ton of soldiers, any who die, to their permanent death. So yes, work out which server I'm on, of course, now. 480. Nice. Yeah, let's just keep things chugging along building wise. I think we can upgrade one of these early as well. Or perhaps not. Or is it the main hall we can get going early as well? Yeah, get the season pass in. It'll be the main thing. I no longer have to buy like an absolute ton of purchasables. So the season pass I'm going to buy is, of course, the full elite pass. Mainly because I want those stamina tinctures, and the hammers will also come in handy. But for early season, the season pass is pretty much essential, as all of those stamina tinctures are almost they're necessary to have enough stamina on your main team to be able to farm. Basically, you almost 100% need it. So I'll definitely be buying the full elite pass. Daily discount, I get a gather speed up, which I think is quite good. I will also be buying all of these here. The battle readiness, reason being, is that you get gather speed ups, which are very, very useful when you get to that gather point for boosting your resource. And I'll also be buying these resource boosts as well, as 3 hours of 20% more resource can really help you unstick those bottlenecks, though I won't be using them straight away. Now I will also be buying Commander's Trial, resource bonus as well, again, so we can get that resource speed up, and also the additional stamina tinctures, which are, as I said, essential for you want to have as many of those as possible if you want to do the best you can. So I've just bought the season pass. As you can see, it's now disappeared off here, and I'm just doing that. It's very quick and easy, instant delivery using the creator code, so that is what I'll be doing. So Commander's Trial and resource bonus. Of course, I do already have periodic benefits, and I don't need to buy any gems for now. So we are pretty much ready to go. Right, let's keep building this. Can we build apothecary now? We can. That's excellent to see. So I can now start putting my first formation together, start getting everyone worn out. Looks like we can only build for one army so far. So actually, I'm not going to do that until I can fit two in my army. I don't really want to send them out kind of on their own with one commander and troops, because I think that would be wasteful for the troops. Instead, I can just kind of go up a level of tile pretty early on. There we go. So as you can see, you've got the season pass now, Commander's Trial with the stamina tinctures, and also these resource boosts as well as a couple of nice madams as well. So easily sorted. Couple of people jumping in the comments. Sorry, I've been a little bit slow. Good luck. Hopefully we're back home after the Yeet server. Yeah, hopefully so. You're welcome back whenever you want. Make sure you don't slouch on this, as you ended up in the other on your ult. Yeah, I was a little bit slow on my ult, but that was a much worse account. So yeah, definitely should do better on this one. Now let's get things ticking along. Don't want to use that 1 hour speed up. Definitely not. Kind of going as quickly as I can here. Took us to, there we go. 3 cubes in. Build the commander chamber, so I can now put 2 formations in my army, which is what I've been kind of waiting for. Next one's available when we get to barracks level 7, which I don't think we're going to do in a hurry without taking tiles. As you can see, we've already started hitting somewhat of a bottleneck. So we do need to start taking tiles, so we'll have to put our armies together. So first up is going to be Dane with Gandalf the White. We're going to put 1 troop on Dane here. For some reason I do have to heal them. I'm not sure why they have reduced HP. But I'm going to put just 1 troop on Dane. So the reason for this being is I'm then going to use Gandalf the White as my kind of focus and my tank as well. So Dane here is built with with a Warcry damage set. I can actually swap this out for, I did finally get lucky and pull a scale mail, so at some point I will swap this over for the bonus attack, but I actually quite like the 18 unit defense I get off this Hauberk for now for early farming, so I think I'm going to use that. And I'm also going to peel some of the gear off my Sauron, because it gives unit defense as well as focus, which I think will be really useful. Just keep making those troops as tanky as possible. I'm going to pull all of this off. So we've only got 108 focus now, so it's whether I keep high focus on one piece of gear. Maybe keep the obsidian dagger for that bonus focus. What's the difference? Not too much. Maybe I should do that with the accessory, then keep 45 focus. I will do that. Just giving him a little bit of unit defense, making him that little bit more tanky while still keeping high focus, so it's useful for of course White Council, which is the first skill we're going to maximize. Appreciate I'm wasting time talking through all this. Yeah, welcome everyone who's watching. Just to double check I always do this, I never remember which way is the skill order for Dane to get maximum damage. I believe it's Durin's Blood first, so you get that 10% skill damage. But actually thinking about it, I probably would rather round 1 skills here. So actually I'll put 1 in there first, and then I'll max King Under the Mountain. Then so whether I do Durin's Blood or I do Iron Foot, because Iron Foot could be quite useful for getting that stun in early round, getting that little bit of crowd control. Now our second formation will likely use the same gear that's on Sauron and Gandalf, Gandalf the White and Dane, and then just come across. So we'll probably just be switching the gear around all the time. So we will end up using Sauron and King of Men, and then of course we've got a ton of other ones, and we'll always be gear switching in between. So apologies, a lot of this time is going to be spent swapping gear between all of them. On King of Men, I'm going to put 5 into Andriel to get that bonus damage dealt, and then I'm going to go into Strider just because it's a round 1 damage skill, and I'd rather early damage if we're going to be using 1 troop method on our damage dealer. Now with Sauron, I want to get both those madness and stun skills as soon as possible, just to kind of obviously reduce the amount of damage we take, and then I'm going to put 5 into the Deceiver. Again, madness again, and then I'm tempted to start putting some into the enemy in order to reduce our opponent's stats, but I think actually I'm going to max the Deceiver first. So that's kind of our initial commander. So we've got Dane and Gandalf the White set up. They should be okay, I think, to take a 15 power tile, which we're just going to do just to burn up some of their stamina, and of course get our season chapter progression going. Let's see if Fellowship has now been made. Has, so let's get our request in and we can get brought in the near future. In a moment I'll have a look at which other fellowships are in our server, but I'll wait and give it a little bit of time so people can have time to actually form the server, form the fellowship, before I take a look, because we might miss 1 or 2 then. So let's get kind of our second one built. So that's going to be King of Men with Sauron. Here again, King of Men is going to deal the damage. Sauron will be the tank. So I'm doing this to kind of try and keep you see how it says 773, I'm going to try and keep that above a certain level so that I don't get the high and dry status. With high and dry meaning you take additional damage and your commanders take more damage and they deal significantly less damage. So I'm trying to keep basically keep troop losses to a minimum. So that's why I'm putting 1 troop on Dane, because then he just loses from his HP pool and he lost almost nothing, whereas Gandalf's then losing from his troop pool, but I've got him a little bit more tanky. Switch King of Men with Sauron so you can move. I don't think it's going to make a massive difference, if I'm being honest. I don't think they're going to if they die they come back within a minute, I think. So often you just want to draw, because then if you draw they'll come back basically. They'll come back in time to then hit the tile. So that's another reason why I'm putting full troops on my tank, is because I'm guaranteed if I don't take the tile first time, then I'll get the draw. But I appreciate that's definitely better advice when I start getting towards the potential where I could fail my tiles, of course. Now I did do Númenórean quarters as well. We will speed all these along. Loads of speed up, so I assume they're coming as a result of the season pass, but I only need 5 minutes for now. I need a little bit more stone, so I need to occupy 3 tiles of 1 or higher, so we will use Dane again for the second time, just to burn a little bit of stamina, and then we'll put him away, as we don't really want to use him until we have access to 3 commander formations. So we'll switch to our second kind of team at that point. But for now, we're just going to burn that little bit of stamina on Dane Ironfoot, and then we can bring him back in future. And of course, we do need to start picking up some resources, as we need to get that ring power going, or else we can end up in a little bit of a deficit. Whereas I guarantee there's other people kind of already underway pretty quickly. However, the first 24 hours, of course, is a marathon, not a sprint, so we want to make sure we're reserving stamina on our best, waiting till we can get 3 commanders in a formation, basically, or 4, before we send out our best, and then we can get them taking bigger tiles that little bit quicker. King of Men walks cooler than Sauron. Ooh. You're going to have some controversy there. See whether people agree. So you're still taking these tiles. Again, we probably could go a little bit higher, as we're not taking any HP damage, but we just got that one level in our Dane, which is what we were looking for. So I'm going to keep putting skills in Ironfoot now, I think. Gandalf the White, of course, will start putting skills in White Rider. However, we are going to put away the Dane formation now, as we have burned 40 stamina, which will take a long time to come back, so we're not in any hurry. So we'll swap gear over. I do have this Blazing Tongue and Might set on King of Men, but I'm not sure that I want to use that, because I think I'd rather just attack as high as possible with the Axe of Khazad-dûm. The average obviously is a little bit lower, but yeah, I think it's still a strong set. And Warcry is quite useful with this one troop method that I'm using, because of course if we're focusing on early rounds damage, then buffing that by 20% can be pretty useful. Whilst Warcry is not maybe not the best set for PvP, it is pretty good for that early farming technique. And Sauron, of course, can have his massive unit defense gear back, so that should make him a pretty... In fact, Sauron might even want to swap in for Gandalf the White, as actually his tanking ability is probably a lot better with that higher command and higher unit defense. But yeah, we'll do the same here. We'll take 2 more 15s with them, and then we'll swap them out and put in our kind of third team. Get your barracks to 6 or 7 for third comms, and then you can just farm 3 30s and 60s. You're completely right, but I needed to take 3 tiles in order to get the season chapter progression, so that I could get the resource for those barracks. So I appreciate you could have used a second team, but it's minor, because they're going to be put away anyway for that second team soon, who will kind of become my early primary farm team. So I'm only using them while I get those 3 tiles, then I'm putting them away again. Because then here I can now get that massive boost of resources from chapter progression. Build a horseman stable. So actually this is quite important, as and whilst I guarantee you guys in the chat are going to think this is controversial, I'm actually going to be using the tier 2 knights over the tier 2 soldier. Whilst they're a little bit more expensive resource wise, I'm looking to use them. Reason being is I want to test how effective they are for farming with the counter system. I probably shouldn't have done that second one there, as it's not actually needed at the minute as a bit of a resource waste, so definitely don't follow me there. But yeah, I want to try using the tier 2 knights and then combining it with the Clairvoyance ring skill and seeing what happens, and see if I can get some synergy there, and see if I can get effective farming by getting the counter system going up against small units. Previously I've used obviously small units, and countering against large can still be tough, as large units have huge HP pool and still can do a lot of damage, so they survive a little bit longer. So yeah, I'm looking to use medium units and see if I can kind of exploit the counter system a little bit to get minimum troop loss and maximum damage. So that's what I'm testing this season. Whether it'll be effective or not, I have no idea. That's kind of why I'm testing it and seeing if it works. If I don't end up at the top, I don't end up at the top, but I'm hoping it's going to give me that little edge, because of course with only respect 5 commanders, not as high as a lot of people in the server, I need to find those little small marginal gains if I'm gonna get anywhere near the top. So that's my That's my kind of current test route to try and get to there. Right, that should be enough for main hall 7 now. Not main hall 7, main hall 4 now, which we will speed straight through. So, barracks 7, we need 4,600, and that's all we need for this, and then we can get 3 commanders going. So, I need to occupy 1 more tile of 10 or higher. I don't mind burning a little bit of stamina on these, as they're not going to be used for a little while, so it means that I won't forget. Who have we got near us? We've got Faust near us. Uh-oh. He's going to be very active. Feel free to leave me all my tiles, Faust, if you're watching. So let's heal up King of Men, drop his troops right down, and take 1 more of those 15s. As I saw from PvE, Sauron can still be useful even though he can't steal White Council or White Rider anymore. I've always used him like that with a lot of unit defense. It just means that if these PvE skill changes come in, I won't need this agility set as much, which is a shame because I've only just started picking up some good agility equipment like the Noldor, but you know, still good equipment for Sauron. I think if we used as a tank, and in PvE this skill scales with focus, so if I gave him Gandalf the White Skill and he had high focus, he'll pull down enemy focus by a lot more than the 15%. Enemy attack, sorry, by a lot more than the 15%. Stun from him is very useful. That's true, and his madness as well. Both his madness skills are also very useful. Still don't get the point why he doesn't steal. Initiative seemed to still be a thing. I didn't capture the full idea, maybe because of English. So yeah, the reason for that is that the Deceiver, previously when you, in this current version, Deceiver activates in the pre-battle phase, as does White Rider and White Council. So if Deceiver puts that madness in the pre-battle phase before White Council and White Rider activate, it will basically force the opponent's commander to inflict that skill onto your troops instead. But now Deceiver doesn't activate in pre-battle phase. It activates at the start of each individual round, so it can't activate in advance of White Council or White Rider. So it won't, basically you can't steal it. Which I personally think is not a bad change. I think that kind of luck-based system I'm not a massive fan of. But I know a lot of people don't like it. You're very welcome. Faust, don't look at me. Just, you can have all these tiles up here, this nice little mountain range, Faust. Just leave all these nice ones to me down here. Although actually we do have quite a lot of mountains here. Oh god, our range is horrible. This is a disgustingly bad spawn spot. Holy moly. Our marches, oh god, this is a horrible place to be. We've got like no range at all and no tiles. Me and you, Faust, are going to be fighting it out for this. And Am still hasn't accepted me into the fellowship. If anyone's in, please donate and sweep so we can get members in as soon as possible. Right, let's get some of this sorted. And now hopefully we've got enough for barracks 7. We do. So speed that up 35. And then actually we're going to then go straight to this. So we can now put 3 in our army, which is awesome. Upgrade all of these. Right, now we can look into our armies again, and we are, unsurprisingly once again, going to peel off and not use any of our main team. So now I've got a choice of what do I use as my kind of second team as such. Now I'm also going to test something a little bit different. I'm thinking about using Serdan with a kind of a healing build, so I think he's going to be my my first up tank, I believe. And so he's going to sub in for Sauron. I'm going to kind of be the only support alongside 2 main DDs, so he'll be the one having all of the troops on him basically. So we'll get that in there. In fact, I might actually take Play at the Citadel off. It does give 18 unit defense, but I'm debating whether it would be better to use. Oh, actually, you can't use it. I was about to say use the plate that Gandalf the White is using, this one here, for additional focus, as that might help him a little bit more, but as he can't use it, I guess it's plate at the Citadel. So he's going to kind of be my support in that first formation, and then I need 2 damage dealers, and I don't have a lot of choices here outside of my main team, so I think I'm going to look to use... I think I'm going to use LOTR, as I've been meaning to test LOTR, because I like this Weapon Master skill, as it does a huge amount of damage to 2 enemy formations, 540% a round during those first couple of rounds when he's still got HP. I think it's a very strong skill, so I'm going to give him a test, and I'm going to, of course, put that War Cry set on him so that it boosts, that damage during those first few sets. In fact, I'm going to take the Hauberk off and put on Scale Mail for additional damage, as we put in low troops on him. So that's the plan with LOTR. Best to get this refined, as we're going to need the HP with 1 troop. This will likely complete a couple of commander, some of the season challenges as well, which is always worth doing, as often the season challenges do come with, bonus resources, which are always very welcomed. I'll explain what I mean by that in a moment, once I've sorted this out. Oh, actually, keep the Perseverance 1. In fact, I probably shouldn't be using Scale Mails at all. Let's burn some other things. Hopefully we've got enough purple chests to do so. I think we do. Don't really use them for that much. So I appreciate I'm looking down a lot of the time. That's because I play on iPad, and then stream it to, of course, the stream. So you're going to see me looking down quite a lot. Apologies for those who have to just stay at the top of my head. Right, there we go. That's that strengthened. So that's LOTR, and he's going to be kind of the second member of my team. And then I'm looking for another damage dealer. So I'm weighing up between Lurtz and AMR for this team. I think I'm going to go with Lurtz, I think. So he's going to use the rest of this kind of gear set. So we'll have the Might boost along with Cask of Pride and this Drums of Barad-dûr as well, which at the minute isn't as strong as it could be. I'm just waiting to break down my Mirus Reigns. So we've only got 130 attack. I don't think I have anything that boosts it higher than that. But so he does have this Pursuer skill, and does also have Uruk-hai Firstborn, but only activates in round 2. So I think I'm going to initially go with maximising this Pursuer tree for the kind of early rounds damage, as that kind of 500% damage is pretty decent. So that's what we're going to go with. We're going to go with Círdan, wherever he is. Círdan there. Lurtz there. And where's LOTR? Well, I missed him. Where's LOTR? Is he hiding right at the back somewhere? There he is. So in this case, he would have max, and then these two both have minimum. Of course, they need healing again for no reason whatsoever, so wasting 130 of my heals to get the commanders back in. And then I have to decide on kind of a second team to farm with as well. So I've got a choice in who I use as my tank for this. I think I'm going to use Frodo and Sam, and of course they'll then pick up that gear. And decision is whether I use the evade or whether the flat damage received buff is better. I'm fairly undecided here. So I could use the evasion. What do people think? Do I go with the evasion on Frodo, or do I go with flat damage debuff? Because that will normally be a little bit more consistent. I'll read some comments while I wait. Will you release your war guide? I will. It's scheduled at the minute for, I think, next Friday, to allow room for a couple of videos in between. Speed will still be useful. More guilds will have more Scowhelms who count as Gandalf the White if he's faster. That's true. Where are the likes? Why only 2? Which were mine? Yeah, feel free to drop a like on the stream. Help it get it out there. Get more people involved. That's always a good thing. Thanks for those who are here at the moment. Hope that LT in friendly battles will smash you. Various comments. Flat damage debuff. Okay, we'll go with that. We'll go with Master of Bag End first then. Oh, but Kaz said R5. We've got one both ways. Oh well, I'm going to go with this one for now. We'll see how it does. And then of course I need 2 more damage dealers to throw in there, and I think we're going to go with these 2 here in Eomer and Gimli. So again, we're going to maximise his kind of his earliest damage skill in his R1. With Gimli, I've got to decide which way to do. Normally I'd do Durin's Blood first, but we're actually going to maximise Experienced Warrior here for that early rounds again, round 1 skill. So that'll be my kind of second farming commander. I appreciate I'm wasting a heck of a lot of time here for no reason whatsoever. I'm not being particularly efficient, but oh well, we move. It's because I like to talk through everything too much. Drop these down to 1. We're not going to use them quite yet. So when I said about get some challenges done, so you see here where I've refined equipment, I've now unlocked both these chests. These things can be pretty key for getting a little bit of extra resource to get you out of a resource bottleneck. So you get gems here, see if we get any resource in the second one. So we don't on this one, but some of these that you can get pretty easy early on. Some of them for like talking in fellowship, for example. Let's see if I can find any easy ones. There's some that are literally just like talking in fellowship chat. They basically sometimes they give resources and things like that. So, for example, this one gives 5,000 ore, and if you can get them done early, they can of course help you get out of that resource bottleneck. Right, now we do have a ring level as well, which we're going to immediately put into invigoration. Reason being is that ring skill points are of course a diminishing resource, and we don't want to be stuck maximized at 20, so I'm going to immediately use 3 of them to push Dane up to 286, and we're going to have to keep a little bit of an eye on him to make sure he doesn't hit maximum stamina at any point. But now with Serdan's army, the mighty Serdan, kind of ready, do we think he can take the 30? I guess we should. Let's kind of find out. Serdan the tank with 1 troop LOTR and 1 troop Lurtz. Let's see how it goes. Let's just pray that that it still goes well. Kind of hanging and hoping here to see if it can take it. We need to also get some storage in, and we can also get the market built as well, which is great because it can of course help alleviate resource bottlenecks and keep us developing. So now we've got a draw. So a draw isn't actually that bad of a thing, and actually Lothar and Lurtz didn't even die, which is surprising. But draws are usually not too bad, as I said, if your commander dies, he'll come back within the draw timer during your first 24 hours. So if you get a draw, you can guarantee these 2 are going to come back and should then deal enough damage for us to take that tile. The only downside, of course, is we do have to wait 4.5 minutes for it to time out. So we're going to take the opportunity to look through early leaderboard rankings. So what have we got? Let's start with fellowships and see who we have. So of course we have home, my fellowship, or will be my fellowship when I get accepted in. And then we have Darm in Ferodwaith. So I believe this is Chris. It is. So these were one of the 2 fellowships, if anyone kept up with my prior season. So Darm is part of the Lothlorien team that won our previous season. So you'll see here his last season was indeed a Renowned Conqueror title. Then we have Burn, who are also in the Iron Hills, and this is K-Bar 69. So this was the team that was in Gondor on our previous season, and they were called Luna. So they'll be they've spawned in the same area as us, and will be working alongside us. We have Mine, who are also in Ferodwaith, so they are going to be teamed up with Chris and Darm, and they are the other Gondor Fellowship that were in our prior season. Then we have Crow, who I don't think I've come across before, but they excuse me, they are spawned in the White Mountains. And then we have a couple of other fellowships just starting up. Of course, it's very early, so we don't know who's starting when. You'll quite often get fellowships starting a little bit late, particularly servers that start at this time, as you'll have, you know, players that are kind of their night, so you'll have a lot of people. Personal production wise, who started quickly early? We've got CC Chris, of course, Hector. There's quite a few people here. Of course, this will very quickly shift around early season as people move up to higher power tiles a lot quicker. But yeah, good starts from all those guys. Good to get another gather speed up in. That's good to see. So yeah, excuse me, I'm going to talk a little bit more through what my kind of plan and strategy is. So what I want to do is I want to try and get these knights as soon as possible, as I want to try and use them and their counter buff. In fact, I'm actually going to conscript a very small number of these horsemen for that exact reason. And I want to use their counter buff on my damage dealers so that, well, potentially even on my tank as well. So we get that 10% bonus damage and 10% less damage received, which can make a difference when doing this kind of one troop method, which should be fine. So whilst I don't have knights, I'm going to try it with this tier 1 as well. And then I'm going to combine that with the Clairvoyance skill. So a lot of people are going to say waste of a ring point, but again, it's a new season, I'm just going to give it a test. So the Clairvoyance skill has changed now, so it no longer uses up your ring power points. So Clairvoyance now is free and you can use it once every 5 seconds. So I think that's going to be a useful way for scouting very easily at the cost of 1 ring point. And I think at the one skill point, sorry. And the only thing that will really cost me is when we then move across to the ring level 10 skill tree. I'll be able to take gather, but I won't be able to put as many points into enormous power, so I'll be a little bit behind on ring skill points. But I think what I'll get back from that is a lot less troop loss, which I think will be pretty essential in my opinion. I think if I can keep troop loss down, that'll actually save me a lot of resources. So I'm going to give that a go. Is damage debuff gone for 1 troop? So it is and it isn't. So you can't run a full formation all using 1 troop. You have to keep your kind of power level above 800. I don't know if right at the beginning you don't have to do so, as I'm not getting the high and dry message here, but once you hit a certain level of tile, you'll get the high and dry effect, which will basically mean your commanders and your troops will die exceptionally quickly. But so what I'm doing instead is I'll put a full command of troops on my tank commander, who will lose the least number of troops to get me above that 800 mark, and then I'll run 1 troop on my damage dealers, and they can then use their HP to take the tiles. So for example, what I did here was Serdan has the full command of troops, as he'll lose a lot less than Lothar and Lurtz would, and then Lothar and Lurtz, I just used their HP pool, and actually they did pretty well with it. The healing was a little bit disappointing though, only getting 1,000 healing. I know that's 20%, but I was hoping for a little bit better. I think as Serdan levels up, he should boost that a little bit more. And of course, a lot of his healing comes from this skill here, which, if we're only running 1 troop, is going to be nullified a little bit as well. But not horrendous, seeing as that was a 30 power tile at level 5. So PvE recruitment, we're already in. Level cap breakthrough. Raise your commander's level cap to 40. I don't actually know what that means. Commander has reached level 30 and is at respect level 0. So does it up them a respect level, or does it just open up that level cap? Not sure. I don't think we're going to come across that anyway. But there we go. There's another tile, so we get our next chapter progression. Let's get these in. So we do now need to take another 30 power tile. So let's heal everyone up. Drop the 2 back to 1 troop, and then we'll take another 30 power tile. Probably should get Frodo and Sam going after this one as well. Get their stamina depleting, because we are wasting while they're at max. What else do we do? Storage upgrade. Okay. Speed through that. 1 commander to level 10 on it. And power production 150. That will come over time. Okay, so building wise, we can carry on focusing on progression. So use both of these 15-minute speed ups and then a 5. So we do need to go 1 more on this, which we need quite a lot more stone. Ideally we get onto 40 power tiles soon, so we can start upping our stone production, because that's going to be our bottleneck here. And of course we are going to keep getting these draws, as I said. Much lower loss this time though. And everyone's leveled up. Serdan's already at level 8. So the reason Serdan's XP is higher than everyone else's is I think when your troops hit nil, you stop getting experience. But for that, I don't mean if they died first round, they don't get any experience beyond that round. I mean, during this draw, all 3 commanders will have got 2,232 XP. However, on the victory note, the extra 960 XP, because the troops are dead on these 2, they don't get that 960 XP. Only Serdan does. So that is the one downside of using this method. So similar here, all 3 of these will have got 2,676 XP. However, the couple of hundred from the post-draw conclusion will only go to Serdan, unfortunately. Yeah, let's get him skill leveled up. Start getting points into Uruk-hai Firstborn. I'm half tempted to put 5 skill points in here and 5 in here, so that we get that damage instance as well, but we still get the increased physical damage. I'm going to give that a try. Not massively familiar with alerts for early farming. And then we'll keep up in the pursuer. I think that should do a little bit of extra damage. Of course, what we could do here as well is we could get Frodo and Sam going by swapping the gear over. Depends whether I think I'm quick enough to swap and then swap back or not. In fact, how long does it take for the march before I worry too much? 1 minute march, and then I'll have 1.5 minutes to switch it over. Screw it, let's do it. Playing with fire a little bit here, but so unit defense gear on Frodo and Sam, and then Éomer and Gimli. So you can have the war cry set. And then as soon as this tile gets taken or a draw, I'll have to switch straight the gear back to the other team that's drawing. So this might be a little bit dry for you guys. Unfortunately, we still don't have loadout sets for our gear, which is a little bit disappointing. You'd hope if you'd be able to set up the game, be able to set up a way that you could just get, you know, within one click, you could just swap gear over from one set of commanders to the other. But unfortunately, that's still not in the game. I know it's been requested for quite a while by a lot of people. So, but hopefully we can get that. They'll get that in sooner rather than later. Right, I also want to look through some of these challenges at some point and see if there's any easy ones we can do for quick easy wins. And we do also want to start up a mobbing formation at some point, so a set of damage dealers to get a load of grain resource in as well and get their stamina done. We'll do that after we've done these 2 tiles, so that'll be kind of backup commanders. If you get R0 to level 30, it extends the level cap to 40. Okay, so it doesn't extend the level cap by upping their respect level. It just flatly ups the damage cap. Okay, thank you for that, Kaz. Back to gear swapping. Yeah, I really wish this was one button. They could make this so much easier with not a lot of difficulty. Because you're just going to sit here watching me tap away, constantly swapping gear sets here. It's so easy to misclick as well. Cool. So now, when this draw, you know, finishes, I then have to swap back over Frodo and Sam. How did they do? Oof, not good. I'm wondering if they're going to still be able to take this. Surprised that was so bad compared to the other ones. Significantly lower damage, I assume, than the others. So they will replenish, as I said. Whether they do enough damage is debatable. I may have to wait to see how that draw comes out, and if so, cancel and attack again. Meanwhile, we will get a formation going for for sweeping. So we'll use a Gandalf for the white there, and then we need 2 other damage dealers. So let's chuck the shadow in. And then maybe Dwalin. Who else have I got kicking around? No one else is really high enough respect level to be worth using, to be honest. Dane's getting close to full stamina, so I might have to send him again in a moment. A lot of these guys are R5, Legolas, Aragorn, etc. I think I'll throw Dwalin in. Have I put skills on them? I have. I've put skills on them, they're just not very good. Yeah, they just didn't do a very good job for some reason. I'm not quite sure why they did such a poor job with that. Curious. And we didn't get another skill point, so I don't see why or how they would increase their damage, but oh well. Right, swap these over. Ready for when that draw concludes. Yeah, Frodo and Sam didn't tank quite as well as I hoped either, so I might swap him over to that evasion set instead of the flat unit debuff. So I might swap him over to this here. Give him that 35% chance to avoid damage taken instead and see how that does. Surprised how much damage he took there. I was expecting him actually to do a better job than Círdan did, but unfortunately not the case. Still waiting to get our ponies in as well, of course, for countering. I'm going to take Clairvoyance, as I said, as part of my kind of master plan as such. Now I'm actually going to get secondary gear now put on my second formation, so this sweeping kind of formation as well. I'm fine with sweeping to have just kind of purple gear rather than gold, so I don't have to keep swapping them around, to be honest, and I'll just send them out sweeping as much as possible. So do we put this black bow on here? So 7 to 16 with 16 attack. No, I used the battle axe. I'll just chuck on a full sharp point set on him. And I could use one of these rings for damage instead. I'm not sure if these would be better than the bonus attack, but I think bonus attack will be better when it's this low. Maybe use Isildur for the evasion skill. It's true, I could do that. We will see. Let's see how this draw folds out first. Of course, all my commanders are back now, so potentially I might have to use a second set of stamina to get this. Just hoping he doesn't draw a third time. Oh, he died. Surprised by that. I'm actually not going to get this tile. That is surprising. I don't know why they performed so poorly there. Had the gear on. I'm a little bit surprised by those commanders there. I thought they'd do much better. So he did get to round 3. Maybe I should instead be using Durin's Blood on Gimli rather than Experienced Warrior. But my logic with that was I'd get 2 rounds of Experienced Warrior versus 1 round of Durin's Blood. But I think I'll swap that over. And then Éomer as well didn't do particularly great, but I think that is still his best setup, what I've got in there at the moment. Oh well, we'll move on. It's not the end of the world. So we need to get 1 commander to level 10. So at the minute, that's looking most likely to be Círdan. I will set up this second team and get them sweeping first. So Gandalf the White isn't actually being used at the minute. So Gandalf the Grey can have some pretty decent gear. And then Shadow again what have I got? Fortitude, or I've got this. I've got unit defense and attack. We'll go with that. This one does 18 attack. This does 18 attack and 3 HP for units. So we'll go for that. And then we'll chuck one of these on for extra damage. Low attack, but oh well. Right, and then we'll get sweeping as well. So let's find some level 6 mobs somewhere. There's got to be at least one. Get them going. Do have some horses. Oh, apologies. Excuse me, got someone at the door. I'll be 2 seconds. Apologies for all that noise. Dog going absolutely crazy when the door went. Right. Where were we? So we flopped a little bit on that last one, but now we can start using our 1-troop ponies and see how that goes. Right, another 30 power tile. I don't know why I went all the way over to here for this tile as well. I probably just wasted a bit of stamina there going for 30 as well. I think they're probably fine to do 40s already. Little bit of stamina waste. Told you R5 for evasion because 25% more defense from low is still low. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I'll admit I got it wrong. So yeah, sweep went fine. You see this nearly no loss as well, even with a counter. Main benefit is we get that extra grain in as well. And a couple of speed ups, I suppose, as well. Serdan to hit his nice early draw again. Oh my god, what's going on? Oh, I didn't swap gear over. No, what am I doing? I'm flopping at the minute. Absolutely flopping. I'm having a shocker right now. Way too tired for this. We need less early morning starts. He's having a stinker. Oh well, I'm not really bothered about these men troops anyway, the regular men. I'd rather use my knights when they come in anyway. But still annoying to lose them when I really should not be making silly mistakes like that. But at least we've got LOTR up to level 8 as well. They'll come back in 1 minute, we can go. But it's a little bit wasted stamina for how much XP they could have got. But yeah, Winston saw the postman, he did. The postman knocked on the door and he went absolutely nuts. I think he's led back on the bed now, but took him out for a walk just before this, so he should be exhausted. But nothing will stop a dog barking at the postman. Right, fellowship boost. We are going to waste a little bit of our grain in order to get these members in. 2,000 grain. How many soldiers could I get for that? And get these fellowship coins in as well. But if it means we get more members in sooner, then that's better. See, this time, of course, it had been damaged once, but took it nice and easy. I think you are right, that evasion skill is definitely the better one of the two. And they all level up, so they deal that little bit more damage, which is great. I think swapping Gimli over to Durin's Blood as well made a bit of a difference, as we saw it was getting to round 5 still, so it is getting that, yeah, see that massive amount of damage there. In fact, it made it all the way to round 10. So we did get 3 instances of Durin's blood. So yeah, we'll definitely keep that on. So we now can start putting skill points in that last one anyway. Total Fellowship Warband contributions. This is another one of those ones where you think, oh, I'm wasting my grain by donating, and hesitate to donate. You definitely always should, because it benefits your fellowship. You can get more players in, you'll get closer to the store that little bit sooner, but you also get this season challenge, 5,000 stone. So you get basically your 5,000, you get your grain back that you used for donating and some, but you also get 5,000 stone as well. And then you can keep getting this contribution up because there's more available as you go along, and you can keep getting that contribution by just doing more and more sweeps, which is the way I'd normally do so. Now I'm going to keep focusing on getting these commanders to level 10. So we are going to swap back to the Serdan team, and I'm going to remember to swap my gear over in order to do so. Those men troops will eventually just become my like sweep troops, so I'm not too bothered about losing them as such. It's just annoying to not pick up the tile. There was Lurtz as well, wasn't it? Yeah. A little bit of lovely early inefficiency for me. It's never a HJW live stream without a couple of flop moments. I think everyone watches just for the flop moments at this point. But eventually, kind of these efficiencies over time should result in kind of a good long-term, output. I'll go for this one here. Should always go for the closest one. I haven't trooped them. Have not trooped them. So I'm going to go 1 troop with that. So what I was saying about with Clairvoyance and things like that is I can essentially now, every 5 seconds, Clairvoyance tiles and find out what armies are on there. Obviously for 30s and 40s it's a little bit pointless, but I can look and see and go, oh, maybe I don't want to fight this guy with Fortitude. Maybe I'd rather fight... Yeah, it's got Fortitude as well, but you know what I mean? If they've got mounted troops or they've got more difficult troops, I can look and I can face off against that, which is... if it's using medium units, I can pick ones that have smaller units, so I always have that counter buff, basically. In this case, I don't think it's going to make a difference. Apologies for a little bit of background noise still. So yeah, keeping half an eye on Dane, who's getting closer and closer to that maximum stamina. So need to get ready for that. And then let's get Gandalf using these troops and still sweeping. Mobs level 6, there's the next one. After a couple of these I'll move on to level 10s. I think level 6 mobs, I think these, if you sweep them, I'm pretty sure they give 5,000 stone tips or 10,000 iron tips. We'll find out obviously as I go along, but that can make a huge difference to, of course, to our resource bottlenecks as well. The next thing for resource bottlenecks as well is I do, of course, have the tattered resource cart. Only reason I haven't done this at the minute is I've kind of used up all my armies and spaces, and I can't be bothered to rejig them all, basically. So we will do that at some point. We want to get on to knights, of course, conscripting as soon as possible. So Serdan took that 30, I think. We do a fellowship boost. Serdan took that 30. Well, you can see what the counter boost did. It pushed that damage up. So we've got, what, 6,700 and 8520. Oh no, that was with no gear. Last time it was, yeah, 6,000, 6,000. So we're getting that massive boost in damage, which is what I think those medium units are going to give us, and they're going to give us less and less draws. So we should be able to step up tiles pretty heavily here as well. So we're now going to start taking a look at these 40s. I am still going to be, try and be a little bit diligent, and I'm going to use perseverance because I don't want to hit any that have, particularly tough commanders. So I get their bandits and stuff like that, but I don't want to hit ones that have medium medium units. So this one looks pretty easy. I don't know what the bowman's skills are, but you know, that should be perfectly doable for our Serdam. And we want to try and get these guys leveled as high as possible before Dane hits that max stamina level. Reason being is I would then like to chuck Dane in with a couple of these guys in order to get him attacking maybe a 60 power tile on his next hit, so that he gets that bonus XP from fighting the 60 power tile. That's the hope anyway. So we completed another challenge. This one is, again, warband contribution. So this is my sweeping, upping the contribution. And sweeping is great as well because it does, of course, help with your contribution for levelling up the fellowship, which means you can get your players in sooner than otherwise would be possible. And again, just keeping these guys topped up. They haven't really lost any HP. So I'll again sweep a level 6 mob. So we'll head over here towards Faust. Get these sweeps in nice and early. Serdan's on a march, so it's all looking fine at the minute. I think this should take him up to that level 10 mark as well. So we'll complete the chapter and then we can continue pushing on with our building. The main thing I want now is I want the next main hall so that I can start getting knights conscripted. As I'm acutely aware I've got almost nothing going at the minute. Can use the market to loosen that up as well, but I don't really need to. I just want to get to main hall 5 so that then I can build, of course, Numenorian quarters 5 and then the horseman stable. That's the plan anyway. I do have some Mathams I can use as well, and my free one for the morning. So how does Serdan do on the 40 power tile? Pretty ridiculously well, actually. How close were they? I didn't expect them to take it immediately, and they weren't even close to losing HP. I reckon I might be a little bit over leveled for this, particularly now I've got the counter system going in. So this clairvoyance thing is definitely paying off at the moment. It might help us claw back some of those lost troops we did from flopping tiles earlier on. Cool, right. Keep building. So lumber, stone and ore tributes all need to level up. Got that, got that. Let's get conscription done as well. It should allow us to do next main hall. Let's speed all these up while we're here. So we've got a ton of these again. Get a bit more stone in. Right, we are actually nearing a point where I think if we claim this, our grain is going to hit maximum. So we will use the I think we might use the market just to tap off a little bit of that grain. And of course we're getting grain from our sweeps as well. So I think I'm going to use a little bit of that grain to increase our stone volume. So what do we got on our market? I'm going to take all of these. Sorry, I do have to keep muting momentarily every time he starts barking. I think the neighbours are knocking around, so he's you can hear people walking around, so he keeps barking. Firstly, upgrade market to level 15. I don't like spending the silver. I know it's an extra advantage, but I absolutely hate doing it. So I know you get the extra slots and you... Yeah, go on then. I will do it for this time. I think I do have, if I use the fine stuff, I should have enough ingots. So I think I will level up my market a few times. Is there anything else kind of useful I can buy? Sorry again about the noise. It's being an absolute nightmare. When do I buy all these? Level 9, whereas I can just kind of go... I don't know if that's better or worse. If I buy the speed ups, is that better than buying the levels. It's fine. I'll end up using the speed ups anyway, so they'll save me gems. We're at level 13, so let's just do those last two. So now we have that 50% resource trade rate, and we'll get more market stuff tomorrow. So let's go for it. We'll just smash through those speed ups. Right. So now we've got a 50% trade rate. We'll get a little bit better rate on stone, so we will use some of that there to kind of... In fact, how much do we need for our main haul? 49k. We get a big chunk of resource there. We get a load more stone here. Militia training ground, I need to go to level 3, which is a little annoying. And we do unlock tier 2s here. Oh, should have done that. Should have used the 1 hour ones. Oh well. And I've got a ton of speed ups now, obviously, because I just bought a load. Storage is going up too, as well as apothecary, which should be done pretty soon. And let's speed through that one as well. I'm not sure what level I had to get apothecary to. Is it 4? I think so. Load more stone, load more stone, load more stone. Commander level 13. Right, that shouldn't be too difficult. And up in our market prosperity as well is another one of those things that helps with resource. Because I do get not only the 50% extra exchange rate, but I do also get 5,000 iron. Yep, you are right. There's another one for messaging in Fellowship chat. So you can see we've got various people in here. You are completely right, Kaz. Yeah, you're completely right there, Kaz, on that one. Definitely need to get that going as soon as possible. Right, Lurtz is up to level 10 as well, which is good to see, so we can check a skill point in there. Let's get going on other. So, with that, do we try a 60? As it one hit that 40. Do we try a 60 on the thought that potentially we could lose, but Frodo and Sam might be able to finish it off? Why never upgrade? I'm not sure what you mean, Kaz, by that. Right, main hall, we need 49,500. So I think I might take the time to do that tip. Well, we do have another tip in here. Ah, there we go. So we get 5,000 stone tip. And that's what I was talking about with the level 6 mobs and why they're so important. Is I can now get 5,000 more stone straight off the bat just from that sweep. So we're going to do as many of those as we can, as often as we can. And of course it is levelling up these commanders as well, so it's kind of a win-win. We have a level. He's going absolutely ballistic today. I'm not sure why he's not settling down. He's definitely been out already. And he will go out again, obviously. Right, so I'm going to put this to about 39, and then actually I think I'm going to... Where's Dane at? Dane's at 298, running out of time. I think I'm going to do it. I think I'm going to see if Serdan can do a 60. First off, we're going to find one we counter, obviously. Let's try a nice tier 160. Right, so this has got Rangers and it's got Perseverance. I'm not a fan of Haldir. I actually think that Ames will laugh at me for this. Actually, Haldir on tiles is quite difficult. He can deal quite a lot of damage, so we're going to try and find a commander that doesn't deal a lot of damage, just to give us the best possible chance. So this is a gore bag, and he's using sappers, which, you know, I think they're not too bad, to be honest. That might be the tar we take. Or we've got Grima with pikemen, and he's got a thick armour set. What did Gorbag have? Warcraft. Oh, not even a full set. not full set there either, so maybe I'll go for the Grima one. That looks like a pretty easy tile. Right, let's give it a go. This again might be another flop moment, but we'll see what we've got. If we don't get it, we don't get it, but you know, we might as well push the boat out. We're going to have to chuck Dane in a moment, so if we get this, we might chuck Dane in to use 20 of his stamina, and if we can take another 60 with Dane in, that would be brilliant. Get that maximum efficiency for his stamina. Just acutely aware he's 3 minutes away from max and becoming wasteful. Of course, my others are 20 stamina behind, so not a huge rush for them, but we'll keep using Serdan and that for now. So let's see how he does. Now, what was I saying? So I do need to do the tavern. Got another army there. I do need to do the tavern quest to get the additional resource. What am I trying to look for? The resource cart in the tavern is what I'm trying to say. I need to complete this, get an extra 10k, and then I'll easily be able to do my main hall. Right, how did Serdan do here? So we got a draw, and that's on a 60 power tile. Got a draw, and a good draw at that. So he did do big damage. Have to wait 5 minutes for that to tick out. Obviously that's annoying, as it will mean there's about 2 minutes where Dane's at maximum stamina, but 2 minutes worth of stamina is... I can live with that and being at max for that long, I think. And then I'll probably take out one of Lurtz or LOTR and put in Dane just for the one march. In fact, I'll judge it off that last one. Who did the most damage? So Lurtz did the most damage on that one, so I'll keep him in and take LOTR out. Yeah, it seems to be when the fight is short, LOTR does the most damage because of that weapon master skill that does such high damage in early rounds. But when the fight goes the duration, that's when Lurtz then steps in. And with Dane being low level, he's not going to do as much. So I think with him doing less damage, I think the fight will run the length. So we'll want to keep Lurtz in for that higher amount of damage. Whether we can take a 60 with Dane in or not, I'm not sure. Again, it's another thing we'll find out. We're kind of just doing a test this season to see what we can get. So we do get 5,000 more stone from this challenge as well as 5,000 more grain, and that's for increasing our barracks. So we're getting closer and closer to being able to get that main hall upgrade in, which is what we're waiting for. It's just a case of waiting for that, and we do have that tavern tip as well. So 10,000 of every resource, nice and easy. I think what we'll do is we'll just top up the rest with the market, as that barracks upgrade did use a little bit. Main hall, speed through that. Now what we need to do is we need to upgrade that finally. And then last of what we need is 14,000 stone to get our knights. And again, I am going to accelerate that by using a little bit of resource from here, because those knights, we have nothing conscripting at the minute, and those knights are kind of the cornerstone of what I'm trying to do to start this season. Is obviously, as I said, using that counter buff. So my 2 damage dealers are going to use horsemen, because they'll still get the counter buff, and one troop is one troop. It's not going to make a difference what the one troop is. However, I want my tank to use the knight, because I think they're defensively strong, and again, benefiting from the counter buff will make a big difference. I like the knight as well because I like the full protection skill. 10% less melee damage is great, along with 2% less damage, and in general they have good HP and good defense. So I think they'll be really, really useful. And I think that will start to pay dividends when I get towards those higher, like 90, 130 power tiles, and I'm using the counter every time, making sure I'm always countering and resetting tiles. Using that Clairvoyance skill, I think that's going to come in clutch, but we'll see. Right, I have no sweep going, so let's get Gandalf on a sweep march. Hopefully he doesn't clash into another army here. We are completely in the worst position. There's just so many mountains around here costing us. And just up here, I don't think we're even going to be able to march here because it's another area, so we're not going to be able to get there. So that's half our range cut. And most of the bits down here look like they're going to be difficult to march to, or at least time consuming. Another stamina tincture for us, and also a Falgin manuscript. Mainly the stamina tincture is the important bit. Remember, you can now upgrade tier 1 cav into tier 2. I can, but I don't need to, because I'm going to keep that tier 1 cav just to use in here. This is wasted resources upgrading it to tier 2. In fact, I might even keep using tier 1s for the 1 troops. Sorry, Ams, you asked for it. Just gonna keep saying hello and then I guess she asked for it. I did say spam channel. See if we've got one of those challenges now so I can show you what I'm talking about. There you go. So I posted in Fellowship Warband chat. First one of these, again, does only give you speed ups, but second one gives you 5,000 ore, so there's actually a benefit to be gained by talking in Fellowship chat, and 50 gems as well. I don't think there's one for talking in World chat, for example. Yeah, everyone's going to just start spamming this chat now. But that's the reason why we do it, is we are just... She's going to regret not setting up a spam channel. But we are just trying to get to that point where we can get the... Oh, we keep saying heal. Oh, it doesn't matter. We're just trying to get to 50 times. And there's a reason I asked for that spam channel. Reason being is... But yeah, that 50 times will give bonus resource, so we'll just keep doing this till we get to 50, and then I assume we've probably started a big tidal wave that's going to really annoy AMS now. But everyone's going to do it. Yeah, make a big difference to... How many are we at now? Is that 50? Oh no, main hall. Why did we not have that before? That's curious. Lots more resource for main hall and for quarter reaching level 5. 6 more. Do. 3 to go. 2, 1. Done. There we go. So I'm sure that wasn't the most thrilling watch in the world, but a little bit of bonus gems. But the main one we were doing was the 25, trying to get that 5,000 bonus ore. And in the meantime, Serdan did finish taking his 60 power tile. Nice and easy. So we are going to drop out... He's actually quite close to level 12. We're going to drop out LOTR, I think, and bring Dane in for 1 march. The temptation is to also bring in and do these one more time just to get them close. But I think I'll wait an hour to do that when they do start getting close to that stamina point. Has Gandalf done his march now? He has. So I could do those level 10 mobs here to get him leveled up more, which would be useful, of course, for getting those commanders then able to take tiles. It is questionable whether I do that and then bring in like a 4th team to then start sweeping level 6s. The reason I'm so wedded to those level 6s is they do give those great tips which give you 5,000 stone, which is what I really want, you know, to get that grain nice in early. Right, let's not forget to gear him up as well. He's gonna have Lothar's set for 1 march, and then we'll swap back. which was the one we took? We took the Greener one, so we will go for the Gore Bag one this time. Seemed easy enough, so I don't see it being an issue. Thank you everyone who's tuned in the stream. Hopefully you're enjoying what you're seeing, and nice early some early tips picking up. Cool, right, let's see how we're going to get 14 seconds and Dane should be in. So the question is, do we get another sweep formation going? Who have we not used who could be useful for sweeping? Oh, what the hell's happened there? Sorry, a bit of iPad lag. So tank will probably use a Isildur. And we could use Aragorn and Legolas as the damage dealers. I don't see anyone else on here who's lined up to be a damage dealer, so screw it, let's do that. No, we don't want to waste our horses on level 6 mobs. Right, we've got a draw. How are we doing? Yeah, we'll get that perfectly at the end of the draw. And so you see, so Dane, for cost of 20 stamina, if we'd taken like a 30 power tile, probably would have gone up 1 level. Chucking him in here to use his stamina and getting a 60 power tile will get him up to level 9, so a nice big boost of stat of experience, which is nice to see. Of course, the main thing is using that extra 20 stamina. Right. So we have a Isildur, Legolas. Right. Do we use? I think we're going to use ring bearers. We made that mistake with Frodo and Sam, not using ring bearers, and I think that was key. Aragorn 1. We will use Anduril and Legolas. I don't actually really know Legolas, I'm going to be honest. So he has the Fair and he has Greenleaf. Let's go for Greenleaf as that's his earliest damage round skill. And hopefully we have some kind of backup gear we can chuck on them here. So do I have an evasive action set? That would be perfect for kind of a backup tank. Looks like we do. Amazing, so that's perfect for a Isildur. Unit defense, command, spot on for there. And of course, there's only sweeping mobs anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Aragorn, do I have another? I don't appear to have another set of. Well, unless I use this Warborn battle plate, another sharp point set, but I do have Fortitude here, which I could go with. And I do have sharp point helms. Let's change this over quickly. And then I have this pipe which does unit attack as well. So let's chuck that in. And then Legolas. I think that will probably be the best one there. Will be. Well, I do have the Axe of Khazad Doom as well, which actually is remarkably similar, unupgraded. Chuck that in, and then we can chuck a Fortitude chest in as well. So those both come in. I did notice I had a few accessories. I might chuck this pipe in to get unit damage, and then we just want maximum attack here, which I think is going to be that full helm. Cool, so that's another sweep formation set up. So we will let's sort Gandalf out as well, and then just mass sweep, and then soon we'll move Gandalf onto those level 10 mobs as well. I don't think you get tips from them. I think it's only the level 6s where we get those really nice stone based bonus tips. So I'm going to keep doing the 6s for now, just because those tips could be the difference between us hitting and not hitting a resource bottleneck. Let's get a Isildur in his formation using Stam as well, but we do get command level 13, so that's another big boost to our resources there, and of course unlocks the next chapter progression, more tiles, everything, etc. Ring level 5, of course we're not taking tiles at a magnificent rate. So we will get that soon, which we'll put into dominance. I could take time out of time, but I don't think I want to, at least not yet. Max Durin's blood, because you fight 3 comms at a time. Yeah, you are right. Yeah. God, I've already forgotten that order. I think it was Durin's blood first, then King Under the Mountain. So do that, and then 3 into King Under the Mountain. It does mean I don't get that physical damage dealt increase yet, but not the end of the world. We'll keep leveling him up. This draw will come out in a moment. So we're looking at a pretty good situation. Of course, we do still have the Frodo and Sam formation just kind of sitting there not doing a lot. But I assume I've used enough stamina on them for them not to be near max. Yep. And then it's going to be keeping an eye on these again. And in 40 odd minutes making sure we use our main team to, or chuck one of our main team at a time into another formation so they're using up a little bit of that stamina. So we got a few people kicking round. I'm watching on YouTube, doing great. Thank you, Philo, for tuning in. That's definitely much appreciated. Oh, he's off again. Apologies for the background. It's every time someone slams a door in my neighbouring house. The problem is I have moved house now, and unfortunately it is semi-detached, so when the neighbour slams their door, which they seem to have an absolute fetish for doing, when they slam the door it makes him think someone's knocking on the door and he starts barking. He is only a dog at the end of the day, unfortunately. Right, those 60s are getting done pretty easily. Oh, see, that's what we're trying to dodge. That's why we're using Clairvoyance. Every 1 in 5 there'll be one with trolls, and if we're using medium units on our damage dealers, we definitely do not want to be hitting trolls. I think I said this one was a Haldir one, so I didn't want to touch that. Yeah, as it's a Haldir one, we'll leave that be. Or I could reset it as well, of course, is the other option. But let's check these first. Shut the door behind me. Should keep out some of the noise. And what have we got on these three here? So we have Ori with small units, Gorbag with small units, and Ori with small units. So those three are ripe. We will switch back to LOTR for now, though, as of course this is our kind of main formation. Oh, I didn't heal them up. I've just realised what's triggering him. I've just started hearing it. There's someone doing something with their motorbike directly outside the door. That's what he's barking at. Send him, and of course not forget to switch LOTR's gear back over. Yeah, I should have named this stream HJW and Winston's barking. But yeah, we seem to be doing pretty well so far. We've hit that level 13 without any kind of hint of getting close to 0 stam, so I think that's good. Ring level 5 should come at an increasing rate. Now we're taking more and more of these 60s. Of course, we do need to get Frodo and Sam going on some of the 30s and 40s. Mainly so we can get more stone, if anything, but also to get them leveled up so they can then carry the mantle when we need to level these guys up here up. So I will pause Serdan, I think, in a moment, but then again, maybe do I take him down to like 80 stamina so I get the most high power tiles I can as soon as possible, because he's going to be close to taking 90s soon, I assume. Sweep teams still doing their jobs pretty well. I wonder if we've had any more tips from those. I haven't seen the little red icon come in, so yeah, no new tips unfortunately. But we'll keep going, we'll see what we get. Do have these tips as well. Dispatch someone on this one, send Merry and Pippin. Do have the gear one as well, but we're not in any rush to do those. Kind of a distraction for now. Serdan on his march. Should take this first time, as it looks like an easier tile than the first one we got straight off the bat. Well, we do hit a draw. No, not really any loss though. Ori being weak enough. How much HP are we on here? So we are actually on lower HP. Maybe they're not quite ready for 90s yet. Maybe 1 or 2 more of these, then I'll jump over to one troop in the 90s. But the benefit of this method, of course, is all I'm losing is I'm losing a small number of these tier 1, what do you call them, militia. And at some point I will switch over to those knights I've been conscripting. And then I won't lose, I'll lose a very minimal number. In fact, I'll probably do that when I switch to the 90s. Yeah, and I'm not losing anything on my main troops. So it means I don't have to spend a ton of resources on that conscription, which makes life a hell of a lot easier. Right, this healing's not going to do much, of course. I've got no troops on my other two, so healing their troops is going to be useless. But similarly, elf units is useless. 6% chance for dual blows or evade. Maybe that will be better. But then this healing in 2 to 3 formations, I think, will also affect Serdan's own formation. So I think I'll keep that as is for now. Because we are still getting around 3,000 healing, which is not bad. Healing a third of your losses is keeping a hell of a lot of troops still in our barracks. So I don't think that's going too bad. I would use Radagast here if I had Radagast at a decent respect level. I actually think healers could be coming back with this with this change to high and dry. I actually think healers could be kind of quite a key thing for early farming. If I had him at a decent respect level, I would use him. The problem is I have the brown, which heals for 3 allied formations, which isn't really what I'm looking for. And healers 3 as well. Maybe it could work with the brown. At least only very early on. But yeah, I think Radagast could be really good, particularly when you start getting towards taking 130s and you're using a full command. I think I think that's where Radagast will come in. We do still have the 14 Madams we've got from our season pass here. I might even open these. I've got this Bjorn chest here, which is an option, or I could open them on Rare Treasures, which of course I have my free pull for, which we get Khaldun, and also my 200 gem pull. So I could open 15 here on Bjorn's chest. Let's see what we get. Guarantee you my luck, nothing. We do get another Warcry chest. It's quite funny. I've been waiting for one of these for about 3 seasons. More like 2 seasons, and then I get 2 in 2 days, which is just typical. We do get a respect item for Dane as well, and 2 invitation letters. The invitation letters aren't particularly useful to me, but actually the Mirkwood Honey for Bjorn is quite useful. My Bjorn, of course, only being respect 1 at the minute, sadly, and not enough to get him up to respect 2. Otherwise I would be using him, of course, for early season. Serdan taking his time with these draws. We probably should just start gear switching and get Frodo and Sam hitting tiles as well whilst Serdan's drawing. That'll probably be what I start doing in a moment, but it just means spending a huge amount of time swapping and swapping back gear, which is incredibly boring, but still probably better than sitting there doing nothing. Right, get our sweep teams going. Surprised mobs aren't respawning quicker. Normally they respawn pretty much instantly, or at least they did in my most recent Tactics Evolved season, but these level 6s don't appear to want to come back. Going to be marching very close to his keep here. I'm hoping he doesn't clash an army with us or see it as a threat. So I'll send those up here. There we go, ring level 5 as well, which does allow us to get another point in dominance. Not that it matters, we're absolutely nowhere near our tile threshold, but it does mean we can unstick this season bottleneck, get the ranger thing sorted. Occupy 3 tiles of 60 or higher, we will in 27 seconds. When we get one more army, we will start putting 1 troop on those armies and using them to reset any tile we don't want to hit. We dodge this one because I think Haldir actually is not that fun on tiles. Him and Hergon actually ironically do quite a lot of damage on tiles, commander damage, and this one here had trolls on it which counter our medium units, so we will reset both of those at some point, but we know these 3 are nice easy tiles, so there we go. There's another chapter progression done. 50k of every resource. We are absolutely flush with every resource other than stone, of course. always stone. But as we're so flush with everything else, we can probably afford to drain a little bit of all of these and give us a nice big stone pile that we can use to build and keep things progressing. And we are just going to keep speeding through all these using all those speed ups I bought. In fact, I don't really need training grounds, I'm not going to lie, so I'm not going to speed that one up. I'm going to speed up those which will progress us towards our next main hall. So it wants barracks 9 as well. So actually, if you look, the main hall only requires conscription post. So if I wanted to go straight to a main hall, I could just only upgrade conscription post, then main hall. But I'm doing barracks just because the season progression requires it. So 5 tiles of 60 or higher and a commander at level 20. So these are still all good for Stam. These are still pretty good for Stam. Got, 8 or 9 marches here. So let's get them taking another one of those 60s, and then if or when I'm not going to be able to fully heal them yet. I'll have to give it a couple of minutes for them to fully heal up, and then I'll send them on another 60. And then when they hit a draw, I'll send Frodo and Sam to take out a few more 30s and 40s. Can they take 40s at level 7? I'm not sure. They were a little bit weak on the 30s, so I think I'll just be sticking with 30s to begin with. And then I'll move them on to 40s and get that stone production increased. But for now, we're just going to wait for Sirdan to heal. And then we should be able to unstick this pretty quickly and focus on the main hall. The bottleneck of this here, the slowest bit, is going to be that level 20. That's why I'm in no rush to speed up these training grounds. I just don't think it's necessary, because it's going to take us a little while to get to level 20 anyway. Let's take a look at leaderboards now. Top of production, we're actually in 129th, which I'm quite surprised, as we are taking this very slow, methodical approach. But we are actually in the top 150, so I'm surprised how high we are here. But elsewhere we have Sai Sunblessed, who was a player from Dawn, one of their leaders, and is now moved into Home. Strong player, he's usually around the top of the production leaderboards, and is very welcome into Home. We have Cap from Darm. I believe he did pretty well in production last season as well, so he's up here as well. Although maybe not, maybe he's a new join, because actually he wasn't in Darm last season. Maybe I'm confusing with another player. But yeah, Cap in second. We've got CC from Home in third. I don't know if he's using his Undying team, but I definitely think Undying is one of... He's got a Z1 Undying that doesn't want to use anymore, but I actually think for farming, so I'm using LOTR for that Weapon Master skill. Undying actually has that as well, along with better damage skills. So Undying actually I think is a great early season starter commander, so I hope he is using him. Then we have Kowalski, who was another one of the kind of stronger players in Luna last season. We ran into quite a few times in 4th. And then we have Rov from Darm in 5th. So it's kind of a nice mix between Darm and Home here at the top, as well as some of Burn. There should be nothing for first occupation. Some people have got some merit, unbelievable, which I assume is just their commanders accidentally clashing as they march around. Although actually, I think there's no clashing in the first 24 hours, is there? So it must have been a deliberate hit on someone's commander, which is quite amusing. But a couple of people have got merit. Fellowship topping. Home is actually second behind Darm with Chris. They've got 63 out of 80 people in, and they are nearing 22,000 production. Second is Home, and we have 49. So we have got a lot of our players not here at the moment. We're missing, so what will be 14 less than Darm. Where is everyone? Everyone needs to wake up. We do have a lot of American time zone players, so that tends to they start a little bit less. A couple of Asia time zones as well, so they're not always ready at the start of the season. Right, let's do one more of these. He's got his HP back. We can send him on that march. Yeah, there should be no clashing here, because of course these are the season start bonuses, as we all know. Recovery time for heavily wounded commanders, that's brilliant. That's what I mean when I say when you get that draw on the first 24 hours, you kind of needn't worry about it a lot of the time, as your commanders will... It takes 1 minute basically for your commanders to come back with HP, and normally by the time the draw 5 minutes has gone by, your commander will be at pretty decent HP. Commander stamina plus 100. And this is what I was just talking about, in that you won't collide basically with opposing commanders. I think you can switch this off. If you attack deliberately another opponent's army, I think it turns this off for you. So then you'll keep colliding with them, so whoever's got that merit there is now going to keep colliding with those around them. Stamina expenditure for reinforcement -5. Unfortunately, we can't take advantage of this while we're one trooping, and your settlement will not be attacked. Yeah, that's kind of obvious. So our mob crews are done again. I think we might have to start them doing those level 10s. I'm half tempted for some of these level 6 mobs around here. There's quite a few. I might just full troop up a couple of these guys and just send them round, because they're not going to lose many. The level 6 mobs are so weak that I can just send them round, taking those out, and not have to wait for them to be called back every single time. I think, in fact, that is exactly what I'm going to do, if I have the troops for it, of course, which it looks like we do. So just use 300 troops. I wonder how many we'll lose here. We'll find out, but they'll level up pretty quickly, all these level 6s anyway. I don't think they'll lose many. And again, they're only those tier 1 kind of spearmen anyway, which, as I said, I don't really plan on using anywhere near long term. Serdan just took that 60 with near no loss and immediately, so that's a good sign. Still making me think, are we ready for 90s? Do I take one more of those 60s, or do I jump to a 90? I could be wrong, but I think a 90 power tile now has, does it have 4 armies on, or is it still 3? Still 3. I mean, I won't be doing that one anyway with trolls. Hell no. But yeah, do they have? I think they have full gear sets as well. So I'll have to find one that's got. I reckon that might be possible, with a draw, of course, but it might actually be possible. Welcome, Alexa. Thanks for tuning in. So this is a Flay set with Faramir, who again is a damage dealer. Ideally, we'd find something that's really easy for our first 90. I'm a little bit worried about coming all the way out here, as that march time means we can't really, send a second commander. We might be able to. So that's an Ori, but with trolls. Oh, anything but trolls. Don't want trolls. We have an Eowyn who is got thick set and a lot of damage reduction. That's my only worry, is the damage reduction. And these using the spearmen, who have plus 4% for each type of small unit, so she'll get plus 12% on our mounted units. I don't think we're getting a lot of luck here. I don't think I want to hit her either with those skills, and the troops she has on them. But we are looking for small units with a commander that's not going to deal a huge amount of damage. That probably would have been perfect without the spearmen. Boromir here I don't mind too much. He does have a little bit of damage with this high white tower, but he is using a Law of the... They all have a Law of the Arcane set, which is pretty perfect, so won't boost very much. So that might be the one we go for. And then we have another Eowyn here. Again, she's using those spearmen, which I don't think we're that interested in. We might have to reset a few of these. Do we go for it? Do we send it to a to a 90 power tile and just risk it? Hello, Donut here. Well, welcome, Donut. Thank you for tuning in. Very much appreciated, as always. Yeah, I think we will do it. I think we will go for that 90 power tile. There's always a chance we could send Frodo and Sam in, although they're only level 7. Maybe I should do a couple of tiles with Frodo and Sam, get them up to like level 10, this formation, so that they can then run back up if it looks like Serdan isn't going to take it. In fact, that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to level these guys up a little bit. We're in no rush with Serdan. We do have, there's plenty of stamina regen to be done. The only rush we're in is maybe chucking a couple of these guys in Serdan's formation to level them up. So that will be 4 marches, so 80 stamina. But we'll still have plenty of stamina left to take 90s, I think. Plus, we're more more interested in getting, rather than getting these guys to 20, we want to make sure we're as efficient as we can with our main team instead, as that will then pay dividends when we hit those 130 tiles and we've got loads of stamina left. Right, the other thing I want to do is get Sweep Team 2 set up and get them on their march, get them on the bike towards those level 6 6 mobs, which all seem to be right around this corner and 10 minutes away, which is always fun. It's ridiculous, this starting location. Possibly one of the worst I've ever had. I'm iconic for having really bad start locations, but this possibly takes the biscuit. The only benefit, I suppose, is that there's not a huge number of settlements around us, so whilst it might take a while to get there, there will be tiles available. But like, you spawn over here, you've got next to no mountains, you've got lovely open space. Yeah. Damn you, Amelie, and your lovely spawn location. I guess that's leadership perks. But we'll make do. We'll just have to have a little bit longer march times, which might detriment streams a little bit, but we move. Ironically, our sweep team has actually now out-leveled our second team, taking those mobs. But right, let's get gear on Frodo and Sam. Let's get them going. Yeah, unfortunately, I've only really got gear for one main set. So if we're taking tiles, I have to use one set of gear, so I can't really have both going at once, which is obviously a problem. It's why I'm a little bit of a slow starter, but then I kind of grow into the server as the efficiencies start to pay dividends, and as the efficiencies start to pay dividends and everyone else has run out of stamina, basically. It's because I'm kind of slow and methodical with everything, but I will normally end up with a good production score at the end. So everyone geared up, just double checking we are. Is everyone trooped up? They should be, because they've been sat here for ages. Yep. Right, I think we'll go, do we go straight to a 40 is the question. I think we might do 130 and then do a 40. So let's find another nice easy one. I don't even think we need to check 30 power tiles, I'm going to be honest. Yeah, no, nothing to worry about. So I should get this without any issue. I'm actually going to, so I don't accidentally send them, I'm actually going to disband Serdan's army. And then, do I create another sweep team? Because I think the more commanders you've got going, usually the better. Who would we have? Probably Radagast as the tank. But then if we're using full troops, there's nothing to stop me using Elrond. And then I might use Witch King for his Nazgul skill, and then just do that. And then send them round to where, all these ones over here, and get them going as well. I think I will do that. And with 3 full formations of troops, that healing from Radagast should be useful. So Elrond, I could either get him upping defense and attack, or I could give everyone dual blows. I think I'll do the dual blows first. Then I'll do the defense and attack. And Witch King, we're going to go straight for Nazguls who want that early round damage. Problem being, both of these are going to want like troop support kind of gear, and we are just using, our backup gear here. Do I have a chest that has Lore of the Arcane? I've got that. Is that my only one? It looks like it. So you're going with that one then, Witch King. I do have a Lore of the Arcane Bone Mask, and actually a Harp of Lothlorien as well, so that's not horrible. Elrond, we just want kind of command on him. I'll probably use this gigantic hammer, because I imagine that gives... Well, actually, a sharp blade with bow actually gives a little bit more. Okay, I'll go with that. Problem is, I think we know we haven't got a lot of sharp blade, because we looked at that earlier. Let's go with this goblin armor, because that should do it. Sharp blade, trapper's hood. Okay, there's plenty of unit attack here that can be done. That's not too bad at all. I'm quite happy with that. And then Radagast is obviously being our secondary healer. Command is probably the best on him here, so we will go with a gigantic hammer. We want focus and command basically, so I think Elven Cloak would be the one. Could go bonus focus and go with the quilted armor, which I think we will do. That's quite a big focus jump. And then that gives again more focus. And then we'll go with the high command of the Miras Reigns. There we go. So we've got another sweep team on the go. See, they're not losing many, fighting off these terrible mob levels. Meanwhile, Frodo and Sam took that 30 power tile. Took it first hit. Still losing quite a lot. I'm quite surprised Frodo and Sam isn't tanking better than, you know, that well. I thought they'd tank a hell of a lot better than that. But, oh well, we move. That's still going to be our second formation. We're going to stick with it. The only other alternatives we'd use would be Isildur or maybe even Gandalf the Grey, but I don't see the value in White Council really. That's this soon as much. At least not on Gandalf the Grey. I'm not a huge fan of Gandalf the Grey. Who have we got? Will Home be our ally this season? Donut, are you in Burn, formerly Luna? If so, and we're in the same area, then yes. Kaz, Lord of Imladris, and give him DD gear. I could do, and I would do if I was doing one troop, but I think while I'm using a full formation of full troops, I think I'll get more out of Villiers Ringbearer. I would do this if I was one trooping though. Use him as a kind of de facto damage dealer. Just Gaming Chris, hello. I assume you're Chris from Darm. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for tuning in, and your fellowship seems to be doing really well so far. Were top last time I checked, so yeah, right up there with 24k, doing very, very well. We still haven't got enough of these little healing potions for everyone, which is a little bit frustrating. We have got those 150 knights I can see, that's quite nice. I think I need a couple more maybe. So we're actually going to favourite knights, they're always at the top. Let's check another. Let's get another 100 going. I don't know how many we're going to lose when we start taking 90s. The only thing, I don't want to be sat here waiting for troops to conscript all the time, though that could be a little bit inefficient resource wise. Building, we could build various things, but I don't think we need to. The only things I'm kind of interested in, I suppose maybe main hall and barracks, so we get closer to this here that little bit sooner. Maybe that's the option we go with. In fact, I think that is the option we go with. We still need more stone, and I'm just a little bit concerned that, of course, we're not going to get a huge amount of stone until we get to ring level 10. And, of course, unlock gather. So I think we're going to have to keep using the market here. I'm always a little bit reticent to use the market because I don't want to waste all the resource we might need somewhere for troops. And, of course, we're miles off the stone target here, so we're not going to have this anytime soon. Needn't have sped through. I don't think we need barracks because we're focusing on main hall, so actually, yeah, we don't need to build anything at all. We just got to let everything chug along. We have only got 15 tiles, so we probably should get a move on and start taking some tiles. No wonder we don't have any resources when we're just sitting here with 15 tiles. Okay, we're saying now I'm in Darm, aka Dark from last season. Yeah, welcome. Was hoping to be allies since you guys are the nicest people we've met. I wasn't naming my fellowship. Yeah, I'm in home, Chris. Whether we're allied or not, you never know. There is no discussion pre-server. You have to just kind of see how everything folds out. You know, it can't always be the case we're all the strongest ally together, etc. So let's just kind of see how everything folds out. It's a nice easy tile. I think Frodo and Sam should be able to take with no issue. Troops are healed up, so let's go. Right, sweeping over here. Look how many of these level 6 mobs there are. Surely we got to be able to get... Did he lose loads of... No, he didn't. He leveled up. I was thinking, did Isildur lose loads of troops? But actually, no, he just... it looks like he's got a wider gap between full and how many troops he has because he leveled up. So that gap has extended. Have we got any more tips? Looks like we might have got one. We do have a 5,000 more stone tip, and this is why we're doing it. This is why we're sweeping those very low level mobs. We could of course use these to sweep level 10 mobs, get more experience, and then those guys can take more tiles later on. But for now, we're going to sweep these level 6 mobs. I think when I get their stamina down, so maybe I'll do 1 or 2 more with Gandalf, and then I'll let these guys take over who I'm not really going to do tiles with. But in fact, Gandalf, Shadow and Dwarling could be useful, so I might call them back after this one. But yeah, we're just trying to take as many of these mobs as possible, get that stone number up, and kind of increase the speed at which we can approach that next main hall. So Frodo and Sam drew on that 40. I did expect it. Not a massive amount of loss, thankfully. Both commanders wonderfully and dutifully died. But that'll be fine because they'll be back in 30 seconds. So when the draw shakes out, as I said, 45 seconds. So when the draw shakes out, they'll be back and they'll definitely have enough to take on that last little bit. I've been added as one of the home leaders, which is great. Let's see how everyone's doing within home as well. What have we got? So I've got most of our leaders and people in. So how are we doing for power production? Of course, Sai is still top, as he was top of the server last time we checked. We've got CC as well. Thor Anderson is up there. We've got Skeletor as well, who you saw spamming the chat with me earlier. Everyone here doing great. You can see there's so many people miles ahead of me here. But we're just hoping that efficiency will start ticking along. Even Amps is ahead of us. Can't allow that. You know, eat more bacon. I love that username. That's a great username. Really love your stream. Thank you for tuning in, and thank you to everyone else who's tuned in as well. Always definitely appreciated. Just came with Chris. Oh, you're an Axed. Oh, sorry, I thought you were Chris, the leader of Darm. That's my mistake. So, but welcome to the stream. Do also gear tavern tip for PvE buff or resource buff for 30 minutes. So there's a reason I'm leaving this, Kaz, and it's for that exact reason. When you complete these, you do get a buff of some form, so it could be increased grain for 30 minutes, increased ore for 30 minutes, but it can also be say 6 or 7% increased defense for your troops for 30 minutes. So actually I save this till right towards the end of my first 24 hours. Reason being, while I'm taking 130s or 150s, or even if I'm going to try and get a 200 at the end of that 24 hours, that buff could be key to success at getting that high power tile early or taking less loss. I'm not too bothered about getting that buff while I'm taking 30-40 power tiles. And also if it's a resource buff, I don't really want a resource buff when I'm only getting 2,000 resources. I'd rather it was when I was getting 10,000. Definitely more beneficial. So that's the plan. Yeah, I don't think 20% more stone will really help with our bottleneck. Realistically, it's not going to get us out of it. We need 120k stone to get the next main hall. So 20% more for 30 minutes is not going to make the difference. But that's kind of the logic behind why I'm waiting. Basically, I'm not just sitting here forgetting about it. I am deliberately waiting for it. Radagast, absolutely. Look how much Isildur is losing on these level 6 tiles. He's actually losing loads of troops, whereas Radagast is just an absolute healing monster. So yeah, if you're looking for PvE early season, if you have a Radagast, particularly if you have him Respect 3, he probably should be in your main team for early season farming. Unfortunately, we've only got him Respect 1, so we're using him in our sweep team, but he is just ridiculously good for PvE. So whilst Isildur goes around massacring, admittedly kind of pointless troops that we don't really care about, he is undoubtedly still massacring them. But yeah, Radagast is just absolutely brilliant for that task. Come on, draws. It's the only problem with this method is you do get a lot of draws, so it is a very, very slow start. We have Cull Bulba taking 90s already. So we were talking about how he should start yesterday, and he's gone for the shield bearer. I still think the shield bearer probably is the best starting troop, as it does just defensively it's great. As you can see, 41 defense, HP it's great with 36, and this shielding buff. I do think it's probably the best starting troop. The amount of resources I had to expend to get my knights was pretty huge. I just want to test that kind of counter buff, but I do think I do think Shield Bearer, probably for most people, and going Dwarven style is the best for the first 24 hours. But yeah, we're not doing too bad so far. Slowly but surely. It's the amount of stamina we've got left on everyone else that's great. And noting that, of course, we are getting a little bit close to having that max stamina on everyone. So when Gandalf comes back, I think I'm going to reform my Sirdan formation and get some of those marching one by one on high power tiles. Whether I do 60s or 90s, probably 60s. And just use that to then use up one stamina on each of these in turn, basically. Because they are getting very close to full stamina. Cool, that's another tile taken by Frodo and Sam. Still chugging through the season pass. Not great rewards from the season pass anymore. If anyone hasn't seen my video on it, check out my channel. But I just don't think the season pass is that great anymore. I feel like it was a little bit of a low shot putting stamina tinctures in there, because now you have to buy it if you want to be competitive in your first 24 hours. Whereas actually, from what's in there for value for money, I probably would not have bought it if it wasn't for the stamina tinctures. Unfortunately. But you have to if you want to get to this high level, because of course I do still have, you know, a ton of stamina tinctures here I can use. I can also use them on that Sirdan formation as well, but I'll definitely be using one on my mains, these main 4 once they're leveled up, and whether I use the other 4 during the first 24 hours on potentially like my second formation, waits to be seen. Potentially I will. It depends how close or far away I am from that top spot, whether I need the stamina. God, talking so much is giving me a bit of a raw throat. Too much of my own voice the whole time. We have been going over 2 hours already, which is pretty crazy how quick that's gone. Doggo has also gone to sleep on the floor, which is good, so no more barking in the background. They ruined the basic battle pass for free-to-play players. I got 35 Mathams from basic last season, and this season you only get 2. 100% correct. Yeah, that's completely what I said in my video, in that I think they have really... Yeah, this battle pass is horrendous. It might save you some gems with speed-ups if you're a free-to-play player, but if you're a free-to-play player, you tend not to speed things up anyway. So actually giving you speed-ups is, if anything, a bit of a spit in the face. The amount of gems and Mathams you lose from this battle pass compared to the previous is crazy. If you're if you're a low spend player who basically only buys the season pass, your account's not really going to grow anymore, whereas previously it would have done, which is really, really disappointing. As free to play players are like the heartbeat of this game, you still have to have a free to play contingent. You can't just have people who spend, because if people who spend, suddenly everyone's spending, you know, then there's not that much fun, because they're only going to be hitting other spenders. Whereas part of the fun, I guess, I'd guess if someone's a really big spender, is got to be absolutely whitewashing people, and you're not going to get that. You're not going to get that whitewash if everyone is spending. But there you go. And free to play won't have fun if, you know, they are getting battered continually. Right. Pause Frodo and Sam for a moment while we do our stamina usage on all our main team. Probably should have started this a little sooner, as we're at risk of not having enough time to do all of them before they hit max, but it's not the end of the world. What am I looking for? Warcry. Warcry, 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 and Warcry. And then Dane will have the might set. Right, next 60 power tower. Did we have one more down here that I thought was easy? I think we do. I'm hoping no draw on this. Isildur is still losing a ton of troops on these really rubbish tiles. It's quite impressive. It's not really great in this tank roll at the minute. For now, for FTPs, the only worth thing is the monthly pack. You're completely right. If I was free to play, I wouldn't buy the season pass. I would instead be buying this monthly bundle. Which some people might have done, but the thing is that was already available, so low spenders might have done those both anyway because they were the two best value things. So now you've only got one route to Mathams rather than two. But we'll see. Yeah, the other thing I don't like is the battle pass it forces you Falcon items, and the worst thing is they're these stupid manuscript things they've brought in. If it was Falcon respect items, at the very least you could trade them back in at the Madam store to get other commanders' respect items. So like I've got LOTR respect 8, I could trade them in and increase LOTR's respect. But I can't, I've got these Falcon manuscripts. And once you get to respect 10 with Falcon, those manuscripts are absolutely pointless. There's nothing you can do with them. You can't trade them in for more respect of other commanders. You can't apply them to Falcon until you ascend him, and to ascend him you need an enormous number of items, including Falcon's respect items, which the manuscripts don't do. So I just think the change to forcing you to have Falcon is just absolutely ridiculous as well. I'm very, very critical of this battle pass. I do think it's one of the worst changes they've made. But anyway, Serdan on this march. Another lovely draw, unfortunately. Of course, that will be a low loss draw, which will come out, and we will get it. Dane at level 9 did nearly as much damage as LOTR. Just shows how OP Dane is. Serdan's hitting level 15. LOTR at 14. Okay, I would like to get him up to respect 10, but it's 23 items, and I don't think I have an easy way to get to that, because all these chests don't give LOTR's respect item. Still got all these resource speed ups, which we're going to kind of hold for now. We're going to look to use, if we want to get maximum impact in the first 24 hours, we're going to look to use them about 13 hours into the server. Lots of respect items, but again, not many tier 2s that I can trade. And I've got all these stupid invitations that I can't do anything with because I haven't got the stuff to ascend the commanders. So yeah, not ideal. Thankfully, I can make use of the Falcon manuscripts at the minute, as I don't have him R10. But you know, overall, I still see it as a loss. Radagast, and then Troop Destroyer Isildur. Just mad how much he's losing every time. Oh well. Meanwhile, I think the combination of Elrond's dual blows and a little bit of extra defense for men, combined with Radagast's healing, is actually making him the most ridiculous sweeper. I wasn't expecting him to do that well, I'm going to be honest, but there we go. Bad for us, smart for the devs. Exactly. That's what those manuscripts were for. They were to hold nearly zero value, but so the devs could say, "Here we go, we've given you something." It's just filler. It's just more. The whole season pass is just filler nonsense. The only things you want are maybe stamina tinctures, hammers, the gold gear you get midway through, gems, mathams. But the gems and mathams aren't there anymore, so the rest is just filler. Filler. It's good if you're in Season 1. If you're in Season 1, this purple gear is amazing. If you're not in Season 1, rubbish. The hammers are great. I like the hammers. I don't like they've changed the item to the Dawn. The fine smoking pipe was almost usable, so that had to be changed to a weapon that's nowhere near the meta. They could at least have made it, you know, fairly in line with the meta. Although this might change. I should say that in PvE, command does appear to be useful, so actually the Dawn might be a very usable weapon. So I will say that much. I don't think it'd be meta, but it'd be that kind of level below the command meta. But for now, as they've got Falgin, say, a dwarf running all the way through, why not make it a dwarven weapon? I'm not saying Axe of Khazad Doom, but why not one of the other kind of dwarf-based lore weapons? So we've got various weapons here. Why not make it the Hammer of Moria? If you've got Falgin all the way through, why not make Hammer of Moria the weapon to stick with the theme? Or a Mithril Vest. Anything. I know Mithril Vest rubbish as well, but just something that sticks with Durin's Plate. Durin's Plate would be great. Just have that running through all the way. And then have the Season Pass rotate every month. So you have Falgin once, then you have Lothar the next one, and with Lothar comes the Morgul Blade, and then the next season after that you have another tier 2. You might have Theoden, for example, and then you'll swap up his gear for something lore related to Theoden. The Reach of the Riddermark, for example. That's what I think they should do with it. But we all know it's going to stick with Falgin for 6 months. I have no faith that it's going to change. God, there's loads of these level 6 mobs down here. We are going to feast on these. Surely we've got more of those tips. 2 more. So this is why we're doing them. It's just so good. 10k more stone. That's a gather. So that's a ring point that we've just saved by doing that, which is awesome. How do they make the game worse? They make it worse for free to play, I will say. I actually don't mind 2.0 too much. I do enjoy it, and I do think the game needed a bit of a freshen up. It was always going to be a little bit jarring. The problem more with 2.0 was not enough respect refunds, and you couldn't refund down to 0, so it didn't allow people to properly sort their accounts out. And same with hammers, I suppose, as well. But also the fact that free-to-play players were expected to have 4 commanders fully geared, whereas previously they would have used 1 or 2. But actually, gameplay-wise, I don't mind 2.0. That might be controversial. Right, let's chuck King of Men in here now. Right, what do we got over here? Sorry, Faust, we're coming over by you. Because I want ore more than I want grain. Faramir I'm not a huge fan of. Ori Shield Bearer. That's perfect. That's what I'm looking for. Have to wait for HP to come back before I can do that. So let's go back to our sweep team, see how they're doing. Let's have a look through World Chat. Actually, that's one thing we haven't done so far. We haven't had a scan through the rest of World Chat. Seen who's in here. There's various people. I don't know how many people are talking, but hopefully there's some battle reports or something fun. Talking through Rings of Power, I assume. Something I haven't actually watched, which might be a criminal statement. I've watched about 2 episodes and I thought it was quite dull, so I didn't watch. Not Sauron is sharing a report of using Frodo and Sam to take down a 15 power tile. Normal. Leteshnek taking 30 power tiles using Sildar, respect 9, Gandalf the White, respect 10, and Dane Ironfoot, respect 5. Decent go though. Atzor from Mine, someone who we came face to face with quite a few times last season, using a Sharp Point Bayorn, which is very, very nice. Might end up on the too high side of attack once fully leveled, but we'll see. Dane with a nice Fortitude set. Lovely gear as well. Good Palantir with 8 damage. Nice Khazad Doom. Jealous of the Palantir. I've only ever had 1 Palantir, so I'm still sat at 5/5 damage, which is really quite limiting for my Dane. And then using this quite quick Gandalf the White as well. Lovely. No World Trap drama. There's not going to be first day of the season, I don't think, but we love a little bit of drams. Sildar, what's he got left? 103 troops. Come on then, let's come kill him. She does have a real talent for. Hopefully that'll help now. 5 unit defense. And has Serdan's formation healed up yet? Still no. Hurry up. In fact, I need to switch that to King of Men as well, don't I? Might as well do his gear while we're here. Max, min. Swap the gear over. We are going to end up with max stam, I think, on Gandalf the White and Sauron before we get round to swapping them. My only worry is that Círdan is currently tanking, and I don't really want to swap Gandalf the White in to be the tank, because he's only level 6, so he's not going to be able to take the damage. So I might have to run Gandalf the White with 1 damage dealer. We'll see. Right, let's swap this might set over. My eventual plan, for those who haven't watched my Commander Changes video, is actually to change this Blazing Tongue to Warcry and use it with the Warcry set that I have on LOTR, and then swap the Axe of Khazad-dûm to use this Perseverance set. Reason being is that I need quite a few hammers, but I can actually form a pretty decent Perseverance set. Obviously I have the Axe of Khazad-dûm with Perseverance in the bag. I do have, within this Drums of Barad-dûr refinement, I do actually have a Perseverance drums as well, so I've got a good accessory for that set. And equally, I think within one of these helms, there we go, I have a Perseverance Cask of Pride as well. So yeah, it'd be nice to pull that out, get that set going, and then I will obviously have to use a scale mail with Perseverance, but it doesn't bother me too much. Do I use King of Men with healing early season? No, I use him just pure damage. Warcry is not great, not bad. Yeah, I agree with you. It's good for this early season farming, I think, where you get that extra damage in the first few rounds, doing one troop method, but it's otherwise not great. It's kind of it's pretty average. But I can't really get a lot of sets. I don't have the gear to do a lot of sets, and I'd rather have a Warcry set than no set at all, essentially. If I can still get Dane above that 200 to 210 sort of attack mark and have Warcry, then that's the decision I'll make. And the other reason I want to swap it over is actually the Blazing Tongue is, on average, my better damage weapon as it's fully refined. That 10 to 30 damage versus 11 to 24, so I want to use my highest average damage on Dane possible. That being said, I could end up going through this using a ton of hammers, and then all the meta changes, and I need command gear again, which is what I've only just managed to get out of. But we shall see. We're marching miles away now, taking all these mobs out, but oh well. Right, what have we got? Has everyone healed up? You've got to be healed up by now, surely. Surely. For some reason King of Men's not healed, and he's just been sat in my keep, so I'm not sure why that is. Maybe you have to have them in formation for them to heal, which is stupid, if so. And that makes me worry a little bit about my Sauron. Still haven't reset these either, the ones we don't want to hit. But I think we did find one we did want to hit, this Ori. Still not healed, nearly there. Just sitting waiting for that heal. Come on. Seconds, if that. I know it looks pedantic when he's so close to full to be sat waiting, but the thing is that could be the difference between a couple of hundred damage. There we go. Especially when he's only got one troop, so you're reliant on that HP. Still wonder why some people play Beorn with Warcry. Yeah, bizarre. Absolutely bizarre, because Beorn's damage all comes later rounds after his shapeshift. Well, mainly late rounds after his shapeshift. So running Warcry on him is a travesty. But again, it's probably that decision between having no set or a set. And if you can get the same results, but get the set as well, it's still going to be a little bit of a boost, even if it's not the ideal set. Lots of people logging in this morning. Various people chatting through. What have we got in reports? Whew. Cole's thinking about 130s already on his 90s, and we haven't even started leveling our main team yet. But no, he does have a fantastic formation, so I'm not surprised by that. We are miles away from our keep doing these sweeps now. We're actually somehow in the top 100 still as well. We've only taken about 15 tiles in total in 2.5 hours. And somehow we're still in the top 100. This efficiency, though, will pay off, as I said, in a few hours' time when we start using that main team fully. Because when we're using them now, see, this is going to get them up to level, 9? And they're still at full stamina. When they start really going, they're going to absolutely fly. And we'll have... This might be the difference between taking 130 with them and taking 10. So we have got a draw, and again it's a near no loss draw. King of Men, as we expected, died. LOTR did not, so it should be an easy take here. Again, it's just waiting that 4.5 minutes. That's what's costing us in the minute, is every tile we take, we have to wait 5 minutes to do it, and it's infuriating. I'm half tempted to get that, like a seal door team, pull him back and just use him as, you know, a tile finisher and just send him, or even just creating an army of just absolute junk and using that as a tile finisher just to save myself the 5 minutes. Obviously it'll cost, the only thing it does mean is it'll cost Serdan and LOTR, or whoever's still alive, that little bit extra experience. In fact, not LOTR, sorry, Serdan, because he's the only one with troops. It'll cost him that little bit of experience, but I think I'd rather save my own time. So I might do that. I might call a seal door back and just create a last finish formation. Just 3 damage dealers, probably 1 troop on each. Oh no, I can't do that obviously, yeah. I'll use this as seal door formation because he's got a couple of levels in him. Once he's done this sweep, Radagast has still only lost like 40 worth of troops in the whole time sweeping, which is about 5 times less than... Well, it's more than that. It's a lot less than a seal door. It's quite fun to watch, actually. And all these sweep teams are starting to overlevel my Frodo Sam team because I'm still not using them at the minute. That's how far away we are. 6 minutes away on a recall. Right, let's go then. Yeah, I think we're going to do that. We'll one troop these, and then we can then send them to occupy that tile. I'll quickly do this as a test. I'm not going to recall Serdan. I just want to test if they can. I know it's only got 90 left on it, but I just want to test if they can take it. Because if they can't and I cancel my draw, I'll then have to use more stamina to send to someone else, or I might time out and not get the tile at all, which is what I'd want to avoid doing. So next up we'll then take one of these with Sauron on it. And then same again, obviously with Gandalf the White, use up their stamina. And then we'll go back to the Frodo and Sam formation and get them taking a couple of 40s. Pretty sure we are taking tiles right next to Faust's Keep here, which is... Apologies, Faust, if you're still watching. But I'll be dropping them reasonably quickly as well. What do we got? Ysera is good, not great, but she is using she has a Law of the Arcane set, which won't benefit, so we will go for that. Hergon I don't like, so I will skip that one. Ysera with Lord of the Arcane again, that's fine. Gorbag, Flay I'm not massively enamoured by, as well as the Pikeman, but I still think Gorbag's okay. Ori is almost always okay unless he's using trolls, which he isn't. Warcry set's a little bit annoying. And then Haldir with trolls I definitely won't be touching. Right, let's see how this one Trooper Seal Door does for finishing off this tile. They're not going to be none of these commanders are going to be used for taking tiles anyway, so I don't mind burning up their stamina on something pointless. Awesome. Okay, that's good to know. I wonder at what point I can push that to. Probably not more than about 150 maybe. Did get some levels up in them though, which is quite nice. Cool, so that's King of Men down to 280, Dane down to 280, and I now need to use Gandalf the White and Sauron as well. It's tempting to do 2 tiles with King of Men, I'm not going to lie, just to... And same with Gandalf and Sauron, just so I don't have to worry about them again for another, 2 hours. Oh, this is the worst bit though. Is the sitting and waiting for them to get HP back. Right, we're going to have to get Frodo and Sam going at the same time, because this is going to do my head in otherwise. Right. Stone, 40 power stone. Did we find one we liked? I can't remember if we scanned all of these. I know we would have scanned the closest ones. Don't know if we need to scan, to be honest. But that's fine. Right, Frodo and Sam are a go. And now I need to do a quick gear swap. Yeah, the gear swaps are going to get really, really tiresome. Apologies. It is annoyingly an annoying part of the game that I'm not a huge fan of, but we have to do what we have to do. I am probably going to break for lunch in about half an hour to an hour, just to give everyone the heads up. I will potentially come back. I'll have to take the dog out in the afternoon as well, so I might come back in a couple hours time. I will keep farming in that time. Still haven't shown anyone anything higher than a 60 power tile, which is a little bit disappointing. So maybe I should wait till I get to a 90 or a 130. Give it, yeah, maybe I'll wait till like 1ish. Keep going for a couple more hours. Who's on the list nearby? Not many people I recognise, but there's a few people who are on pretty decent power levels. Yeah, people are starting to spawn in, which is nice. Still only got 55 members at the minute though, so we're still waiting for quite a few. Slip back down to second, maybe because of that 55 members. I mean, Dark got 70, yeah, so 15 members are just pushing them over the hill. Yeah, we seem to be a little bit slow today. King of Men is back healed. Just to double check. Yep. Send him to the next one, I think. Just check how long Frodo and Sam's marches are, because I might be able to get another one out of them without swapping their gear first. No, they're low HP. Okey-doke. Oh, I just sent again with King of Men, didn't I? Oh well, I did say I was considering that, but yeah, I forgot to swap him out for Sauron again off the white. I wasn't actually going to send him a second time. Oh well, we move. Not the end of the world. Where's this helm? There it is. We just keep chugging along, using the stamina. At some point, we are going to swap, of course, over to our main team, and at that point, our production will explode. The only hold up at the minute, of course, is only taking 60s, is that our ring power is not growing, which means we're not getting gather sooner, which means we're not getting our main hall sooner and not getting 4 command. It's all knock on by the fact we're going a little bit too slow at the minute. But we will speed up shortly. We will chuck our main team, well, this kind of secondary main team of LOTR, Lurtz, Círdan, and get them taking 90 soon and kind of get going. And then we'll start using our main team after that. Right, what's it? This one here, and then unit defense, and then LOTR needs the Warcry set. But I really appreciate everyone who's been here for the majority of this stream. I know there's quite a few people who've been here, a long old while, so I appreciate everyone who's logged in and is actively watching me. So yeah, everyone here, massive appreciation for all of you. 21 people at the moment. I think that's probably my best on a stream, and I haven't streamed in months, or maybe even over a year. So I appreciate everyone showing up and continuing to give me that support. If you are enjoying it though, please drop a like on it, and this will help it get put out to everyone else. It'll obviously help the video as a result at the end as well. So yeah, any likes are appreciated. And if you want to see more of my content coming up in future, if you could hit the sub button, again, something else that's massively appreciated by me, always will be. LT is working, then he'll start. I know the season literally just started, but based off the teams in this season, who do you think will come out on top? It's a tough one. I do think home has a very strong chance of coming out on top. If I had to answer, where I think we are, I think there's a strong chance that my team could come out on top. But I'm not going to count my chickens before they've hatched. There's so many things that can change in the server. That last season we played Kiri. Our Arnor was the strongest faction. At one point it looked like Lothlorien were dead and buried, and it came back and Lothlorien ended up winning, and we obviously got the 2-on-1 pylon. So you can never tell how seasons are going to go, because there's so many things that can change during it. So yeah, we're not going to take anything for granted, put it that way. Right, let's swap these around. I'm actually going to chuck Lurtz in for Lothar, because we've used quite a bit of Lothar's stem, and we're going to chuck Gandalf the White in as well. Oops. Cool, and they should therefore be pretty much fully healed. Serdan's lost a little bit, but I don't think that matters. I don't think I mind Serdan having lost a little bit of HP, as he's not going to be using his HP anyway, because he's the tank commander. Right, next one. Need to swap this gear around, so we need to get focus gear back on Gandalf the White, of course. Where's his pipe? There it is. Focus gear back on Gandalf the White. Serdan's of course got his command gear, and then Lurtz needs Lothar's damage gear. So whether I give the Warcry on the Might set, I think I'm going to go with the Warcry set just because it gives a bit more attack. Just keep chugging along, one by one. So that then uses a bit of stam on Gandalf the White. And then we can do the same with Sauron, and then not worry again for another hour, or until we decide to use them in our main team. Welcome, Putra Pratama. Thank you for stopping in. I assume you're asking, do I have any suggestions for evil side RP commanders? There's plenty that I'm using now. Evil side, Sauron obviously will always be your kind of main staple. Lurtz is always a great choice, particularly if he's ascended. His unique is excellent, so I would use Lurtz. It depends how much you're willing to spend. Scalhelm is brilliant if you're willing to spend and get a unique, highly refined. If not, someone like Sestaro can also be brilliant. And then last, I'd use Witch King for the Witch King's R5. I think that's probably your second best load of support, is Lord of Minas Morgul. So that's what I'd go with. Kaz says Scal, Sauron, Lurtz, Witch King. So yeah, agrees with what I said. Of course, Witch King does have those like stuns as well. Just ticking by. We've still got lovely Radagast just doing this mob sweeping, losing near nothing. Oh, what did I click? Losing nearly nothing every time. We do have another draw with our main team, so we're going to use this Sealed formation just to save ourselves some time. And we know full well that that's going to take that because there's nearly no troops left on that. So this order will take that, no issues. Next up on the sweeping journey around the map of my Radagast. Where is he now? All the way up here. Serdan's hit level 17. Of course, if I wanted to level him up and get him leveled up quicker, I would have started 90s with him ages ago, but at the minute he's just being used as fodder to get everyone else's stamina saved. I think I might actually swap Serdan out for Sauron and try Sauron as the tank here. Even on the 60. Might lose a few troops, but commit. Just because we're using a lot of stam Serdan, I do want to take some 90s pretty soon, so I want those 4 marches. I'm very tempted as well on Serdan to use one of my 8 stam tinctures. Really tempted. Pyro's up and running. He'll be up there at the top pretty soon. He's got such a good formation. Zenith 13 Gil-galad here. Sharp point set. High command. Very high unit attack. Strong Gil-galad. Someone I think will benefit massively if the changes from PBE come in. Pyro will definitely be one of them. Z5 Dane here. Strong again. Pretty close to fully refined on his axe and his Palantir. And then Z3 Galadriel as well. Needs to get his unique going on the Galadriel. Definitely makes a big difference with her healing. Right, Serdan. So, I think what we're going to do here is we're going to chuck Sauron actually at the front with full troops. I'm just so worried that he's going to die. And if he dies, I'll lose the tile. But my failures are funny, so I will keep trying to amuse. If needs be, we can just send Frodo and Sam's formation to take the tile anyway. Nice, Isildur's taken that. Just waiting for that last bit of HP on Lurtz, and then we'll go again. So we actually have found a use for this Isildur formation. It's just giving that final love tap to finish off. Still got 200 stamina on this Radagast. It's quite fun actually. It's just been sweeping all day, and because it only takes 10 stam, he's actually just bottering round, picking up that little bit for us every time, because we're not getting any grain anymore, which is a little bit of a shame. We're not keeping up those resources, but we are giving fellowship contribution, so we are levelling up our fellowship and also getting that little bit of experience, little bit here and there that's useful. Levels him up, so maybe if we decide to try and take a tile with him later on, we can. And there's almost no downside to this at the minute, because as you can see, we're losing no troops. And of course, the main benefit being that we get these lovely stone speed ups that we adore. So that's now 15k worth of speed ups, 25k in total over the last couple of hours. You know, 25k extra stone, that's huge. Especially when I'm only producing 5k an hour. 5 hours extra worth of stone, or several ring points worth of gathers. These sweeps are the thing keeping us running at the minute. Right, let's gamble. We love it. We love a gamble. Might fail, might not. Let's do it. Unpin this one as Faust took it, as is completely his prerogative, as I am right next to his keep. So I do not blame him. We are in this horrible spot where we're all crammed in together as well. Horrible, horrible spot. Dwell in with trolls. I couldn't think of any tile I would want to hit less. So 280, 280, 286, 266. We probably should have got them down to like 260. But we might use them as main troops in a minute. In fact, do I take the 90 and use Dane, seeing as he did similar damage to LOTR when we used him, and send him on the 90? Tough choice. I think I might do. Just see. I think we will use him for the 90, and then we can start taking loads of 90s and we can start getting our main team going. Because once Dane's got a couple of levels, he can then start carrying and we can drop out one of the others. I think Serdan will probably get a stamina tincture to be the consistent until Sauron's ready. Our big costing at the minute, of course, being this main hall. So to get out of that, I think we need to get command to level 20. So Serdan gets another pointer towards maybe just with Serdan doing doing the stamina tincture. Yeah, a little bit worried about how this Sauron one's going to go, but we'll see. A little bit worried. We must be miles down in production now. No, we're somehow in 50th. I was thinking we must be miles down because we're not taking things quickly at all. All these top guys must be taking 90s or getting close to 130s, and we're just pottering along with our little stack of 60s and our enormous ore production. The other thing once you get 90s, of course, is that we can start. We'll get a lot more stone production. So it'll all kind of flow all in one go. It's just getting this early base consistent before I do so. Oh, we did lose. Oh, we did lose quite badly. Go, 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 Frodo and Sam. I was worried about that happening, so quite rightly so. Doesn't matter, Frodo and Sam will take the tile. Did still use the stamina on Sauron and did still get couple of levels up, so it's definitely not wasted. I did think the problem is Serdan, I think, was carrying that last formation. You know, swapping out a level 17 for a level 6 is never going to be a great idea. But no, still doing okay. So it'll take 2 minutes to get there. Yeah, if he draws, we've always got a sealed door lined up as well. Oh, no wonder he died. Oh, brilliant from me. He's done it again. That's why they failed. It was because I didn't do the gear switcheroo once again. Faust to share the same fate as you 3 seasons ago, stealing all the 200s nearest base. I have no idea what you're talking about. I would never do a thing like that. Right, before I make the same mistake twice, let's get a gear swap and stop getting distracted. Oh, this is the problem with this stupid gear swapping and not having an easy loadout, like gear loadout system, is the swapping just gets so tiresome, so I always forget it. And it costs me as a result. But we move. At least now I've got the gear on Frodo and Sam, so I can then kind of keep using them. Keep using them for a couple of tiles, or do I just swap main team and go for that 90? I think I might have to go for the 90. Let's chuck Serdan in here. I think that might be the team I go take the 90 with. But instead with knights here and then one troop here of those. I need another army slot just so I can chuck in those commanders that are low HP and give them a chance to, you know, replenish. Because they're not regenerating HP in my keep, I don't think. Which I'm quite surprised about. Cool, there's the 60 taken and leveled all of those up. Yeah, Serdan, Lurtz, Dane, I think I will take the 90 with and see how it goes. Because Dane's at max stam, so if I can start taking those big towers with them, it'll make a real difference. Up to 45th. We're still staying pretty close to the top, even with this really slow, methodical progress. Yeah, kind of little by little getting going. Keep my stone factory going. This is the only thing that's keeping us kind of close to everyone else, I think, is actually this sweeping. Just need to get Lurtz back, and then I think we can do that. But until then, we will do one more with Frodo and Sam, I think. Did I just put all of those on Serdan's army? Yes, I did. They're injured as well, though. That's the only thing. I want to take one more tile with Frodo and Sam before I do this 90. Mainly because I'm worried and I'm running from it out of fear. I don't know how easy or hard it's going to be. I want Frodo and Sam to be leveled up enough that they can take it. Should I fail with Serdan, I want Frodo and Sam to be able to take it. It's a 2-minute march, so it's not, you know, it's not too far away. But yeah, I just need them to be able to take it. I also need to get setting up a. Who am I not using at the minute? I'm not using a Silder at the minute. Let's just for now I'll disband him. Let's find someone random. Gil-galad. One troop. And let's just get him resetting loads of these tiles I don't want to hit. So it's like one right next to our keep, for example. Don't want that. Reset it. And resetting, of course, means hitting the tile so that the army's engaged, and then you just wait the 5-6 minutes for it to expire. And what that'll do is that'll then change up the armies on the tile. So all those tiles I've clairvoyance and decide I don't want anything to do with, they'll go away, and hopefully a better army in its place. Not even sure I'm going to put gear on Gil-galad. I don't want it to do any damage, so. Or not bothered if it does damage. So yeah, lost that Haldir. And then in 40 seconds can do it all over again, and we can get a new stack of 60 tiles ready for us to hit. I think we scouted that one. God, there really is a dearth of 60 power tiles around here. This is ridiculous. We've now got Jamba spawning near us as well, who's going to block up all of this pretty quickly. It's just a ridiculously long march away that I can't really be bothered with. Don't want that one anyway. Oh right, Frodo and Sam's in the bin. Until we've reset those 60 power tiles, Frodo and Sam's in the bin. We are going to go for it. So we know we're going to counter. We've got knights on. Need to make sure we put gear on, and then I think we should be good for this 90 with only level 10 Dane. That's the only thing I'm worried about, is that I don't think level 10 Dane is going to do enough here. we're kind of swinging for the hills here and praying. But if it works, it will be a huge amount of experience for everyone, but particularly for Dane at such a low level. I think it will make a real difference. I'm relying on alerts here to somewhat carry the damage as well. We haven't fully refined this chest either, so we're kind of playing him with one hand behind his back. I don't actually have 2 more of these. Oh, I do, but I have to take Witch Kings off. Let's get his gear done first. Witch King. Do I have anything else that has Law of the Arcane? No. Is the answer. We'll leave that for now. Fingers crossed then, everyone. GC, hi, good luck. Thank you. Kaz, Lord Tyrannus is online. Is he gonna run past me now? Kiri, seeing Weeble 1-tap 90s, so it won't be long for 130s. No, I don't think it will either. We'll see a lot too. The only difference with 130s is oh, easy peasy. Wow, that was so much easier than I expected. I mean, the counter, I think this clairvoyance and using the counter system really is starting to pay dividends at this point. There's no way we do that without the counter buff. No way. Both commanders still alive. Dane hasn't died. 18k is not bad from a level 10 either. In fact, that's just Boromir up. Could I just 1-tap that with... Oh, I should have kept the seal door up. No, we'll be patient. We'll wait the 5 minutes. But we are now going to start just smashing 90s, I think. Get Dane leveled up till he's, 15, 16. Then we'll chuck probably King of Men in for Lurtz. And then we'll try Sauron. We'll give it a go. But that's nice to know that we can just smash 90s. That was basically a 1-tap there. There's only the tiniest amount of HP left. Yeah, 50% HP on Boromir, no troops. And we lost nearly nothing. So I think now we want our tiles to highlight 60s and 90s. So we can start clairvoyancing everything and finding the tile that we want. So I think clairvoyance is also worth at the minute. For what I'm doing anyway, this kind of counter method, if you're going to use this, I think clairvoyance is probably worth that 1 ring skill I've used on it. Because otherwise the way I'd scout was I'd send 1 troop on a commander to hit the army, work out what it is, and then send my army. The problem is that 6-minute timer has already started ticking, so I wouldn't have time for a draw. I'd have to make the tile. So I think clairvoyance is coming clutch here. Oh, I already did all these, didn't I? And I decided all of them were heinous. Yeah, I'm not a fan of these Airwinds with... The only problem is the troop. I don't like this spear barrage skill against our mounted units. I think it'll mean we'll lose a hell of a lot. Whereas with Boromir, these shield bearers don't do any damage. I might even reset all these. $90 wood. There's loads of 90 stone down here. I'd rather prioritise stone than wood, as obviously that's our bottleneck at the minute. The main thing we need to do is increase our power, because we're nowhere near ring level 10 and our power's been low for a while. Anyone with trolls, ugh. So I'm not a fan of Faramir because this incursion skill does quite a lot of damage actually, and he's got the flay set, so I'm going to dodge that one as well. And then we've got Ugthak as well. Jeez, we are not getting what we want here. Right, we've got some wood tiles. I'll take them if I have to. I don't appear to be given a lot of choice at the minute. It's annoying I'm limited how many armies I can have. Like, just let me create a load of, tile reset armies. In fact, I might do that. I'm going to disband Frodo and Sam for now. And I'll bring them back when I need more tiles taking. Yeah, I'm just going to throw more commanders I'm not going to use. With 1 troop on them. I should probably use those rather than those mounted troops. And just go around resetting all these tiles. 40 seconds, he can go again. I'm wondering if with healing... Oh no, that skill's not quite as good. I was about to say with healing becoming a little bit better in my opinion. At least that's what we're seeing with our sweeping with Radagast. I wonder if Arwen's pretty good, but actually her healing skills are so much worse in 2.0 than they were in Classic. 30 seconds and we get Sirdan back, and Dane will probably hit 2 or 3 maybe of these. I'll probably tincture Sirdan, I think. So then we can use King of Men for a little bit with Sirdan. Then once both these two are leveled up, then I'll chuck Sauron in there over Sirdan as the tank. I think that's a pretty big gamble though, because I don't know how well Sirdan's going to tank. Cool, start getting some of this stone flowing in from these tips, which is great. We still need 120k, which is just ridiculous. Oh, archers and reapers. I don't like evasive action, but... Oh, I'm not a fan of that stun either, but oh well, that's not horrendous. Better than commander damage. Don't mind that Gorbag. I don't like Agzok, and I especially don't like it with trolls. So let's keep resetting these 90s. Yeah, we'll do one more with these guys. They're going to take a little while to heal regardless. So we'll just keep resetting the tiles we don't want in the meantime. The tips appear to have dried up a little bit for my Radagast sweeping. I'm not getting as many of these stone tiles as I would like. Yeah, the only annoyance, even if I tincture, I don't think I'm going to get Sirdan to level 20 to free up that season, you know, this progression bottleneck. I think the one after this, though, requires me to get a 130 power tile, and that's going to be another sticking point for a little bit. So I'm not in a huge rush. Keep going, Radagast. Keep doing your thing. Why is this menu not going away? There we go. Right, so reset this one. Reset this one. I think I reset this one. I did. Onto this one up here. And now we're just waiting for flipping HP to come back. Yeah, I think those knights did quite well as well in the way that they help Sirdan take very little damage. Hoping they'll do the same thing when I use them on Sauron. Yeah, we are taking a very low amount of damage at the minute, which is pretty great. Not healed yet. It's this waiting. This waiting's killing me. I'm too impatient for this game. At this rate, Radagast is going to be my highest level commander, only defeating level 6s, because he's just the one marching constantly. What level is he? 10. He's going to be 11 soon. Leveling up 600 XP at a time, or whatever it is. I'm quite surprised how well this is actually doing, as in the healing formation, that Radagast actually does heal pretty much every troop loss, which is nuts. I wonder how they do on tiles. I'm not going to try it because I've got my methodology and I'm going to stick to it. But yeah, I bet Respect 3 Radagast full troops would be probably even better than most sport commanders for PvE. Right, next tile to reset. Let's do this one. 20 seconds till we know what's in that tile as well. We have picked this one out as a nice one, and all the others as pretty gruesome. Let's check these two out as well. Though, as I said, I'd rather have stone. We are getting close to full ring points as well. Well, still an hour. But at that point I will use Invigoration again to give some more stam. Trolls, AON, and I'm not a fan of Haldir either. So yeah, I'm not going to be using that anytime soon. Ceradan's formation. Are you fully healed? Yes, you are. Next 90. But you can see where the kind of methodology is coming in that we've used almost no stamina on our main team. Yet they're going to be leveled up quickly and they're going to be able to take 90s. So they should move on to being able to take 130s pretty quickly as well, in theory. We're just kind of it's taken 3 hours to set this up. But yeah, we'll get there. It's just playing that waiting game, sadly. How do we do against this gore bag? Again, not too bad. They did die, but they should, I think, come out of this draw and be able to do enough damage. Why did Lurtz die so quickly? My god. So that's why there's not many troops dead. Lurtz died almost instantly. Oh, actually, no. Maybe, I think that 6k is, I think that stun came in. And Lurtz's formation was stunned. I might even take this with a second formation here. I think I will do that. I think I'll get Frodo and Sam warm back up again. And send them in. In fact, still countering. Send them in to finish this off. Doggo's come to say hello. In fact, rather than gearing these, I should probably just save my own time, and how long's the march? A minute, that's plenty of time. It's a little bit wasted stamina, I suppose, on these guys, but I'd rather that than potentially my other team draws and doesn't take the tile. And then Gimli, you're going to have this Warcry set. I don't even know if this is going to be enough either. Where is it? There it is. I don't even know if this is going to be enough because there's still half of that tile left. So this might not, even with one trooping on Gimli and that, this might not be enough, but it will at least make it more likely that Ceradan, etc. can take it. So we'll see. Anyone new joining in, feel free, if you're new in the chat, feel free to drop a message, say hello. Also, if you're enjoying what you see, please drop a like and please consider subscribing for seeing more of my content in the future. And yeah, thank you all for tuning in as well. I am slowly but surely getting along in my season. I'm creeping up the leaderboard little by little, using this kind of quite efficient method. I'm trying to use Clairvoyance along with tier 2, medium units to basically exploit the counter system to get the most efficient PvE. That's my theory anyway, and it seems to be going okay so far. It's slow setting up, but we're in 30th and we haven't even got our kind of main team really running yet. Still got almost full stamina, so we're doing quite well. Being carried by Ceradan at the moment, who actually is not holding up too badly. I only used him as a test to see if how his healing would do, but actually as a tank he's been pretty great, I think. Let's see on that first draw. How much healing did he actually do? See, 4k of healing. I'm not going to turn my nose up at that, considering he's only healing one formation. Someone like Radagast can achieve higher healing numbers if you have full troops on 3 formations, whereas I've only got it on 1. So Serdan's doing basically everything I can ask of him, I think. Keeping those troops alive. In fact, I probably shouldn't have swapped this back, as they're not going to be able to march for a while because they're going to be injured. But too late now. Wait for them to recover. Dane will go up another level to 14, and I think we'd then be pretty close to being able to drop Lurtz out. In fact, we could try. Will Lurtz level up next one? So he will. So I think I'd say one more 90. Lurtz will go up a level. Then I'll try a formation of Sauron, Gandalf the White, and then level 17 Lurtz. And that should then start getting those two leveled up as well. It'll only be 60s though, not 90s, of course. But I think that's still quite a good system. I'm not sure anyone here is a home player, so I'm not going to accept those. I'll let others who know who's who do that. How are we looking for Commander HP? Not good is the answer. Maxed. Waiting for that HP. Meanwhile, Radagast, the Sweep Lord, will continue. And then I will continue resetting tiles. So I'm just trying to get those 90s to a place where I want to take them. Who we use? We're using Gil-galad, weren't we? Where is he? Screw it, we use Theoden. Actually no, because I don't want that little... I hate it when it's got that indicator that says, you know, you haven't put skill points on your commanders. I absolutely hate that. So the ones I've already got skill points on, I'll chuck in. Right, back to the 90s that are near to my keep. They're the ones that have been reset. 5 minutes has gone by. What have we got? So that one, and then I think it was 3 up here that I've done. No, that one's not fully reset for another 20 seconds, okay. What have we been rewarded with? We've got a Yusra with those pike spearmen again, but I don't mind that too much. I don't like Haldir. This Ori tile is gorgeous. I love this. To be honest, I don't mind that Yusra one. Sharku, but with trolls. No, thank you. Don't mind Sharku. Don't like trolls. Because of course, if I'm using medium units, they counter me. Reset, we have Boromir with trolls. No, thank you. Okie dokie. Right, we've got a couple of tiles now at least that we can hit. When healed, I'll probably take that Ori one first, as that Ori one looked really easy. Get another level into Lurtz, then we'll chuck King of Men into this kind of first formation. We'll chuck Lurtz then over with Sauron and Gandalf the White and get them doing 60s. Then we should be near ready to get a kind of a main formation going and get them leveled up quickly. Yeah, because these guys are getting near full stam again. Lurtz and Serdan run a little bit low. Of course, I can always swap Lurtz out for LOTR as well, so I don't need to use a tank tincture on him. Serdan, though, if I'm going to keep using him as a tank, I probably will use a tincture on him. I've got 8 thanks to the season pass and the purchasable bundle, so nothing to worry about too much. We have just exceeded 1,000 power. Sat in 35th at the minute. Here are you guys at the top on 2,000 power, or at least Sai is near 2,000 power. I think we likely will start jumping up this leaderboard quite quickly now. I think that's likely. Within a couple hours we'll probably be, you know, reasonably close to the top. Yeah, I don't know if we have any more tips. Still got Radagast chugging his way around little by little. We do have one more. So you can see how much stone we're about to get 10k more stone. And we've got another one here as well. It's beautiful. 20k stone currently sat in our amongst all our tips, which is pretty awesome. Yeah, we need 120k sadly for the next main haul to get us going, but you know, still moving. With the tincture, actually, I think Ceradan. So I think it'll be 6 marches to get to level 20. Ooh, I don't think he's going to quite get to level 20. I might also consider. It's got 59 minutes till I get a ring point back. I might also, if he's one march off 20 to unstick that movement, then I will that progression. Then I will probably use an invigoration on him. But I'd rather use it on someone like Dane. I think one of my main team. What happened there? Ceradan and all his troops vanished. 1-1. Are they all healed? Look to be so. Where was that beautiful Ori tile? Off we go. Have I got gear on them? Yes, yes, yes. Good. At some point, sadly, we might even have to swap Radagast and his team out and swap them for another sweep team. It'll probably take about half hour to march all the way around here with how far away Radagast has gone. But yeah, I think so for these level 6 mobs, you get those 5k stone, which is what I'm looking for. However, I think from the level 10s, you can also get, I think you can get 10k iron, which isn't too bad either. So I think I might start hitting some of those at some point. Because if I do, I'm not 100% sure, but I think on a previous season I got 10k iron, which if you do, and I've got the 50-50 exchange in the market, that's still a lot of, you know, still the same amount of stone, but hitting a higher level mob. The only difference is I will lose more troops. But of course they're more frequently found around my keep. Bang! 1 hit. We love that. None of this drawing and waiting around. That's why we love these Ori tiles so much. 9k of XP straight away. Everyone gets leveled up. Everyone is happy. Yeah, I think this is probably where we drop King of Men in, and suddenly... That's my only worry, is that we're dropping a hell of a lot of damage out by dropping alerts. He's still doing 24k. King of Men isn't going to do anything close to that at level 10. But it doesn't matter how much damage he does, it's whether we can take the tile. So if he can do 15, you know, we'll probably get it after a draw. I am undecided. Very undecided. I think we've got to. I think we've got to though, because otherwise we're going to start building up too much stamina on all of our main team commanders. So I think we've got to do that. Right, let's disband Gil-galad. Add in. So this team's going to be. Oh, do I go Lurtz and LOTR? And then Sauron at the front? Or do I go Lurtz, Gandalf the White, Sauron? And do 60s? I think we're going to have to test a 60 anyway, as our first kind of port of call. Let's try this on a 60, see how it does. Similarly, you're going to have to try this, but I want to do this on a 90. I think it's doable. Think it's doable. We'll see. I might just lose a buttload of troops here, but we shall see. Right, let's hit this 90 here, which we know is Yusra, which isn't as good. That tile's been reset. That tile's being reset. Let's get a troop on Arwen and get her resetting that one. Still focusing on these stone ones, of course, that's what we want more. Can't remember if we reset all these over here. I don't think we have yet. No, still. Yeah, still trolls. Still things we don't want. Oh, sugar. Oh, sugar. Oh, sugar. Oh, very much sugar. Oh, sugar. We are definitely going to fail this tile. Not good. Not good at all. Oh! Still got a good draw. We'll take that. We'll very much take that. King of Men. Oh, I just about got enough gear on him. So I still got him to put out 10k. That's fine. That's all we needed. Dane got a little bit. And then we've got the tiniest bit of HP left on the tile. Can I be bothered to wait that out is the real question. Can I really be bothered to wait that out? Hello, dog. Where are you? Can we wait 5 minutes? I suspect we can. I will probably take a break in 10, 15, 20 minutes. We have been doing this for over 3 hours. I probably won't stop the stream. I'll just be right back, mute everything, and then I can take Doggo for a walk, have some lunch myself, and be gone for an hour or so, and then come back. It's probably the easiest way. Need to use up a bit of stamina first, though. I know, buddy. While this is drawing, I really should have sent Sauron after one of these 60s. Yeah, Troll Famine. So I haven't reset these either. See, Troll Shagrat is tempting me to put. No, I think I will. Troll Shagrat is tempting me to do something a little bit different. Because Shagrat's weak. Is to put small units on and then do it like that. And counter Shagrat that way. Which is highly tempting. We will have to do a very quick gear swap if we do that. And then a very rapid swap back. Go, 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 go. Let's war cry. See how Sauron holds up. And then this is going to be the might set. Rapid transition. See how Sauron does. So the small units should now, I think it's going to draw. I think. But I'm hoping the damage from Lutz and Lothar being such high level will mean it doesn't. But as soon as it's got this, I'm going to have to swap the gear straight back to Serdan. Well, do I? I'm not even sure it's going to make that much of a difference, seeing as the tile's basically dead already. Probably should, though. In fact, I might just chuck on. No, let's do this properly. Let's not risk it. There's no need to be risky. I was tempted to put on like some like third tier gear, but there's no point because there's no point gambling it because we're kind of the tile's basically taken. Why risk it? Why can't I see the helm? There it is. I can tell my eyes need a break as well. I keep not spotting where my gear is. Did it draw? No, we took the tile. A lot of losses, but that was kind of expected with Sauron being such a low level as the tank. And only tier 1 troops as well. Tier 1 spearmen, which we're not really bothered about. Didn't lose any of our knights. Nice lot of XP for Sauron. Straight up to level 10. Kind of the white again is getting dangerously close to being full. So the Thars. I think I'm going to drop the Thar for Gandalf the White here. Do another 60. As I need to use some of his stam. God, there's such a dearth of like grain 60s as well. There's just nothing. Let's just have a look at these three. Just trying to chug through these commanders, get them leveled up. Eventually get to the point where my main team is ready to go, take a few 90s and be ready for 130s. Okay, right, let's get Sauron. Because those are small units, we're going to want to use these mediums to counter. So we're going to take that one and that one. But my gear at the minute is on Círdan, so I'd rather he healed up first. And I sent them one more time. Yeah, the slow amount of commander health regeneration is putting a real stopper on our speed right now. Has that been reset? Khaldun, small units. Do you know what? I don't hate that. I think that's okay. Yeah, we're not resetting these as quickly as we could either, because we're only just sending one army around. We really should be sending 5 or 6 to... well, 4. Radagast will be done soon, I think. In fact, where's he at? Still got tons of stam, but I'm not seeing many of these armies, so I might actually recall him here, swap him out, and start using his slot as a tile reset slot. Just trying to get those good tiles. It is tiresome, it is a little bit dull, but it is the most efficient method. Sadly, I think this is the most efficient method. Is to Clairvoyance and find easy tiles, counter them, hit the counter, and you save a huge ton of troops. Trying to think if there's anything else kind of first 24 hours that I haven't spoken through, what I think is really good. I spoke through which keeps I think are best, in that I think Dwarven usually is best. I'm using Numenor here for the mounted units, and Elven can be good with Gil-galad. Commanders I've kind of spoke through as well, in the early round damage is pretty crucial, as well as overall damage. That's why I chose Lothar, that's why I chose Lurtz. Obviously the usual ones like Dane etc. will be popular. Healing's kind of back if you have a lot of troops. You've seen how good Radagast has been. You've seen how good my Círdan has been. So yeah, healing can be very strong. Tiles is kind of a good next one, in that I've said about the high and dry army. Basically using the minimum number of troops we can on our main army, just using full command on the main commander so that we get above that kind of 800 level, so we're not in the high and dry state. But also, and if we draw, we won't be in the high and dry state. But also then just putting one troop on the damage dealers, so we then use their HP pool. One of the most important things I think that we need to do in this first 24 hours is going to be to make sure we get a high power tile, a 200 power tile on our within us. So it could even be this one here. Me and Faust team up maybe. The reason is that your whole fellowship now can gather from fellowship members' tiles. So if someone gets a 200, everyone can gather from it. So if you in the first 24 hours can get between your fellowship a 200, one benefits off, you know, one of two of you grouping up and teaming up and taking the tile. So that's going to be my kind of intention for this first 24 hours, is going to be to try and get one of those done. We'll see though. I need people who are willing to team up and obviously ready to team up as well. How are we looking, Serdan? Army's full. Nice. Said we'd hit this Khaldoon one, so let's do it. Oh, out of stamina. We will. I did say I would. I am going to use that first stamina tincture on Serdan just to help get them levels in. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be enough to get him to level 20, annoyingly. But Sauron soon will be leveled up enough. Dane and King of Men will be putting out enough damage that I can use a slightly lower level tank, I think, and still take these high power tiles. In theory. Right, let's reset some of these wood ones that are right next to me. I'm doing all these longer marches and I've got tiles an inch away from my keep that I'm not hitting. And then I'll reset these stone ones again. In fact, they've already been reset, so no issue. And I'm acutely aware I really need to use Gandalf the White. This is what I'm going with here. So that's a draw, but it will be a victory shortly. How long is this march? 2:30. Go, go, go. That's perfect. So swap all the gear over to Sauron, and then I have to swap it back for that draw conclusion. So it was Lurtz, I believe, who was my damage dealer. Gandalf the White should have his own gear already, so that should make things a little bit easier. Yeah. We'll see how this goes. So only one damage dealer this time. Might not be enough damage, but I'm hoping, you know, White Council should help Sauron take a few less troop losses. And Lurtz should do enough damage. That's what I'm praying. Where are we now? We are taking these 90, so we have jumped almost up into the top 20 now, which is pretty crazy. So top 20, and we've barely used our main team. 200 stam, and we've still got, probably want to use an invigoration soon, and we've got tinctures as well for all of them. King of Men's at 240, Sauron 260, Gandalf the White 280. So we've barely used our main team, and we're nearing the top 20. Couple of 90 tiles, get them leveled up. We'll be nearing 130 power tile. The main thing we want to do is get our ring powers sped up so that we can get gather. Because if we can get gather, we can then get stone, which will allow us to build main hall 6, 60k off at the minute. With main hall 6, we can then keep pushing our barracks up to 11. If we can get barracks 11, we can then get commanders 3. So we want 4 commanders in our army, and then as soon as we do that, we'll be flowing. We'll be absolutely flow state, taking 130s everywhere. That's the point where we accelerate. And if we can do that, I suspect towards the end of the day, or end of the 24 hours, so tomorrow morning, we may be able to take a 200. I think we've been efficient enough at the beginning that that should be possible. In theory. You know, I've not got the like top tier gear, but it's still, I think, good enough. And we've been efficient enough to be able to do that. Kept our tavern tip as well, as I said, that tavern tip to give hopefully a defense boost or other similar boost that might, yeah, hopefully it'll give like a defense boost or something that matters. Cool, that's Sauron, got another one. Nice, good bit of XP. Swap back to Serdan for when his draw concludes. This is the most tiresome bit of the whole thing, is the gear swapping, which is ridiculous. Should not be needed, but Just put gear loadouts in the game. It's the one thing I want, gear loadouts. Save everybody's time. Yeah, we are kind of in pretty good flow state at the minute, to be honest. To be honest, I think we're likely to take a 130 before we have 4 armies as well. Sometimes you kind of have to. If we get a commander to level 20, which it looks, you know, we're going to have enough stamina to do that with Dane. When he hits level 20, we're going to carry on, and we're going to have to then take a 130 power tile to progress our chapter. So we probably will take a 130 with a 3 army command. And the problem with that is it does cost a lot of troops usually, because you're fighting 3v4, so you take a lot of damage. That Sauron one was quite good actually. So Dane in fact did in fact do enough damage, which is great. Great to know that we can kind of rely on him to do so. And in fact, are they healed up enough? They are. Cool. Get troops back on, and we'll send them for that second one, and we'll do one more of these, and then they're taking 90s. Lurtz, of course, is not going to be doing well. Lurtz has one more march after this probably, so maybe 190. But yeah, then I'll have to swap to LOTR, which isn't too bad. Can just swap over to another damage dealer who's similar level. We have set this up pretty well, I think. Cool, another 90 in the bag. Nice and easy. HP is particularly low, so we're not going to be able to send for a minute. Nobody's stamina is looking high, is it? No. No to worry about. Yeah, getting close to where I'm thinking about taking an hour's break-ish. Very hungry. And then we can come back and hit those 130 power tiles after. A few more of this, maybe another half hour. Then we'll be good to go. Right, let's clear a few more tiles, get them reset. Did we reset these ones up here? I'm pretty sure we did, and I'm pretty sure we reset the 2 wood ones as well. So what have we got here? What have we got here? And then here as well. And here. So what have we got? First up, we have Sharku again with trolls. Nope. Second up, we have Agzok with trolls. Nope. Third up, we have Yusra with spearmen. That is a perfectly fine tile for us to take. And then we have trolls Eowyn, which, the more I think about it, the more I'm tempted to do what I did with Sauron. Especially with Lord of the Arcane, and chuck small units on and give that a go. And if I do that, I probably want to do it whilst Serdan is the tank. It's going to take a minute for the health HP to come back, obviously. That's another 60 in the bag. Gandalf the White also up to level 12, which means more White Rider, 2.5% more damage. Incredible. Do you know what? I'm half tempted to go like this. Because I don't think White Council is... 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 I don't think White as essential early on. Might do that. I don't need to hit number of formation increases to 3 formations, so we'll increase to the. Ooh, that's tempting. So in fact, I might even max that and then go like this. I'm going to see what that does for us. Might be bad, but I think actually the bonus damage might be more useful. Yeah, that was an easy take there with that 60. Lurtz is 20 stamps, we've still got one more march in him. Getting close to being able to use Serdan's army. And actually, Sauron's army didn't take that much. HP hit, so I'm thinking actually we might be able to go for a 90 with Sauron's army. Is that too much of a gamble? I think I'm willing to try again. Because that first time we did it with Serdan, it was surprisingly easy. I think we might be able to go sooner than we expect. And obviously there's a huge payoff if we do that, because there's a big jump in XP between a 90 and a 60. Even if we fail, I think they'll get similar XP to that of 60. I'll just have to send in like a backup army to finish the tile off. We're doing ring level wise as well. Still level 7, nowhere near level 8, let alone 10. We want to get 10 so we can get this flipping stone in. The temptation to just burn through the market and use all that stone, but it's the long-term disadvantage is huge. Right, let's do it. Where are we at? Oh, not quite enough HP. So I'm going to pick the one that's right next to my keep. Oh, we haven't actually got enough knights. Let's take them off Serdan. We are going to have to conscript some knights as well. Use up a little bit more of our resource. Running a little low for my taste. Oh, we have got 4 queues. Okay. A few more knights coming in. Cross fingers, toes, any appendage you have, get it crossed. A little bit slow on the comments at the moment. A few people are just kind of chugging along, playing as they go, seeing what they think. Joe Kakore, love watching your stream H from Lightning. Thank you so much for tuning in, Lightning. It's always a pleasure. And there you go. Sauron was ready to go. I did think he would be, especially with the counter. The counter's making such a huge difference at the minute. It is crazy. So yeah, at level 12, taking 90 power tiles, that is massive. And they're soon going to be ready to all kind of go in one formation. But that's Lurtz out of Stam. That is Sauron. Of course, reduced in HP, so we won't be able to use him immediately. So we're back to Serdan and his team. We had another 90, I think, that we ticked off and said it was okay to go, didn't we? Or did we not? Yusra, that was that one. No, we didn't. We had Eowyn with trolls. I'm undecided what I think of them. So I think I'm going to do this. And because I think that Eowyn with trolls, I think Eowyn doesn't do a lot of damage. I think she didn't have a damage dealing gear set. So I think I'm going to keep going that way. Good cheers from Bull. Keep up the good work. Thank you. Thank you for tuning in. And hope all the best for Bull. We obviously haven't seen you guys in a season or so. which I think it's probably quite a nice change, as we did seem to end up in every season together for a little while. Gets Warcry on, and then King of Men's. What do you guys set on? Cool. I think this shouldn't be an issue. Even using tier 1s, I think this should be fine. We're getting to that point where we're smashing 90s with one troop. I'm so tempted by 130. Wonder if Carl's done it yet. Surely he has. Pyro's taking 60s, but with level 14, should be able to take 90s soon. Wassas has tuned in, taking 40s. Nice team he's got. Where is Cull? There he is, taking his 130s. I knew he would be. 3 level 20s he's used. I think that's pretty impressive actually. He didn't take many troops at all. Did we draw on that 90? Yes. Oh, both our commanders died. Okay. Wasn't that an Eowyn tile? What on earth? We clairvoyanced that, saw Eowyn with trolls, and then we've hit it, and it's Agzok with small units. That's bizarre. That's really bizarre. That's throwing me completely for a loop, that. Wonder why it's done that. Why? I don't think I did anything to reset it, so I don't know why it would reset. How strange. But anyway. Got a level up on King of Men as well, so a bit more damage. I did say I'd use a second team to kind of top it off if I needed to, which I shall. But I'm very curious as to why that tile has changed. That is really strange. I don't remember hitting it, so I don't know why it would have changed. It has just phantom changed from Eowyn to Agzok, including the troops. Maybe it was close to resetting and I didn't notice when I did it the first time, but really strange. Maybe I'm a little bit food deprived today. I need to go and have some lunch. Frodo and Sam will take it all the same. Bit more stone in the bag. Of course, we're not sweeping at the minute either, so we're not getting a lot of resource in. We probably should create another sweep team soon, but still using our kind of tile reset team. I think I reset both of these. Ooh, Sharku with small units. Don't like the might buff, but could be worse. Khaldun with small units. Beautiful. Both of those are hittable. Both of those are very hittable. Serdan is low HP. It's quite nice knowing that Sauron can take 90s now, because whilst one regenerates, I can use the other to take the tile. So Frodo and Sam can come back after fixing that for me. And then now Sauron's regenerated, he can take another 90. So we're going to get into a real kind of, yeah, as like I said, like a flow state of just back and forth 90s now, I think. Of course, we don't have Lurtz, so we are going to drop in damage a little bit, because Lothar is not Lurtz damage-wise, but he's still okay. So they're all healed up. We know these 90s are good. I'm actually going to get him to first off go for that Sharku one, because I think that's probably the easiest one. And I think that swap for Gandalf the White, actually, for White Rider first, I think that was probably beneficial. I think the extra damage received was what prevented us... Damage received the opponents, rather, is what stopped us going straight for a draw. Now, Warcry or Might? I think we're going to go Warcry just because of that early damage from Weapons Master that we've spoke about. Do I have any respect items for LOTR? No. If I had 3 or so, I'd probably exchange in the... I'd use the Madam Exchange to get them sorted and get them done, but currently I don't have them, so... Keep chugging along. Where are we at the minute? We must be pretty high up. 7th at the minute. And everyone else is kind of, Size stopped at 2,000. Thor's just tipped over 2,000. I imagine stamina is starting to become an issue, which is crazy when you think that, we've still got pretty close to full stam on our main teams. So we are going to absolutely fly along. Got the Thar another level, a bit more damage in Reaper. How did we do? Yeah, draw will take it. Easy peasy. And then Serdan will come up and take this, which will level up Dane and King of Men a little bit more. We're getting to the point now where we've got 2 more marches on Serdan. How much is that? 18k XP. He will get to 20. We will unstick the season pass. Perfect. We're getting to the point now where we can run Sauron, Dane, Gandalf the White, or Sauron, King of Men, Dane, whichever I think is better. And then we've also got obviously Gandalf the White, Serdan, Lothar, Lurtz. These lot are a little bit low on stam, but it's what it is. I've also got kind of these backup teams as well who've started being leveled up, who I can start using to take smaller tiles, particularly as we're nowhere near tile limit. Overall, going very well, I think. And we are getting close, I think, to taking a 130. Very tempting to use like invigoration on... Oh, actually, are we full ring points? No, 20 minutes. It's very tempting to use invigoration on Serdam to get 1 more tank from him whilst we take a 130, because his healing could come invaluable when we take a lot more loss. Versus using Sauron. But then those stuns and madness from Sauron are very, very useful as well. So it's a little bit tricky to decide. Right, let's reset a few more tiles. Our lumber production is by far our worst, so I don't mind taking a couple of these. So we've got another Eowyn Trolls, but I don't know whether to trust it or not. And then that is not what I want to hit there, so I'll reset that one. And then what's this one up here? Oh, it's an Eowyn Spearman. See, we've hit Spearmen a couple of times and we haven't actually struggled too bad on them, so I think I'm going to say they are hittable. We take a little bit more loss because of that Spearman's ability to do good damage against our mounted units, but I don't think their troops are doing that much damage, so I don't think I'm worried too much. See, that's a Trolls one. I'm going to mark them and I'm going to probably do them with small units. So I'm going to go like this. That army should be healed up now, shouldn't it? Yeah. Sauron's... I should have sent him while Sauron was going through the draw, really. I was going to send him to get this one, but I think I might send him to get potentially this one. Which was the other troll one? It was this one, wasn't it? Yeah, how long's the march? 2:30. Perfect. So I have a minute and a half to swap gear over after. Yeah, chugging along. Plenty of tile limit, plenty of time, plenty of stamina. All in a very efficient start, I think, for us. So I'm going to do the Surdan and just test what these trolls are like using the small units. Obviously, if we run out of small units, then it's not quite so good. But until we run out of those small units, which we're not really using anyway, we're using them just for sweeping and resetting tiles. We might as well burn them getting a tile. We'll see if it does, if it becomes possible. Cool. Sauron's got his tile, and now immediately swap all that gear over. So it was Dane, it was King of Men. And then of course Surdan tanking at the front. Who has really surprised me, by the way. I wasn't actually expecting him to do this well. I think he's been pretty exceptional actually. I think he's done everything I've asked of him for, you know, getting 4 or 5k of heals. He's actually been very good as that other tank, because obviously I couldn't use someone like Gil Galad, which is a lot of people use because I don't have the elves. But he is keeping losses to a minimum by bringing in a reasonable amount of healing, keeping a third of my troops alive. So definitely done a pretty good job. Let's recall Sauron back. I believe both of these were small tiles, so we had to get those quickly as well. It's just a matter of draws and healing. But we're starting to get a point where 90s are getting easy, he says, as he draws. So see, this is going to be another easy victory. It's just a little bit annoying because of the trolls and because of Eowyn's like damage reduction. Means they're just insanely tanky, so you're going to draw. The other problem with the draw, of course, is that I don't get as much XP, because I don't get XP for the second hit when the troops are dead. But we move. Right, let's check out some of these 90s over here. What do we got? We got Gorbag small units. Yes. Haldir I do not like, so I shall reset. And we got Eowyn with trolls. It's exactly the tile I've just hit, which is pretty easy. Not massive loss. How much did I lose? I lost, so what, 120 there. How much am I losing on other tiles? 100 on... Oh, that was because I had no gear on. And 80, 90 here. So I do still lose more on the trolls, but that's because I'm using a small unit, so I'm losing units I don't really give a monkeys about. Potatoes. Decision making process is tricky. How long is that march? 1 minute 10. That's not bad at all. And he's healed. No brainer. Let's go. Just double check that was small units. Yep, it's Khaldun. I think this unit defense gear I put together as well is also making a pretty big difference, in that the fact that I've got a set of gear that just provides an enormous amount of unit defense is making those knights insanely tanky. Because like between all this, what's that, 15, 33, 48, yeah, it's ridiculous how much. 90 unit defense is just nuts, and that's why all my troops are staying alive. I think making that gear swap and using that hammer, I think, has really made a difference. Because if you look now, their defense is literally 100. So even the tier 1s just don't really take any damage, which is awesome. Really awesome. That's what we want to see. Yeah, Dominic Dean's nearly level 18 and he hasn't used half his stamina. Oh, not another draw. We don't like draws. And back to the gear swap again. The very tiresome gear swap. Apologies for anyone's eardrums again there. It is 1 o'clock, so we are hitting the point where I think we're nearly going to take a break. Get a couple of these. See where we come out after these two. We should be, what's that, another 180 power, so 1950. We'll probably be in third, fourth. Where are we now? Oh, we're already third. So yeah, we'll be just behind Sai. Oh, the temptation to take one more and go first before we break is too much. I'm not going to be able to resist it. I'm going to have to take one more just to be happy. Oh. Are there any things we've forgotten? We've picked up all our daily discount boosts. In fact, I might start using some of those in a moment. In fact, we're going to do exactly that. I'm going to engage all my resource boosts. I know I said I'd do it like 11 hours or whatever into the server so I get maximum benefit, but I think I'll see more benefit from it here because I'm getting more stuck in a resource bottleneck. This has got me 10k stone production now, so that's useful. Do not draw again, please, Sir Dan. Amazing. Now for the millionth time, gear swapping, so Sauron can take his. And then once Sir Dan has replenished, so I've got one more march with Sir Dan. Okay, I'll do one more with him, get to the top, then we should be ready to drop off briefly and go have some lunch. As I said, I will leave the stream running, and I'll just go away for an hour or two, hour or so, maybe hour and a half, have some lunch, and then return for more of my first day. Yeah, we know there's a nice easy one kicking around here, so we can also do that one as well, which would be good. Right, Gil-galad, let's get you resetting a tile, so that one's been done. 5 seconds. That was okay. What's this now? Boromir with trolls. He does damage, doesn't he? Yeah, and he's got perseverance. I'm not feeling that tile. These guys are looking pretty good for HP, I'm not going to lie. They're going to be back soon. Pretty soon. I'm half tempted to get them marching already, because I think they'll take without difficulty. That'll also upgrade it'll take us to first place. It'll unlock our season progression, getting to level 20, because this should take, yeah, it will take Sir Dan to level 20, so that's perfect. And I'll use up Stam on all of Stam's on Sir Dan. We've still got a ton of Stam on our main team, as I've said a million times. I was wondering whether this method would pay dividends. So far, it appears to be doing so. Chugging along, just waiting for this draw to finish. More stone over here. Oh, I hate that. Get that reset. And I love that one. Cool. Right, Serdan will need his gear back for his last march of the morning / it's actually afternoon now. And Dane will need his as well. Let's call Sauron back as well. Hopefully Sai and Thor haven't done another march whilst we've been doing this. So I'm hoping this will unblock our season progression, give us a big bump of resources, also take us to the top, use up Serdon stamina. It should be a quite nice fitting place to take an hour. Hopefully he takes this straight away as well. This will be a real anticlimax if he draws. We'll see. I'm impressed how well Sauron and Gandalf the White's formation together has been doing though. Even with just LOTR alerts and 1 damage dealer. There we go. Taken nice and easy. Not actually that much loss, so I think I was wrong to be scared of the spear throwers. Big chunk of resource, lovely jubbly. 2 of these, and as I said, we're now going to have to start thinking about whether we take a 130 power tile. Do have one right in front of us that we could reset repeatedly until we find a nice one. Commanders are also levelling up, lovely. Serdan, of course, hit level 20, which is what unlocked that season progression. Where are we? We are top. Come 1 o'clock in the afternoon, so this will be 2 UTC, so what's that, 4 hours into the server? No, 12 UTC. 12 UTC. 4 hours into the server. I was thinking 2 sounded too much. Yeah, 12 UTC, 4 hours in the server. We are sitting top, and we have an absolute ton of stamina left on all our main ones. So I think we will start looking towards moving on from 90s to 130s soon and seeing how close we can get. There's also the look in as to whether we can start maybe trading grain for getting that main hall running, which is potential, but even if we did that we wouldn't have enough to get the barracks where we want them yet, so we're a little way off those armies, but we have got the resource boosts running now. We should, approach ring level 8 or 9 by the time I come back, so that should be beneficial. But yeah, I'm going to take a break now. My intention is to come back for somewhere between 2 and 2:30 my time. So that'll be 1 to 1:30 UTC or 13 to 13:30 UTC. So yeah, that's been 4 hours worth so far. You will get more if you want it. Don't worry. Trying to give as much of this first day as possible. But yeah, if you've enjoyed so far, please smash a like and please sub if you haven't already. And yeah, drop a comment in the chat to let me know how you're getting on. And anyway, I'll aim to be back within an hour or so. And yeah, I hope to see you guys all return there. See you in a moment. Right, we are back. Doggo's bouncing around, excited after his walk. We are good to carry on. So let's see where we've been. We left about an hour and a half ago to have some lunch, and we were in first place. So we've now dropped down to a whole 9th place. We have gone up a ring level to ring level 8, and we're halfway through ring level 8. Trying to resist the temptation here to go time out of time and increase my attack. It is tempting because that bonus attack might mean less troop losses, but I think for now, as we've taken that point in Clairvoyance, we'll leave that for now, and so we can put an extra point into enormous power. I think that's the plan. You see we've still got absolutely tons of stamina on all our main guys. Got 40 back on Serdan now as well, so we can keep using him. We are still in the point where there's deep temptation to use to take a 130 power tile. Very strong temptation. There's also a lot of temptation for me to use the market to get that 120k stone. I don't think there's any other easy way we're going to do it unless we start sweeping like crazy, but we've done quite a lot of that already. I think I might do that and just see what I can do to get myself. So I might put myself down to about 70k of each of the other resources. I don't know if that's now too low to build the main hall. I didn't even look. It is. Brilliant from me. It is somewhat too low. I'm not going to exchange again. That's way too long now. I'll just wait for it to come back. But so we do have a slightly limited number of troops, but in line with our strategy, we're going to take a look and reset some of the 130s near us and consider taking one. It'd have to be an easy one, and we'd have to have counter buff, definitely. So this one, for example, is not one we'll be looking to take. Trolls, don't like Haldir either, so I'll avoid that. I'm not going to take it, I don't think, unless it's very easy. In fact, I said I might even sweep some of the level 10 mobs around here and try and get that 10k iron from that, which will get us a little bit closer to being able to do the main hall. We're just going to perseverance around. See what we've got. There's a lot of iron around here. I'm not seeing any 130 grains. See if any of these are easy. These are the ones like close enough that we can march to without a lot of trouble. So yeah, that's the one we're resetting. Axor controls, that'll be a definite no. Faramir and Hirgon, that's another one I don't really want to hit. Hirgon does quite a lot of damage. I know it sounds like I'm being really picky here, but yeah, I don't want to hit anything like that. And this is the worst one I could possibly hit. Hirgon, Dwalin, Haldir. So it looks like there's not really anything. There's another one here, I suppose, but nothing really that looks inviting at the very least. We'll look at a couple of the ones slightly further away, see what we've got. If not, we might have to just take another 90. In fact, we probably will take another 90 anyway, because Dane's a little way off. I don't think any of these are leveled up enough yet to be ready to take it, to be fair. Small unit gore bag. Okay, we shall do that with. And then in a couple of minutes' time, we'll send Sauron up as well to take the other one. But I have a feeling this one might be Eowyn with trolls, which it is. So to do that, we'd have to use tier 1s, and we don't really have enough of those, to be honest. See, I could conscript some more units, but it's going to cost resource that I really need for this main hall, and I don't see any other way that I get extra resource other than sweeping. Temptation, of course, is to just go on a mad sweeping run. If we get to ring level 10, we'd have no issue at all because we could start gathering, but at this ring level, not too much of a chance. So Paulo Reese asked where Dawn was and they merge with Home, and Joko, Kore or Lightning confirmed. So Dawn disbanded basically after, if you watched all of my season updates last season, there was, from one of their leaders, it basically wasn't pretty and led our faction down a pretty bleak road. And so Dawn disbanded off the back of it. A lot of them have come into Home, or a few of them have come into Home. A lot have gone into Luna, so you will still see some familiar faces floating around in those two fellowships. But yeah, for now, Dawn is disbanded. CTG, content's great and helpful, and you love me. Thank you. I'm glad it could be, jokes aside, I'm glad it could be helpful. That's kind of what I aim to achieve, is to try and help everyone I possibly can. So thank you. Your kind words are very appreciated. Yeah, we screwed ourselves over a little bit there by going a bit overboard with the exchange. I'm tempted even to exchange a little bit of that grain just to get that. This is very wasteful though. But then even then, that's not going to free up what I need. What I need to do to get that is to take a 130 tile. I can't take a 130 tile without having these replenished. So as soon as that's done, I should be able to then start getting 4 commanders in my army. But unfortunately, I'm going to have to take a 130 with 3 in order to get the resources to then build that part of my keep. So it's kind of a catch-22 at the minute. Don't want to take 130 till I've got 4, but I can't have 4 in my army until I've captured a 130. Oh, right. So that's that one sent. Let's send again with. I wasn't actually going to send that, was I? Because I didn't have enough small units. Although I suppose I could just send. I wonder if I'll have enough if I just did this. I wonder if that's enough. I guess we shall find out. Not high and dry, so I don't see that being an issue. It's whether the draw leaves him high and dry. Let's just get 1 or 2 90s, get back on the board. Got 1 more tile reset available with Gil-galad. Let's do this one here. Or is he already marching? Oh no, he's already on his way. I think we'll swap out for some sweep formations now as well, and just put minimum numbers of commanders on, minimum numbers of troops on the commander. Yeah, so this definitely isn't ready for a 130 yet. Dane and King of Men just are definitely not ready. We are at maximum ring points. I did not notice that. So we need to up someone's stamina, so let's do Dane. Hopefully that doesn't stop him from being able to use a tincture eventually. It doesn't. Good. He's drawing for 4 minutes, which means Sauron needs their gear. Yeah, we're still at that point where we're on the border of taking a 130. I don't think we're quite there yet. We're near, but not quite. And that's the case with both teams we've got running at the minute. But we do have the luxury of having an enormous amount of stamina, so we aren't in a huge hurry. As well as all those tinctures as well, of course. Tigerman16, first time catching you live, brand new player, and I've appreciated your 2.0 guys. Been very helpful, thank you. Thank you for stopping in, mate. I really appreciate that. It's always good to get some good feedback on my content as well. If there is anything I can help with, feel free to let me know. I'm always happy to help. I'm glad to see new players joining the game and sticking with it as well. Sometimes the game doesn't guide you through as well as it could do. So yeah, it's always great to have people sticking in basically, and welcome. So where do we go from here is the real question. I think we're gonna. So Sauron and Gandalf the White obviously need to level up. We're near the point where Sauron can take over from Círdan and become the tank of that army. Tiles will be reset. So the only thing we can do is just kind of kick around for a little bit and then wait until we get a nice 130 that we can counter and do well at. I think I am going to have to get a few more troops in here. I don't see how else we do anything without getting a few more. And I'm actually going to get some spearmen as well, just for that. In case those large tiles, we do find a nice one. Right, what's this? This is small unit, Shagra, Maltok, Grima. So the only threat there, in my opinion, is Ugthak. And the downside is they are using evasive action as the set. But really, I think that might be the tile. We're definitely not leveled up enough yet, though. We can't even take these tiles full on. And the other problem is, if I did want to take it, you know, I'd have to have max troops, and I'm nowhere near having max troops yet, but I don't want to use resources either doing it, but I'm going to have to try. I think you could be able to hit 130. There's already a few who did on the server. You can check out the list and their commanders. I think I'm just a little bit leveled off at the minute. I've been a little bit cautious leveling up an absolute ton of commanders. I'm probably close, but not quite there yet, I think. I could even use Lurtz over King of Men. I am considering that. But yeah, there's the leaderboards here, and you can see people's commander levels. So whereas our highest is 20, in the mighty Serdan. Funnily enough, Thor Anderson is using a Serdan as well, which is fun. And having a good time with it. The top is Bjorn and mine, who's using his Dane. So we can actually check out what commanders they've got. It's got a nice gear set on it as well, with Fortitude on his axe and helm. 213 attack at level 21 is not bad at all. Fully strengthened axe as well. Also using another very nice Bjorn, so very strong player here. Gandalf the White as well, using classic Scout's Mail. I'm not sure I'd bother with this stuff in PvE. I would just go high focus, I think, for PvE, as you don't really need the initiative in PvE. Of course, next up is Cull, who we saw earlier taking a 130 a couple of hours back. Very strong again. The problem with all of this, of course, is that if the commanders they have are a lot higher respect, a lot higher geared than mine. So I am a little way behind this, sadly. But that's not to say it's not doable. It definitely is doable. Sai appears to be using Gil Galad and the Elven Star by the looks of it. Quite a few mine players up in here as well, doing very well. Rain as well appears to be using Dwarven Star with Falgin, and a very, very nice Falgin at that. Ascended Falgin is probably the best tank in the game at the minute, and it looks like he's only going to get better in PBE. Did Sauron lose? He did lose. It's disappointing. Oh well, there's only tier 1 troops, so I wasn't too bothered. I did suspect that was going to be too low number of tier 1s, but I thought I'd give it a try. Yeah, Falgin looks to be getting even better in 2.0, not 2.0, PvE. So, yeah, those who have got him and got him ascended. Whew. Has anyone taken a 150 yet? I don't think I've seen anyone take a 150 yet. A lot of people are kind of taking their time by the looks of it, and particularly us. We've been very, very, just kind of being very slow and methodical, but I think it's paying off as, you know, we're at the point where we're close to 130 and we're not like 0 stammed. We're, you know, near enough full stam here. So we're not far off it, I don't think. Yeah, I think we might try and take this 130. We're going to have to chuck on, if we have enough mounted troops that is, which I'm pretty convinced we don't. We may have to wait for these to conscript. Because I don't really want to take it with very minimal troops. Unless I use both armies and do my usual 1 troop trick. I just don't really want a 1 troop or 130, but so what I'm considering is, so I can heal them up. Yeah, what I'm considering is obviously max on here, Oh, I just realised I sent him out with tier 1s as well. I didn't realise that. That's where all my tier 1s were. So something kind of like this. And then that leaves tier... Yeah, it leaves knights available if we have to do a follow-up hit. Don't know if this is too risky or not, but I'm thinking we might go for it. King of Men only being 16 is my worry. I might swap him out for Lurtz just because he's 2 levels higher. Just not sure which one does the more damage. For example, what did King of Men do here? Yeah, 16, 17k. What did Lurtz do a little way ago? 4 then. 4 then 2. Just trying to work out whether I think Lurtz would do more damage. Yeah, 24k. I think Lurtz might be the play here. So swap King of Men out just for this one hit, chuck Lurtz in, and then we roll like that. That looks a little bit nicer, I think, actually. 2 18s and a 20 should be fine to get it. Of course, I need to not forget to switch my gear over. That was a close one. Let's do it. Let's roll that dice with what we've got so far. We do have some more tier 2 still available, so I could send Sauron's formation in after with Gandalf the White, Sauron, maybe King of Men or LOTR as well. So yeah, that is an option. So I could send in a second one if I needed to. I just don't really want to take that level of troop loss. But I think losing this many troops, we're going to lose a troop. We're going to lose a lot of troops inevitably, as it is, you know, a high power tile. So I think that's going to happen. If I've got any T2, that's what I'm using. I'm using knights. Let's go for it. Let's see what we get. Again, crossed fingers and toes for me, everyone. See what we can get going, but we're hoping that between Dane and Lurtz they can do enough damage, and Serdan's going to need to pull a healing trick out the bag as well. If I had Radagast here, this would be perfect. Oh, and we failed. Oh, and we failed badly. Wowie. Yeah, I knew it was going to be too soon. I didn't realise. I thought we'd do maybe 3/4 of it, but yeah, nowhere absolutely near. I know we did it low troops, but I thought we'd do significantly better than that. Not ideal. Again, we just have to wait until we have more troops available. Or spend all our stuff on healing and go again. Do we just commit now we're there? I don't think we've got the resource to be able to do this. I think even if I heal all of those troops, we're nowhere near enough to make me want to do this, I don't think. Because that's a very similar position to where we were a moment ago. The other option, of course, is this. And then we increase both of these. Screw it, we've tried it once now. Let's go twice. How long do I need for them to recover? And Serdan's low on stamina. Disaster class from me there. That's going to cost me a hell of a lot in resource. So whether I spend those 3 ring points to get one more hit with Serdan. I've already used 1 tincture on him. Screw it, we're going to do it. We're going to roll the dice. We're just going to try and wait until a point where we can send Serdan and then send Sauron straight after. That was a disaster. this second hit's probably going to be an even bigger disaster. But we're just desperately trying to get over this hump of this stupid season progression. And that's the problem with the one troop method, is I haven't been conscripting any troops, so I just don't have enough troops to hit a tile. So I'm just waiting for these to chug through, but I can't be bothered to wait 15 minutes. We might have to after this. Three minutes till that resets. At about 2 minutes I'll send again, I think. So yeah, lots of people are taking 90s very easy now. I'm surprised that went so poorly. So Dane only did 3k. He must have died nearly instantly. Is Dane alive here? Yeah, no, Dane died straight away. Every one of their attack targets must have been on Dane. Yeah, it was. Dane, Serdan. They basically just absolutely hammered Dane. So I've now spread out my troops a little bit more in the hope that spreading them out like that will keep those damage dealers alive, in theory. Because that's why it was so shockingly bad, is Dane died near instantly, so I didn't even get one big hit from him. No, I haven't got the best HP gear, but damn. I didn't expect it to drop that badly. In fact, Witch King's going to have to do without his gear here. Because I would quite like that refined one more time. Are we going to get zeroed once again? I suspect we might do. This could be an absolute fool's errand here. Oh, there we go. We can get it. Right, let's finish that. Quickly swap Sauron to have those. Go, 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 go. And then I need to swap Sauron to have gear. I need to do all this as quickly as humanly possible. Sauron, who is it? LOTR needs this. Oh, where is it there? I think that's probably too slow. This might even fail again. Come on. Nope, there we go. Cool. Used up a bit more stamina than we would have liked, definitely. Very, very wasteful there. Very wasteful. We could definitely have done that 100 times better if we'd just been patient and waited for our troops. But, ugh, we move. We move, we move, we move. Right, so we now have enough for this main hall, which we're going to absolutely obliterate straight through. Now, that's barracks 10. We're now very low on everything to get barracks 11, which is what we're crying out for. Hopefully some resource in this, unfortunately not. I think we're going to have to go on an absolute sweep mania drive for a moment in an attempt to pick up as much resource as possible. Still nowhere near ring level 10 for that gather anyway, which is annoying. Got the 130, got the main hall, but we can't build. So what we want is we want barracks 11, so that's 36k. So we need 50k stone, basically. This is essential for our progression. As soon as we have four commanders in, everything will become easy. Open a Matham chest, please. Okay, I will do 5 pulls from this Bayonne chest. There you go. Nothing particularly special. Unfortunately for us, our luck is not particularly swell a lot of the time. Right, now let's pull Serdan's army apart. Same with these ones here. Let's create a ton of sweeping armies and go on an absolute manic sweep. In fact, let's pull all our armies apart. Create a load of sweep armies and just go absolutely nuts with sweeping. So we've got Frodo, Gimli, Éomer. So we need it enough that it doesn't come up as high and dry, and there's a little way away from that. So that's 1. Radagast. Not sure Elrond and Witch King is going to be the one, as Elrond's not going to do any damage because I'm not giving them any troops. So it will be... Do I go Shadow or... Let's go Shadow. Let's go like that. Third one. Don't like Isildur. He kills too many of my troops. Let's go like that. There we go. 3 sweeping armies that can just start picking up some of the mobs around here. Preferably starting at the level 6s. In fact, I should make sure they've all got some form of gear. Let's unfavourite these guys so they're not near the top. Right, Éomer up first. Go on then, you can have the damage gear. Gimli, do I give him the second set of damage gear? I think the answer is no, because I want to put that on one of the other formations, so there's a high damage dealer in that as well. But I will take Dwalin's gear here, as I don't think I have Dwalin in one of my formations. Could be wrong. Dwalin, Gimli, and then Frodo and Sam can have the unit defense gear. Right, so that's Sweep Team 1. Sweep Team 2, I did obviously just use, unfortunately, my only Law of the Arcane set piece, I think. So I did. So, is there something like Fortitude that is better? So I could use this ring, which has damage. And then that has focus. Unit defense, this has more focus and unit defense. So there we go, Witch King there. Radagast is good. Sweet Team 2 is good. Oh, I did have Dwalin. That's annoying. Gandalf will have to use some kind of... We can use Gandalf the White's gear. No issue there. We have to hope we get a lot of tips for bonus bonus resource. That's what we're praying for. So, not using Elrond's stuff, and we're not using Isildur's, but do we want that? I don't think we do. Legolas has this black bow, so we'll give that to Aragorn. We have this initiative, but high damage chest, or we can let's use this one for fortitude. Should just put Legolas on here, as he still had gear. Last one, need some kind of accessory. Let's go with this one here. There we go, should have 3 sweep teams now. Which should be good to pick up a lot of these mobs. Yeah, hopefully they drop some good resources, because I am screaming for resources at the moment. Of course, they're not going to drop actual resources, because I've already swept too much today to get resources out of them. But yeah, I will. I hopefully will get resource tips. Please, I've already opened the Matham chest. I opened 5 Matham chests when you asked the first time. But yeah, so I'm taking nearly no loss on these level 10 mobs, so I'll just keep sweeping those. The level 6s are good too, as they give stone tavern tips, which I'm going to need desperately. Well, I'm not going to say the stone ones. I'm hoping the level 10 mobs give out the iron tips, because I haven't seen one of those yet. And well, stone tips we need more, to be fair, to get that get up towards that 50k stone mark that we said we needed for the next like commander. What's it called? Commander quarters or something like that. Commander's Chambers. That's what we need. So I can do this here, which we will do. Reason being is... Oh, so that was 2k stone there. So 3.6... Oh, no, so damn, 600 net down. I was about to say if we do this, we'll get 5k from there, but I didn't realise it was a double upgrade. Build a quarter hall. Gives me 1,000 stone. Okay, at the cost of 700. And then it says build a second quarter as well. If we were to pick a second one, it'd either be ruck quarters for siege units, but it's more likely going to be dwarven quarters for dwarven units. This is 2,000 stone again to upgrade that. How much do I? Yeah. Oh, select and build the second quarter. So that does give me the 1,000, but it doesn't. Cool. I don't actually have to build an upgrade to it. That's useful. So we need 3 150 tiles, which we're definitely not doing until, not off the back of last time, until we have those 4 commanders in and we have a lot more troops. Of course, this whole time we're just waiting for more and more troops to come in, which is pretty key. Because if we have no troops, we're not going to, be able to hit those tiles. So a lot of these are just ticking along. Look. Hoping in the tavern we get a tip at some point, but still no luck. On our knees at this point for a good tip. We have kind of cost ourselves a bit here. That 130 tile has absolutely cut all of our momentum here. Annoyingly, as we were on a little bit of a roll, I thought. But one bad decision unfortunately does cost us. But yeah, the only problem with this sweeping, of course, is that, as you see, we're not getting any resource off it because they've now limited the amount of resource you get through sweeping. And I'm hesitant to use the amount of grain I've got to turn into stone or other resources, because I'm going to need that grain for a lot of troops when I start 130, sending and smashing through them all. Leaderboards. Which leaderboards would you like to see? I'll go through one by one. Personal production leaderboards, we are in 6th, but we did just come back from about 2 hours away for lunch, so yeah, as expected, we dropped down. The main thing holding us up with troopers a minute, our stamina on our mains. Got nothing on Serdan, but on our actual full main team, the stamina is enormous, so we should be in a really good position. It's just waiting until we get these 4 commanders in. Once we've got those in, we will smash up these. But yeah, it's just waiting for those to come through. Right, there's loads of these low-level mobs over here, the ones that give out stone, so let's go over here. Asking for Matham again. I already opened 5 Matham chests a moment ago. There you go. Nothing the second time either. We didn't get anything the first time, and we didn't get anything the second time either. Unfortunately. Would be nice if we picked up a bail on invite there, though. But I would be so lucky. Keep smacking these. Oh, we have our first tip. There we go. 5,000 stone, nice and early. Nice. Just 10 more of these and we'll be good. I think we'll be a little bit low on iron and wood as well, though. Of course, the other thing we're waiting for is to get to ring 10 so we can gather. And we're absolutely on our knees for this at the minute. Sorry, I was looking through leaderboards. So yeah, we dropped off a little bit as we took a break for lunch, but we're still really good for stamina. So we should be able to climb up here pretty quickly. We are obviously sat in 6th, which is great. I think a few people will start stamming out soon if they've been using their main team, which we haven't. You can see down here kind of who's around the top 50. It's quite a nice mix of fellowships in here, actually. There is a very nice mix. First occupation. Oh, so this shows who got... Ah, I didn't realise that was a stat. That's incredible. I did not know that was a leaderboard stat. I assume that was what you were trying to push me towards, Saigo. Yeah, I did not know that was a thing. So we took the 14th, well, the most recent 130 at 14th. Some others did it around 3 hours in. That'll be those that started with their kind of main team, whereas we've only recently started using ours. I wonder if anyone's got a 150. Yeah, no 150s yet and no 200s. Merit, you've still got a few people kicking around with a little bit of merit where they've been obviously hitting people near them. Fellowship production, home is up top, so we're up to 84 members now. 75k production. Dharm is in second, they got their 91 members. Burn, or formerly Luna, is in third. We have 76 members, 58k. And then you've got Wolf, who have kind of grown out of nowhere here. They weren't, I think mine were fourth earlier, so Wolf have grown pretty significantly since we last checked. Led by Schwartz Emperor Ulfadar. He's using the Urukai style, which is interesting. You don't see that a lot. A lot of seasons played, a lot of seasons played. And then you have mine from our last season. They got 53 members in at the moment. And they're in fifth, and you can see there's quite a few others here. Harbingers or Crow are next up, and then after that there's quite a steep drop off for the rest. But yeah, so that's leaderboards at the moment. Just about getting these mobs as quickly as possible. Oh, we've got a ton of those. Take for myself, what do I get here? 7,500 grain. We love that. And then 2 more stone ones. Okay, these are flying in now. We might be at that. I was joking about our 10 more to go. Might get there sooner rather than later if we keep getting that kind of mob luck. 7,500 grain's nice as well. Very nice. I didn't know that was obtainable from these level 10s. I thought it was a 10,000 iron tip, but evidently I was mistaken. Who do I think the next commander will be? I know the next commander will be. It's going to be Azog the Defiler. He was leaked a month or so ago. There's a video on my channel about him from when they leaked it. If you're interested in taking a look. Yeah, he appears to be an evil side kind of command-based commander. He actually, at the time, I was pretty critical, saying he didn't look that great. Looking, so very, obviously he's very finger in the air, but looking at PBE, Azog looks like he's going to suit the meta from PBE perfectly. He looks like he's going to be incredibly strong. But we don't know until we see how PBE comes in, do we? So we'll wait and see on that one. Gandalf's running a little low on troops here. So we'll make sure they don't go high and dry, so we don't just lose a whole army. We've got another stone tip. Yeah. Apologies those who got the microphones blown out there by the dog barking. Apologies, quick mute while the dog barked again there. So we seem to be getting not great luck from these level 10 mobs, but these level 6 ones seem to be doing us a solid, so maybe we should just purely target those level 6 ones and see what we can get. I'm going to call Gandalf back here so he can do the same thing. There's a lot of them over here. So yeah, stop him from going high and dry and get him sent out. Radagast's a little way away from that, so he looks fine. Let's march over here because Gandalf can get that other closer one. It's crazy how good Radagast has been for sweeping. Like, he just doesn't lose any troops, and when he does, he just heals them so quickly. So he lost 1 troop, which is just nuts. I saw that video, but what do you think the one after that will be? If I had to bet, I think they'd carry on down the Hobbit path. I suspect if they would bring another one, they'd probably bring Tariel. Another Elven commander, I think. If I had to bet, that would be who I would go for. I'd expect Tariel. When that would be, though, is completely up in the air. Whether it came alongside someone like Azog, that would make sense. But I think there's a, it's a little bit up in the air as to, when that comes. Whether it comes a little bit after. They're a little bit slow bringing out new commanders. If I had to bet, though, I would say it would be Tariel. Get lots of our donations done. Passed another total donations for Fellowship Warband, hit 300. Nice. There's 5k more of our stone. That's why you should donate, people. Don't be that guy who doesn't donate. But in doing so, we get 5k more stone, which is exactly what we've been looking for. We're getting this done a lot quicker than I suspected. Ooh. We're a little bit careful here as Galax's armies are sat around here and we don't really want to clash into those. Just putting our marigolds on and doing our sweeping. Have we got any more tips? Not yet, just the 4. In fact, I think I'm going to speed through these. We've got the Fellowship Store yet? Not yet. So I might just pick up a couple of these here. Just so I can speed through. Just blast through them. Because I'm impatient. So we're at 34k stone now and ring level 9. So we're getting closer and closer to that ring level 10 that we've been praying for so we can get the gathering ability in. Ooh, tavern tips completed as well. That's also giving us another 5k stone. More and more reasons to sweep here as we get more and more kind of reward for doing so. So we're at 40k stone now. It turns out actually it looks like it's going to be our wooden ore that's going to cost us and hold us back, not the stone like I thought it would be. More and more tempted to use some of that grain now to switch to ore and lumber, because then if I do that, get wood and lumber across, and then I'll be able to get that built in as soon as possible. Are there any good neutral units except for tier 4? I have to try and remember off the top of my head which tier different units are. Right, so Great Beasts, I believe they're tier 3. I could be wrong. Yeah, Great Beasts are tier 3. They're pretty top tier. Use them on your tank and Not wild, yeah, where is it? There it is, bulwark. The enemy formations will prioritise attacks on that unit. So you put them on your tank with high command and you'll soak up a hell of a lot of damage. They do have huge amounts of HP, pretty decent defense. So if you combine that with, as I said, your tank commander, unit defense gear, they'll sponge an enormous amount of damage. Interesting tactics evolve skills here as well. You get elite skill and you also get this discipline skill, so they become a little bit cheaper in tactics evolved, which is very tempting. That's the first kind of tier 3 that came to my mind anyway. Quite a few of the tier 3s could be usable if you use them in the right way. Like I think keepers are quite nice if you use troop support, but of course troop support is not meta. Is a Cold Drake a tier 4 or a tier 3? No, there's a tier 4. Shire Protectors. Shire Protectors are tier 3, and they're probably my favourite unit in the game because they have the kind of reverse taunt, which is it this one here? Where is it? Oh, it's that one there. So up to one other formation will protect the Shire Protector. So what it means is it's like a reverse taunt. So it pushes enemy attacks away from the commander and troop, which has the Shire Protector, onto others. So if you put it on your lowest commander, so your like least strong defensively commander, it will push damage onto others. So that's really useful. So it'll stop your defensively weak commanders but high damage commanders from dying. So yeah, Shire Protectors are definitely top tier in my opinion, and that's a tier 3 unit. Otherwise, that's probably about it. But Shire Protectors are usually one of the first things I try and get on my season. Probably my favourite tier 3 unit. No, Radagast is running out of stamina. Still no more of those tips either. Need 2 more for the amount of stone we wanted, but we need an absolute ton of lumber and ore, unfortunately. It's the highest level commander then. 21 is the highest, which is Bjorn's Dane. You can see why he's doing so well. This is such a nice Dane. Sai has pulled out Galadriel. Yeah, most people have only got 3 I've got 3 commanders up here. We've got 1. Shows how we've been kind of spreading everything around. Daddy Roku is using, by the looks of it, Lurtz, Gandalf the White, and Undying. 3 very, very strong openers. Particularly Undying is one of my favourites. Undertaker does a good amount of damage, similar to that, the same skill as that the Shadow has, but Weapons Master is the same skill as LOTR, so it is a huge amount of early damage. CTG, sorry if I'm annoying you. You're not annoying me, mate. I'm happy to help and show whenever you want and discuss various things. Not annoying me at all. Right, so I'm going to have to call back this Radagast army and get him swapped out for someone else. Used all his stamina sweeping those level 6 mobs. He's been pretty much our resource factory the entire game so far. Just praying for a few more tips. Oh, Faust is hitting the 90s now. The resource around here is about to dry up very, very quickly. When are my streams? I don't actually have like a defined streaming schedule, I'm afraid. I kind of tend to pop them up. I work midweeks. I'm free to stream today just because I took a day. Basically, I had the day off anyway. I was taking it, and yesterday for a little bit of a break. But then just happened to fall in line with when we were starting our season as well, fortunately. But otherwise, the only times I get would be weekends, and quite often it's not enough time that I'd be able to stream, as I have to spend time with. Well, I don't have to, but would like to spend time with friends and family, obviously, as well. But I try and stream first day where I can. There'll definitely be update videos though, where I kind of give an update of as things have moved around the server. Sometimes I'll stream in evenings, maybe. There's a chance there might be one middle of the week. Any tips for Season 1 battling, taking and defending passes and just battling in general? Ooh, I don't play a huge amount of Season 1, I'm not going to lie. The problem with Season 1 is you just don't have the gear for it a lot of the time, but I believe a lot of the passes and things are weakened as well to account for that. The main thing is just making sure you get your fellowship organised. You know, it doesn't matter how tough something is most of the time if you have everyone organised and everyone pulling for the same cause. If you have enough people, it doesn't really matter too much. I don't know if that's helpful or not. Just trying to get one more sweep army together and trying to work out who's worth using. Start a seal door. So I could do something like that. And run those three. Elrond's going to have troops because of that dual blows. So who was in with Radagast? Radagast, Witch King, and somebody else. I'm not using Shadow at the minute. I think I'll use Shadow instead of Legolas. Unless Shadow's in another formation. Like that. Nice. Have we got any more tips yet? Still none. We had a bit of a wave there where we had a ton of tips all in one go and then we haven't had any since. Still currently resisting that temptation to use the grain. So we could just... But we need quite a lot, that's the problem. 32, 23, yeah, too much. More than the amount of grain we have. Annoyingly, we have enough of this commander's chamber, we just need barracks first. Just tempted to move it a little bit further that way. A bit like that, but problem is I haven't got things conscripting either, so I'm not getting troops in the van either. Need some of these tips to come in clutch soon and pull us in some resources, definitely. Need a big chunk of tips from resource tips to come in so that we can keep our resources back up. Bye, need to go. Great stream. Thanks, CTG. Appreciate you stopping in. And talking around your thing about saying just battling in general, I have a war guide video coming out next week, which should cover a lot of tactics, which should help people, particularly in season ones. Should give you guys a hell of a lot of... It starts off as basic tips and then also as slightly more advanced tips. I think that's coming next Friday, so a week from now. Apologies for the delay on that one. It's just to allow time because I'm going to have videos on this start of the season between now and then. Gandalf's still not high and dry yet, so that's good. We're going to have to start hitting these level 10 mobs, I think, because we haven't really got a lot else available. Hopefully we don't lose a ton of troops doing it this way. It's killing me, because this is what I want here, are these resources. But I can't get them. 2 more 130s, and I just do not have the troops for that. It's so tempting to use those resources I got at the minute to turn into troops to then take those 2 130s, but if I do that, I think it's just going to cost me so many troops in losses that it's not worth it. I should wait until I have 4 commanders and then do it. We see Daddy Roku and Sai starting to take 130s because they're starting to bounce along quite quickly. We're all the way down in 8th now. We are slightly tumbling, but that's because we haven't taken a tile in. however long. We could take a 90 someone soon, I suppose. Keep our power growing. Still only a tiny bit of the way towards ring level 10, which is just... We're on our knees now for some good tips. Oh, we did lose a lot. A little bit concerned that might put him into the high and dry state. No, he's only using tier 1s. Still no tips. The game does not want to give us tips. We need them badly and the game is not having it. We'll take a look. People need... Just trying to learn where I can. Not many people have done 2.0 videos. That is true, yeah. Like there's kind of a little bit of a lack of kind of basics videos at the very least. There's a lot on commanders and things like that, but not a lot else on actual tactics. Now in the midst of a massive PvP with the top kingdom, so trying to learn what to do and what not to do. Yeah, this guide should cover a lot of things. Kind of the obvious ones are things like just blanket covering an area. So if an enemy is advancing through here, you could just cover from here to here in your tiles and your fellowship's tiles, get others to help you with it, and just blanket cover the area, because the opponents will then have to use up an enormous amount of stamina to clear that. That's if you're on the back foot. If you're on the front foot, there's obviously a million different tactical methods you could use. Probably too many for me to say here. Just occurred to me Frodo's level 15. He's getting towards the point where he might have actually been able to take tiles. That's the other thing, is we do have 17 tiles left in our... We've only taken 38 tiles in total. That includes all the 15s and stuff we took at the beginning. We haven't dropped anything. Maybe I should start to look to use Frodo, Sam, some of the others, some of the guys here who are sweeping, to instead start taking 40 power tiles, maybe. Get our power up that way. I think that might be the play, but yeah, we're not getting any luck with tips at the moment. Is that because we stopped hitting these level 6 ones though? That's the real question. Those level 6 were dropping. Oof. They're not going to get any XP now, are they? That's quite annoying. Might actually be better if I stop and reinforce him with some more tier 1s. But yeah, I think we're going to take all these level 6 mobs, because those are the ones that will give us tips. These level 10s just aren't doing it for us. In fact, we're going to do that with everyone. Plus you don't really lose troops on these level 6 mobs because they're so rubbish. Problem is trying to find them at the minute. Flipping it. It's going to be a long old march. 4 minutes. Yeah, just crying out for these resources. I was hoping we get one of the 10k iron tips. We did obviously get that 7.5k grain one, but we've hit about 10 level 10 mobs and we've only had one. Whereas from those 5k, the level 6 tips, we seem to get them a hell of a lot more often. So yeah, weighing up whether I use this grain. Just drain all my grain down to nearly nil in order to get this barracks and everything sorted. So I think it was 32, wasn't it? It's like that. And then this needs 27, so I'm literally going to be at nil grain doing this. It's not even quite there, and even then I still need 6.8k of the other two resources, so they're still not going to get me quite there. And I'm still going to be low on stone, so I'm going to be basically nil on every resource after this. I feel like I've never been in such a resource deficit before. Main problem is obviously that because of those troops we used up on the 130, we're just left in such a hole at the minute that if we'd have been that little bit more patient with that 130, I think we could have got it if we'd waited till we had full troops. Are there any legendary mythics usable which are under R3? Depends. Usable, maybe not their like highest, they're not going to be at their best ability, obviously, as getting more respect is always going to help more because you'll be able to get skills. For King of Men, for example, this one does up that damage that little bit from allied formations, but King of Men's he only has 2 damage skills, and those are Anduril and Strider. So King of Men is usable. He's pretty good from R3. Definitely usable. For PvE, Radagast, even R1, has been absolute dream. Others, Gil-galad is usable. You just use these 3 skills. Alliance Leader and then Kingly Kin, the evasion. So, yeah, Gil-galad definitely usable R3. Bayon's only really good once you get beyond like R8, really, but his 2 damage skills are R1 and R3, so I guess you could use him. Any of those, you get access to good damage skills or good support early on in their troop tree. So that's probably what I would go for. We've been streaming for a hell of a long time here. We've been streaming for over 6 hours. Completely different viewers, I imagine, to now from who I had this morning. So welcome everyone. Welcome everyone who's joined in. We are, to update everyone, we had an incredibly efficient start where we managed to save everyone's stamina, everything like that, incredibly efficient. And then we messed up on a 130, absolutely drained all of our troops down to nearly nothing. And now we're desperately trying to get resources back up so that we can build Commander's Chamber here, so we can get 4 in our armies and potentially then move on to 130 power tiles. So at the minute we're just sweeping like crazy on our knees for some resources. You can see we're in an absolute bottleneck hole at the minute along the top. Still doing okay though. As you can see, we are 9th in power. We were 1st before I went away on my lunch, but we've also, whilst we're there, my main commanders all have, tons of stamina. So once we've got 4 armies in our formation, we will fly through it. What server? It's a Tactics Evolved server. It's server 480. Yes, I'm a little worried we're using up a lot of stamina on like Frodo, for example, here. He's level 15, so he's probably good enough he could take tiles, but we are just going to keep him sweeping. I might recall him in a minute and just keep him with that little bit of stamina and then consider if I need someone to take tiles in future. And then just build another sweep formation to come over here. Not sure really what we've got left though. Legolas is a damage dealer. That's about it. Could maybe use R1 Galadriel. Not sure what we've got to be our tank though. Yeah, maybe I'd just chuck Gil-galad in there. I know it's not elven units or whatever, but that's probably what I'd go with. Let's just chuck whatever in here for now. I'm not going to use it until I'm done with Frodo. Which, if he's... there we go. Would I use Galadriel? I'm not really sure what our best build is, to be honest. I assume you'd put 1 in here for the madness. That does 42% focus damage per skill point, whereas that does 60 odd, but it's not every round. Okay, this one's better. It's just a very weak army. That's the problem. But Frodo and Sam's done. We can swap their gear over. Where is it? There it is. What am I looking for? Warcry chest. Where is it? Warcry helm. And then Galadriel. It's not really going to want. Maybe the Blazing Tongue would work. Go for it. Chuck Blazing Tongue in. Just chucking together a kind of menagerie of a formation here. It'll do a job, I think. It's only going to be used for sweeping anyway, so who cares? So he's going to be the tank. Legolas can have that. There you go, Galadriel can have that. And then going to come up and sweep these mobs. 15 minutes. Flipping out. Oh, we can get one more tip. That's good. It's another 5k stone. So we've now got enough stone to get our commander's quarters. Not enough iron and not enough, definitely not enough lumber. Next to nil on lumber. I've got to be a little bit careful with grain now as well, because if I lose troops, I'm not going to be able to heal them. And just getting the chambers isn't going to take the tiles for me. You know, getting the two chambers is not going to kill off 2 more 130s for me to get that big chunk of resource, and I'm very low on troops. So I'm not even sure I'm going to have the troops to take anything soon. I'll be looking for another one there. Occurred to me this is what I probably should have done on my lunch, just sweeps like an absolute maniac. It's annoying more of these mobs are not spawning close to my keep. I'm just getting further and further away. Wonder if there's anything useful in the red book. Some stone production speed ups. I've never actually looked into this red book since they changed it. I think it's all production speed ups and things like that. Yeah, it is. Nothing that actually rewards you with a particular resource. If there was, I could be tempted. But of course it would give us an advantage if we still had Red Book available. I miss the old Red Book. Season 1 Red Book, when the game first came out, gave you a ton of resource. It was amazing. Just waiting for all these guys. Just such a waiting game, sitting watching them chug along. Unfortunately, there's not a huge amount we can do here at the minute. Maybe we should try to get Faust to give us a bit of a boost. Get him to send a 130 power tile, die on it, kill those troops, and give it to us for free. Definitely be beneficial for us. Not for him, unfortunately. This is meant to be straight, just sitting, waiting for resource, waiting for sweeps. Waiting. We'll take 90s with near no loss as well, once we've done this. I just don't really want to take 90s. I'd rather take 130s, but I don't think no loss 130s. I think that's off the cards after seeing what happened our first time to try and one troop. For those who didn't see it, it was a delightful failure. Because I've been one trooping 90s, I thought we could one troop a 130, maybe not one troop, but full with Serdan, one troop on our damage comms, and that might do a lot of damage. And what actually happened was our damage comms died instantly and did next to no damage, so we just wasted 300 knights on Serdan for nothing. Whereas if I'd spread my spread it evenly across my commanders, it probably would have done a lot better, because my commanders wouldn't have died instantly. So that's why we're in this big hole. After such a magnificent start, we're now in this hole. So got to try and dig ourselves out, trying to get these resource tips to kind of little by little give us that little push until we're in a position where we can pick ourselves back up again. What's likely to happen in a minute, once I have 4 commanders in my formation, is I might take a couple of 90s, but with, say, Dane, Gandalf the White, Sauron, for example, just to get a couple more levels into those guys. Because I think I should have the troops to do that. Yes, another sweep from Gandalf. At least these guys are levelling up as well, so they will be towards the back end of the day. They might be able to help us get that kind of push over the hill and capture a last few tiles if we need it for first place. Might be able to pick up some 90s soon if their level's high enough. We were picking up 90s, I think, with level 12 on our main, so some of these secondary ones may be able to do so. Still only that one tip. The difference here is 1 or 2 tips will probably give us what we need and get us out of that hole. But they just refuse to at the moment. Game refuses to give them to us. So I shall dutifully wait until they come. Yeah, once we've got this and we've tried it on a tile or 2, I will probably drop off, because then I'll need to have a bit of relax. It's nearly 7 hours streaming now. My eyes are screaming. So I've shown kind of the most efficient way to use stamina, which should help a lot of people. And then I've also shown possibly the most inefficient way to use your troops, with the way that I've managed to smash myself into tiles that I couldn't take, getting a little bit overly keen. But I think the stamina thing will help a lot of people, especially the use of Clairvoyance, which if you haven't seen it, I used quite early on. I used a lot of Clairvoyance, which I actually think is a very underrated ring skill. Ooh. Having 4 commanders in our formation as well should help with you know, leveling up other commanders. So we could just chuck in a couple of these randos, just get them to carry XP off some of the big ones that could take 90s without needing 4 commanders, so we can get a couple others leveled up and just keep that cycle going. Come on, game. Hurry up and march. Is there a march speed increase in the beginning of the game? I don't think there is there? No. I do miss that. During the Rise to War Classic 24-hour buff, you always had the march speed buff, which was just so useful. After Season 2, do I get thrown into servers with 15 season whales? Well, there's a hard one to say. So you do get thrown into Bag End, which means that you pick your campaign. However, that campaign is also open to every other fellowship. So after Season 2, you could theoretically pick a campaign that you could get thrown in with, you know, my fellowship, or, you know, a lot bigger fellowships as well. There will be some of the biggest out there. You could end up in the same campaign as them. Wonder if any of the fellowships here are Season 2. Wolf, I'm pretty sure aren't. I'm pretty sure I saw there a load of ones. Ones. There you go. So this Ones fellowship hosted by Electrics, they got gold badges in their Season 1 and Season 2, and then they're now in this campaign, Tactics Evolved, with us, for example, who have a hell of a lot of seasons under our belt. So yeah, it is very possible. You don't get thrown in, as in they don't force you there, but when you choose your server, you could end up with other teams that have a lot more seasons played. Yes, is the long and short answer. It's not pleasant, and you kind of have to try and stomach through it. The key thing there is going to be keeping hold of your best members, keeping everyone motivated, and if you can, try and go into a season, something like Rebuild and Glory, and getting into a faction where one of the other teams in your faction is a big team. So you're kind of the Season 2 team, and you guys do a lot of the kind of hard grunt work, and then let the bigger team carry the PvP where you can. That's probably my recommendation. Charlie Ball 777, best YouTube of Rise to War. Hope you stick with it. Quit playing at 2.0, but still love to watch your videos. Appreciate it, Charlie. Thank you very much. And I hope with PBE changes, if you haven't seen that video, take a look. You might find that you like some of the look of that, and might even come back for whenever the PBE changes come in. That might tempt you back. Just take a look and check them out. Sad to hear you quit, though. Still no tips. We're getting more and more sweeps, but still no tips. Unfortunately for us. We've already got the stone we need. We need a 13k, we've got 10, but we've got a 5k stone tip coming in. So if we get another couple of 1 or 2 tips, we can then convert those into lumber and get building. Is he high and dry now? 800 supplies worth of soldier. He's not. He's at 2762. Well, the game thinks he's high and dry. I'll take the warning that it's given me. Just gonna double check. It doesn't say that for any of the others. Interesting, because Gandalf definitely wasn't at 800. He was at 2762. Okay. I will accept the warning and not push it any further. So we've got 2 sweepers going out here in a minute. We can at least reform our main team and start taking some tiles, at the very least. At least there's tons of these mobs out here, but they're not giving us what we need, really. But yeah, let's get reforming the main team. So Serdan has a bit of stam now. Lutz and Lothar. That's probably the... or do we go Lutz and Gandalf the White? And that's kind of... No, because we've got 2... No, we've got 1 healer, 1 defender, but I'm not sure the synergy's there. Or do we go King of Men like that? It's going to make us put 1 troop on every commander. So that's kind of 1 team we can take with. When Gandalf's back, we'll sub him out and swap him for Team 2, which would be Dane, Gandalf the White, Sauron, like that. And then I think we're in a pretty good spot. We can take a couple of 90s or 2 while we're waiting, which I think would be wise. Get us doing some kind of progression, because at the minute we're just slipping backwards quickly as we're not taking any 130s. Just these troops are just costing us and costing us and costing us. A lot of people getting going nicely. You got Sakura as well, who it's great to see him back. Sakura is someone who wasn't with us last season as he was unwell. Could you explain the different season types? I know there's RP and NRP, but not sure what the others are and how they work. So yeah, you said you know about roleplay and non-roleplay, with of course roleplay being that you can only use commanders and troops that align with your faction. So evil with evil, good with good. Non-roleplay being you can use a mix of anything, like what I'm doing now, where I've got, you know, Dane Ironfoot marching round with Sauron in front of him. As for different season types, there's quite a few. So you kind of got season 1 and season 2. If I remember rightly, season 1's kind of a War of the Ring. Is it a War of the Ring style campaign where you try and push Frodo around the map, or is it a normal campaign? I'm not familiar with what the current season 1 is. But season 2 becomes a bit more like Rebuilding Glory, where you just, it's kind of all these season 1s combine into one big server, and then you get everyone fighting against each other. So you need to make sure kind of when your season 1s come into an end, you gather everyone in that server together and kind of all form one big fellowship for season 2, is always the recommendation. So then you can fight against other clans who have done the same. And then you get into Bag End, and that's when you get to the campaign. So there's quite a few different choices. You have Rebuilding Glory, which is where you have different factions around the map. So you have Arnor, Lindon, Angmar, Lothlorien, Erebor, Mordor and Gondor. I think I've caught all of them there. And any player who picks the faction, regardless of whether you're in Fellowship or not, then is part of that team. So then as your faction, you have to try and win, basically. The specifics within Rebuilding Glory is you also have to level up keeps. So within keeps you can enter them and they'll have different levels, and as you level keeps up they'll give different buffs. So say extra defense for men units, for example, if you're in like a Gondor keep. As you level up keeps you'll get additional bonuses, and those differ upon which keep is which. And that'll, within your like season targets, it'll be reflected in there what you should aim for yourself to get your rewards. So for example, this is Tactics Evolved. So difference of Tactics Evolved is a bit more like the King of Men map, or the best way to describe it is big map, lots of passes, lots of capitals. You usually have to take this is differentiated by fellowships rather than factions. So we aren't Erebor up here. Everyone's a different fellowship. So I play for my fellowship home, and at some point we'll take a keep and make it our capital. Once we have our capital, we'll then form, I believe, a kingdom. So then we'll be able to add one other fellowship to play with us. So we play with the Burn Fellowship. And then as our two fellowships or our kingdom, we'll then try and take additional keeps, and then of course win by taking the ring. King of Men is very similar to that. Pretty much exactly the same as that. The difference with Tactics Evolved is you get elite training on your units. That means is once you've built the elite training grounds, you can start giving your units different skills. So where this spearman has spear barrage, or the knight has, if it will show me, has mounted and full protection, you'll be able to add an additional skill in here, but only for tier 3s after you've elite trained them. So it might be 6 more defense or 5% less damage, depends on the unit. And that's the difference with Tactics Evolved, is then you have the strategy of planning which units you're going to use, which elite training you're going to put on them. Unfortunately, the elite trainings are not very good. They used to be amazing. You used to get some ridiculously good ones which caused crazy synergy, so the meta in Tactics Evolved was completely different to every other server. Unfortunately, they've kind of softened it down now, and so it's very similar to all the other servers. Still good fun. King of Men, similar to what I said with Tactics Evolved, in that you and another fellowship form a kingdom, and then your kingdom tries to dominate other kingdoms, basically. But you're not split by faction. Hopefully that helps a little bit. It's probably not a fully comprehensive answer either, but it's kind of everything that came to mind. Tip? No. Still no tip. What are we missing now? I think we can now probably exchange from other things. Yeah, we can. So we can speed up this here, get this done. And then what do we need? 6,800. I'm just going to do it. I'm sick to death of waiting for this. And now I am absolutely resource strapped here. Not in a good place. But we will call these two back after this and see what we can do as far as making a formation, see how many troops we've got. Probably take a few 90s to get levelling up. Maybe even build a second formation, get that levelling up. Some of these commanders that I've just been using for sweeping can probably start taking 60 power tiles now. I imagine anyway. Very close. Need level 10. Level 10 will obviously allow us a 5 more tile limit. And gather being the most important thing. It does also say we get that increased stone and wood gathering from... I might even take that as well, rather than the ring points. Can't decide if I want to take that before or after. But yeah, tempted to take that very early. I'm going to recall both of these. Actually, Gil-galad's only just started, hasn't he? Yeah, let's keep sweeping with him. But let's get Elrond back and get those troops back. Right, what are we looking at troops wise? Just realised we made all these formations and then they're completely pointless as soon as I can get 4 commanders in my army. So, last one's obviously going to be King of Men. 1 troop, 1 troop, 1 troop, max command. I think that should be able to take a 90 pretty easily. So we can at least get going leveling them up, because I think we're going to have to level them up a little bit more before we can do 130s again, I think. So is Gil, Legolas, Galadriel. I have to wait for this sweep done because I realise I've got a lot of the gear on them. In fact, I'm going to take the gear off all the commanders I'm not using at the minute. So a lot of these sweep guys. In fact, yeah. That chest and headpiece can stay on there because that's all I'm going to use it on. That, don't mind that staying. In fact, Radagast can probably stay as it was because it's all using gear that I don't use on any other commander. A gear that translates well over to others I'm going to pull off, so that's set there. That'll end up on Gandalf the White in a moment, because then I can see what I've got left to put on Gil-galad's formation. That's kind of only usable for Witch King. Who was in this army? Yeah, not Dwalin. Right, main team. Main team, finally. Dane with the Warcry set, and then we have Gandalf the White with full focus set. What am I looking for? That. King of Men with, for now, the Might set. It's incredibly tempting to use this actually for bonus unit defense instead of Might. But as I'm using in 1 troop, for now we're going to stick with Might. I wonder if we've got hammers yet to start building our Perseverance set. Haven't actually looked at what I've got from the season pass so far, I just know I've got a ton of speed ups. Cool, so our main team geared up, so otherwise Legolas needs to take like a 2nd string set of gear. So let's give him that sharp point set we had. Gil-galad needs something. So I just said I was going to keep on Elrond. I'm actually going to take off of him. And then Galadriel needs some kind of weapon. There we go. Cool. Now I can keep sweeping with Gil-galad. Sauron, meanwhile, is going to take a 90. I think I've got a ton round here that I've marked as being takeable. Just got to double check which ones have large units, because I don't really want to do the large units ones, because I haven't got any small units at the minute. So yeah, let's drop that one off for now. I thought I had some that were pinned. Maybe I didn't. One up here, which Faust's already got. What are you doing, FMK? Where are you marching to? And then the other one's right as a 1 power land. I don't know why I've marked that. So no, I don't have any 90 power tiles ready to go. Just check that one, I don't like that one. It should take this incredibly easily, because we should be more than enough for this tile already. I'm not a big fan of Agzog, it's the only thing, especially not with Flay. Have we got another 90 that's all okay first? Of course, I can just start resetting all of these again, which I probably will do in a moment. Let's get some reset armies going. Random guys that we don't use to reset all the tiles that we don't like the look of. So there was that one, and there was that one. Right, what was our latest clairvoyances? We have an Ori with shield bearers. There we go. Straight away, that will do. Oh, right, start getting some production back under our belts. We've been a little bit slow the last hour or so whilst we chilled after killing ourselves on that 130 power tile. You can see others are starting to accelerate away as they take 130s. We just don't have the troops for it right now. But the good thing is now all of our resources, however little, can start being focused into troop production. We just got the most minuscule amount of resource. It's hilarious. Once we get to ring level 10, we can fix this because we can gather. But until then. Yeah, sorry. So what I was just saying there was, in chat, because now people can gather off other people's fellowship tiles. You should really announce when you have a 130 power tile or 150. You know, as you get the high up and up the higher power tiles, because as soon as others reach ring level 10, they can then march over to my ore tile and gather off it if they need ore. Same we could do for grain. So where's this? Is it going to be an absolute mile away? Yeah, but to be fair. Is it worth doing just because we'll get there and we'll get there in time for when we need some more grain. We'll get there around the time when we have gather unlocked. So there's that 90 tile. Lost more than expected, but not too bad. Not horrendous. We're going to have to live with these 90s, I think, for a little bit. I don't know how well we'll do against a 130. Still the worry. Don't want to go too early, basically. We could also soften it up, of course, with another formation. We do have 2 damage dealers here, and Cyrdan could even use Radagast as well in there, who was shown to be very useful for healing. Or Gandalf the Grey, maybe, for White Council. So yeah, we could get that going. We did see another Ori. But there's a troll Ori. Ugh. Do we just? So we didn't use a lot of HP there, that's the thing. We've still got tons of HP. The healing's going to take next to nothing. Do I just chuck that on there? And then 1 tier 1 on all of these and go get that 90. I think that's doable. Because 2 of these will get them up to level 18. I don't think we're far off low trooping 130s. And we're going to have to low troop them because we haven't got anything else. What gear did that Faramir have? Yeah, not a fan of that. Faramir has incursion and he also has Warcry gear. I think that's Not my cup of tea. Law of the Arcane, low attack. Exot can do damage, but he's also using snipers, which won't do much damage. I think that could be okay. So we'll do these two and then see where we come out, I think. So, Gilgalad still chugging along. We haven't had one of those resource tips in ages. When we started doing it, we had absolutely tons of them. And then again, we've gone through somewhat of a drought. But yeah, we're just sat here waiting for Sauron to hurry up and do his march. Still got tons of stamina on here, considering we haven't used a tincture either. Plenty of stam. It's just those troops that are holding us up. Gilgalad's starting to get a little bit low. We'll bring him back now. And we did get a tip on our last one at least, so there's 5k. 5k more stone. Not that we need stone anymore. I'm now pretty unbothered by buildings on these things. First 24 hours, I'm not really bothered by any of these anymore. All I needed was those 4 commanders. Now I'm going to be focused on troops. Getting that kind of building, getting that kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? Troop supply, so we can get that 130 flow going. Yeah, that few hundred troops we lost has absolutely killed us. Right. What do we need? We need everything, basically. Feels weird trading stone for other resource when we've been doing the opposite the whole time. Feels dirty. Ew. Can't really heal anything either when we lose our troops. Whoa. Oh, it was tier 1s, wasn't it? Yeah, sorry. I was sitting there thinking, whoa, Sauron lost a lot. Did still lose quite a lot, but I thought he'd killed all our knights then. And that right there, by the way, is why I hate those spear, what are they called, spear troops. I think they're useless. That's why I went for the knights. We'll switch back to mounted troops and then we'll take this one over here. Where was it? Here. That should then have everyone at level 18. Which is again 130 territory. We just don't have the troops to do it. So we've got someone already coming over to gather. So someone is higher ring level than me. Again, not surprising, as we did chug along very slowly at the beginning. What's everyone's HP like? I see everyone's HP was spot on. Which is again what concerns me about that kind of one troop, is that the 90s were so easy that you think, oh, 130 shouldn't be too much harder, and then the step up is just enormous. We should probably cultivate a good enough 130 though. See, I want a grain one, but I'm gonna have to wait for that because there's nothing grain close enough to us. Annoyingly. And we are annoyingly low on troops. What we got? This one's got Hergon and Faramir. Disgraceful. Definitely not. Hergon and Faramir, be gone with you. Second one, Trolls. God damn it, if that had those commanders without Trolls, that would be the tile we're after. That would be perfect. None of those deal damage. However, with Trolls, obviously they counter our medium units. Not one we're going to be looking to take. Annoyingly. Might not reset it for now though. Might leave it. Because someone using small units, Faust for example, might come across to take it at some point and that'll benefit him. Alternatively, if we have some small units kicking around at some point, it could benefit us. So we will leave it for now while it's got easy commanders. What's this one? See, this one looked like it was going to be good. We had Merry and Pippin, but then Hergon and Faramir hiding at the back. Another good tile, but unfortunately this time full medium units, so that one definitely needs a reset. That one's never going to be hit. That won't help anybody. And that's all the 130s kind of near us. We are in this horrible doom pit with no benefit. I want to be close enough to march to it so I can march a second time and get another hit on it. Level 18, nice. Bonus from White Council as well now. Yeah, back to losing almost nothing. Let's pull Gil-galad back. Disband, and then we'll see how many troops we have kicking around. Does he have T3s already? Surely not. No battle reports. I can't even see a fellowship battle report. It's annoying. What troops have we got? 85 spare knights and not a lot else. It is just going to have to be 90s for the minute. He doesn't gain another skill point. I was thinking if I did one more, I'd gain another level, but he doesn't gain a skill point. Most of these are more than 290s away, so I don't really want to waste the stamina. But I do have my second team as well, who can do one more march. Could take another 90. That little flurry took us up to 6th. It's crazy how close it is at the top. Faust, who invented mental fatigue? Faust, I've been streaming for 7.5 hours. The pain. So see, Cole's still taking these 130s with very minimal losses, with only 3 armies. I know he's got full troops and much better gear, but With 4 we should be able to do that. Surely with 4 we should be able to do similar to that. Sampi, number 25 mob, interesting. 12k XP, nice. Bit too much troop loss for my taste, but yes, he's doing well. That's even one that counters him. I think I'm being a little bit unnecessarily afraid of some of these, but I just don't want to make the same mistake twice. So I'm going to keep going until I get an army that I deem to be easy. Then I'll do it again. Just going to keep chugging along till I get so-called easy armies. That was the troll one I said I wouldn't reset, isn't it? I forgot about that. So what was this one? That's that one there. Ooh. That is a nice tile. But of course it's right next to someone's base and it's a 5-minute march away, so I can't hit twice. Oh, it's a 2-minute march. Ooh, that's tempting. That one needs a reset. I think it needs a reset. What was it? Merriam, Pippin. Yeah, Hergon and Faramir. Get that gone. 2-minute march away is very tempting. How's my scouting going? It was going well until I massacred all my troops. So we're hoping that one of these basically is going to refresh and become a good tile. We'll get some more iron soon. Kaz is back. Welcome back. Back up to 17 people at the minute. 7.5 hours into this day. Whew. I'm cooked. Which is why I keep making silly mistakes. Really silly mistakes. Yeah, I've got tons of stam still. Still haven't used a stamina pot. I don't think I've ever been in such a privileged position stamina wise. I was in such a bad position troop and resource wise. Oh, it's killing me. And we can only afford to get 6 blooming knights in, and of course if we hit a 130 or whatever and lose a bunch of troops, we're not going to be able to heal them up because we have no grain. Absolute pain. Okay, Kaz, getting a 200-day one isn't a bad idea now that people can gather, like you can see is about to happen here. Now people can gather off your tiles. Getting a 200-day one is actually quite useful. Will benefit everyone else anyway, so it does snowball. Oh. So the problem is I'm now looking to obviously put 2 full troops on them and 1 troop on my mains, but actually it'd probably be better to kind of mid all of them as we discovered last time, because what actually happened was our damage dealers just got annihilated. But I want to work out what's the minimum number of troops I can put on there and still take the 130. So I want all my troops to die, but the commanders to stay alive, or at least not to fail the tile. I got to find that point. Are any of these near to us? No, very far away. Falcon here. Right, some of these should have refreshed now. Please be a nice tile. Please. I want to try. I want to get another 130. Please. Oh, mounted units. Very close to perfect commanders, but mounted units. If that had small units, we would have done it right then. Any of the others reset? That was the troll one. That one has reset. Cool. That one hasn't. That was 20 seconds away. Faramir, Hiragon, not happening. Just trying to avoid those commanders that I know can be troublesome and can deal a lot of damage. Just trying to avoid them kind of as early as possible. Right. Do I go for this one? That's the question. With this very low troop level that I have being the problem. I'm basically going with that. If I do it, that's what I'm going with. In fact, I might even go with something more like that and put more on these. But then they'll lose more. I just need them to last so they deal enough damage and not die immediately. Do I reverse that and go like that? Go like that, maybe. See how it does. Screw it, let's go make another harrowing mistake. Can't just sit here all day doing nothing, so let's go make another harrowing mistake. Absolutely kick ourselves, and then back to the drawing board. But that's the fun of this game. Learning little by little how to be a bit more efficient. You said use all on Gandalf and White and Sauron. I know that would be the general rule, but when we tried that earlier, our one troop damage dealing commanders died instantly. So we dealt no damage and everything died. So we're going to try this, see how this goes. In fact, I might even line up like Círdan, Lurtz, Lothar. Do I go with another damage dealer or do I go with Radagast? No, another damage dealer. Which I might have to one troop on. Because just in case I have to send to finish it off or something like that, I'll give it a prod. And I'm going to need to get some grain about for the healing as well, so I'm going to have to use the market to get grain. Hopefully that's enough. F it, let's see what happens. What's this one? Another horrible, horrible tile. I haven't got anything to reset tiles with now. I'm that low on troops. Literally down to pretty much 0 on everything. asking about the 130, Kaz. Let me show you. Well, I did only have 3 commanders, though, it should be said, but... God, I did a lot of sweeping. This is me trying to get my resources back up. Here. Horrendous. Went absolutely horrendous. Because Dane just died round 1. So did no damage. So that's why I'm trying to give a bit more troops. Although I've just realised I put the spearman on him, so he's not going to have the counter buff. Neither's King of Men, which is the whole reason I had knights. So he's not going to have that 10% bonus damage. Or I should have gone the other way around. Should not have listened. Should not have listened. Should not have listened. I am going to die on this tile. So celebrate my imminent death. But that's how we learn. I'm not going to cancel it now because I don't want to lose the waste the stamina that I've used. If I get the stamina back, I would cancel, but I can't, so I won't. The only benefit is the counter buff on Sauron and Gandalf the White will hopefully mean at worst I'll get a draw, and if I do get a draw, I can send another. That's what I'm praying for. Did get a draw, and we will take it, which is good. Losing out on not having that counter buff, unfortunately, on Dane. It's cost us some damage, definitely. But we will get the 130 power tile. But that, again, uses up all our troops all over again. One more, and then we get this huge, very needed influx of resource to boost our number of troops. We just need it so desperately. Just got to keep chugging along until we get it. Put on unique. You are correct. I can now... That's good, because that's another 400 HP. So that means a couple of less troops I have to put on him each time, which is good. I'm considering conscripting some tier 1 mounted units. So this is where the mounted unit and clairvoyance theory comes unstuck. It's because they take so long, so many resources to build, that it's now going to cost me. Whereas actually using small units might have been more beneficial. Does Grima give any stuns? I don't think so. Oh god, this is going to take ages to find again now. Grima, madness maybe. Shagrat is self madness. Mautok, no. Ugthak, no. It was honestly just Dane dying. He just died too soon. This better not draw again, by the way. I'll be furious if this draws again. Shouldn't. But I'll be fuming. But at least we've got another level 20 now. You can see the difference in efficiency between how we use Serdan and how we used Dane. Leaves us a ton more marches and a ton more XP available. It's just the troops holding us up. Everything else we've been so efficient with. Just the troops. Do 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 do. Yeah, get this out of the way. See what troops we've got left after we heal. hopefully we have enough that we could potentially take another 130, because we just desperately want to get over this chapter progression so that we can get those resources, get more troops in the van, and then we'll be absolutely perfect. Hergon and Dwalin. Ew. Can't even reset it. Ew, ew, ew. Do not want that. So just waiting for this draw to tick out, annoyingly. Sampy's still taking out level 25 mobs. Wonder why. 12k XP, I suppose, for 10 stamina, but not sure I'd want to lose the troops on something that's not going to gain me power or resource, in my opinion. Arwen and King of the Dead doing their job the best they can in 2.0. You're damn right. All they can do is just reset tiles for me. Well, there's our second 130 done. One more to go for that 130 power tile. 4 commanders, definitely making a big difference compared to our first hit. Just need to make sure we leave a little bit of troops on them so that they don't die, basically. So we weren't too bad. And if we put mounted troops on King of Men and Dane, we'll do a lot better. So we could probably put 40-50 troops on them. I'm probably going to put 40 or 50 on all of these and then max Sauron, I think. That'll be when I'm happy and ready to go for another one. What's our fellowship looking like? Power production wise, Cull, then Sai, then myself, Thor, CC, Charlie Murphy, Bury, Grond, Admiral Rain, Sakar and Francor, along with Sammy Durin, Skeletor, loads of people in here. I'm not going to go through everyone, but contribution wise, we're looking Sakar as top, followed by Sherlock and Load, and then surprisingly ourselves. I'm assuming we're only that high because we've been sweeping like crazy, but yeah, not too bad at all. What we got troops wise then after this, so we can not quite max. That's not a good sign. We can't even max Sauron, so we are going to have to try and produce some more troops with whatever scraps we've got left here. 12 whole more knights. Get in the van. There's 4. There's 4 tier. There's one more here on Serdan. There we go. Get him off. Meanwhile, we are going to reset another bunch of 130 tiles till we find one that we like. We checked this one a moment ago and it was horrible. Can't remember what this one was or if it's been reset. Well, we got full trolls on possibly the perfect army for us to hit. Once again, that is annoying when you get literally the perfect army, the commanders that you're looking for, ones that you'd love to hit every day. Unfortunately, the troops on it let you down. The reason for that is, for those who are just kind of catching up, is I'm using medium units. I don't want to go up against large units because of the counter debuff. No siree. Grima, Maltok, Agzok, Khaldun. Do you know what? I don't hate that. Perseverance is the only issue on Agzok. I don't hate that tile. Maybe I should, but I don't. Faramir, here gone. I do hate that one. Tile resets, left, right, and centre. That one's probably close enough as well. What have we got on that? It's annoying there's no grain ones. The no grain is really bugging me. As in, no 130 grains. Close enough is bugging me. Ooh, that is a horrible, horrible tile. That is possibly the worst 130 tile I could get. 4 tough commanders and medium units. No, sir. Oh, excuse me. Look at our mighty 12 knights chugging along. Doing whatever they can to keep us going. Let's get 17 more. Chronic lack of troops. Absolute chronic lack of troops. Sherlock and Load, you've been sweeping a ton. I can see. That's why your contribution's so high. We've been sweeping a hell of a lot and you're still above me, so you must have been sweeping so much. Out of interest, have you seen much in the way of tips? We've been taking those 5k stone tips from the level 6 mobs. However, we've only seen one other tip from level 10 mobs, which was a 7.5k grain. We've seen nothing else from level 10, so we gave up on those. So just wondering, Sherlock, if you'd seen any other good tips from any other level mobs, 10, 12, etc. So we do need about 50, 60 more nights before we can do another 130. 7 hour non-stop season 2 vibes here. It's nearly 8 hours now I've been doing this, Kaz. You guys can't say I don't love you. 8 hour long stream. Showing you what not to do at very least. So it looks like I'm running slightly ahead with main hall at least. So others are saving up their stone to try and get main hall 6. Meanwhile, we're draining our stone to try and get grain and troops in the van. Which is interesting. That's all we can really do at the minute, is just kind of wait for resource to come in, wait for some troops to come in and keep just one by one bringing them in, unfortunately. Frustrating, but I don't think there's a lot more we can do about it. For now, anyway. Where is the leaderboards? Still in 6th. I imagine a lot of these guys are taking, if anything, taking 90s now, though. We're not seeing a huge jump in 130, so I think everyone is either resource, stamina, capped, probably. Anyone on a 150 yet? We do have 2 150s. So Hanar has pushed the boat out and gone straight for a 150. Fair play. That probably cost him a ton of troops, but it does mean he gets a lovely gather spot. Meebro Samwise as well. Player we've played with before. Welcome, Samwise. Fellowships, homes starting to take off into the distance a little bit now. Now we've got people online. Still missing 10 or so members, but we've gone about 10k clear. followed by Darm, who now have their 100 out of 100, and Burn, who are at their 87 in third. Not too bad at all. I think we're looking pretty decent, personally. Have we hit ring level 10 yet? Still not quite. Madness. What kind of gathering do we do? Do we gather on the 130 or do we... Because we need grain more than anything, but... How are we looking with our kind of night farming plant? Got Sarah on full, so we just need to get something on the rest now. Oh, how did you get main hall 6 already? I've been sweeping a hell of a lot, and the sweeps give these 5k stone tips if you sweep the level 6 mobs. That's why all these other commanders are leveled up, because I've just been sweeping level 6 mobs absolutely relentlessly and taking those 5 stone tips. 5k stone tips. We must have had 20 or 30 of those. So that's a huge boost in stone. So we're really ahead as far as buildings go. But because of that, we've spent all our resources on building. So like we even have barracks 11 and commander chamber 3. But the problem with that is we've spent nothing on troops. So we've now completely hollowed ourselves out on troops, and we're just sat waiting and waiting and waiting for troops. Grain, we've only seen one tip that gave grain. We were fighting level 10 mobs, and that level 10 mobs basically gave us a 7.5 grain tip. But we got one of those out of about 15 level 10s, so then we sacked them off because they just weren't good enough compared to the 5k stone ones. What's Commander Chamber? That's a new addition, so it's no longer when you get to barracks level 11 you just get the extra commander you can add to your formation. You now have to spend resource as well on the Commander Chamber to get that, which is really annoying. Thanks, I'll do that now and you can eat my dust. Who is this here? Is this Cole by any chance? Trying to work out how to catch me up. Stealing all my secrets away on stream. Shameful. But yeah, just ticking along, trying to keep our commanders going. Join us next season in Raw. Oh, I've got a few teams that keep being asked to be played with, but still, I'm still never left home. So I was part of the original fellowship that won season 1. That eventually formed home. So yeah, I've always kind of been here. Come on, I need this 130. Can our troops hurry up? None of those level 6 mobs are spawning around here still. Which are those 2 tiles that we reset? So it was this one here, and I think this one over here. Let's see if any of them are pleasant tiles now. Hoping for like a unicorn tile, which looks something like that. Exactly what we're looking for. Ori, trash. Merry and Pippin, trash. Eowyn, trash. Boromir, okay. Not the worst. The only problem with this tile that could make it better is I wish it didn't have a perseverance set. Wish it didn't have a perseverance set, and I wish it didn't have those spearmen that do bonus damage to my mounted units, but we'll have to survive with that. That is not... That would look originally nice with Ori, but actually is quite a horrible tile. chugging along here, seeing what we can get going. Eight more nights. 8 more nights. If anyone wants to donate some grain, by the way, feel free to deliver it by hand. So yeah, keep chugging along. You're in my village. Am I even in a village? I think I am. I think I came close to joining Dobie before, so I think I'm in that village. Grain. So I want grain, but it's so far away. Carl, why do you take it on the other side of the map? Take it a bit closer. I don't want to march over there. How long is it going to take for me to march over there if I wanted that grain? An hour. I'll probably have my own 130 by then. Useless. But then we don't have any flipping grain anywhere near us. This is the whole reason we're in this problem in the first place. There's one up here. There we go. This is the whole reason we're in this trouble in the first place. I wonder if any of these are nice. Just gonna... They're a little bit out the way, but just might as well take a look. Just gonna check all of them. I don't know what the march time is to here. 7 minutes. So it's take it or lose the troops, because ain't no second army getting there in time. It's a bit too much of a risk. I'll probably take these once I've taken a couple more 130s and I know I can comfortably get them. What have we got then? 5 more seconds and we'll know what all of those are. Still got a ton of tile limit as well. What have we got? There's a lot of tiles we just checked there. So first up, trolls annoyingly on the perfect army. Ooh, that's one that we will be taking. Which one was that? It was that Shagrat one. Trolls on not that nice of an army. Boromir, no, that's not that good. That is another one that's an absolute dream. Is that the one I just looked at? No. It's another one that's an absolute dream. Nice. So we know there's 130s to be taken. 3 in a row. We know there's tiles to be taken if we do get... Oh, that's a horror tile. That is a horror show. There's 4 up here in a row that are quite nice if we do want to take one. I think we determined this was the one we were going to take, I think. Did we reset these? Can't remember. I feel like I should have done. I don't know if I did. Oh, that's a nice tile. Is that the one we said we'd do? No, that's another one. Okay, that's a nice tile. We'll probably hit that one as well. This one here is good but not great. And this one here is annoyingly trolls again. So that's what I'm trying to avoid, is we don't want to hit trolls with medium units. It's the whole point of the clairvoyance. Dodge the trolls. We have 2,000 stone. Let's chuck that into grain. We can do the same with a bit of lumber as well. Maybe a bit of ore. Oh god, it's hilarious trading with like tiny, just little tiny snippets of resource. AMR got massacred in PBE. I wouldn't say he got massacred. Why would you say he got massacred? Gets you gold too if you gather. What do you mean by gold? It's worth it, it's Swiss grain. Yeah, no, I'm not marching over to your Swiss grain. Keep it to yourself. But yeah, AMR I don't think got massacred in PBE. His damage skills remain the same. So he'll still put out good damage. The only thing that happened, I think, was his Respect 5 now scales with, is it initiative? Or scales with command? Something like that. Unless I'm missing something. Gills appear with evasion. Yeah, but why was that affect AMR? Woohoo! We have managed to fill Sauron. Only about 60 troops off another tile now. I don't understand. I thought AMR had... did he not have Keen Eye on his unique? Or is it target and ranged units? I can't remember. I don't think he's much different to... excuse me. Ooh. Yeah, meat here recommending what we've kind of been doing. Though if you're going to do that, mate, I'd recommend, rather than using full focus gear, I would use unit defense gear. Because only having 10 defense is why you lost 320 of those troops. Whereas we lost next to nothing. Nice. Yeah, I'm pretty confident that once we get over this last 130, we'll get this big influx of grain, iron, lumber. We'll be able to conscript a ton more troops, and we'll be able to take a ton more tiles very, very quickly. That's all we're waiting for. Is just enough troops to take one more 130, and it's doing my head in. As soon as we get that, we are absolutely hunky-dory. Why are you asking me on here? Ask me on the stream instead, Cole. Level 6 mobs. That's what gives the 5k stone. Level 10 I found to be very inconsistent, and I didn't try anything above that. It doesn't have Keen Eye. Plans to mine LT's account is to get Gimli with unique. Oh, it's Gimli who has Keen Eye, isn't it? I believe. Yeah, I think that's what I mistook. Gimli's the one with Keen Eye? Yeah, it is. And AMR's targets ranged units, I think. What the hell is my AMR up here? This is target ranged units. Initiative 50, yeah. Ranged units. Okay. Yeah, I'm hoping with PBE, the way they're changing a lot of these things, they're going to... I'd really hope that they'd follow what they did after the first PBE. And we just get a load of respect refunds. I don't see how they can't do that. And I hope they make up for the mistakes they did in the first PBE, and they give respect refunds minimum down to R0, but hopefully down to 0 respect at all. And they can't just give you 15, because people have so many commanders now, have invested so much money. Yeah. So yeah, that 10k in iron, was that from a level 10 mob? We tried to get one of those earlier when we needed iron. I must have hit 15 of those level 10 mobs and didn't get anything. But then we had a point where we got, I think it was 6 stone tips in a row off 6 mobs, so 30k stone, and then I didn't get anything in like 20 after that. So it's very, very randomised. People care about 1.0 gear. Yeah, they're trying to kill 1.0 gear basically. I think they've realised that the only 1.0 gear people really have now is tends to be initiative gear. So they're killing initiative, basically. I think that's quite pointed and quite deliberate. Sherlock and Load have hit a load of level 10 mobs, no iron. Yeah, agreed. We tried and we didn't get anything, so I think that's... Yeah, I think they're incredibly inconsistent. We could use this to take a 90 if we wanted while we were waiting, but let's not waste the troops. So I think we're going to try and get everyone here to 40 troops. How many did I use last time? Yes. So I didn't have counter bonus. And I used the equivalent of 30 on Dane. Just about survived, but that's without counter bonus. But then I used the equivalent, I used 170 on Gandalf the White. Oof. And then the equivalent of about 20 on King of Men. So, yeah, I reckon 40. Oh wait, that was 170. Hang on a minute. Yeah, I didn't use 400 knights. It says 400, but actually it's 200, but they count as 2 each time. So that's actually 80. Yeah, I think 40 on everyone should be plenty. What do I think of the changes to Sauron, but no changes to White Council? It's a tough one, really. There needs to be... White Council definitely, I think, needs to be knocked down a little bit. It's also going to get stronger, White Council, because people no longer will run initiative gear. They'll run focus gear. So, yeah, I don't think... I think, if anything, White Council is going to get stronger. However, it depends how the kind of interactions go with a lot of these skills now. So, like Sauron, for example, the way he drops attack, particularly attack down, and scales with focus now, he can drop attack by quite a lot. So, if anything, I think that's going to have more of an effect than the unchanged White Council, in my opinion. White Council's always been there. Using Sauron is not really a counter for it. It was more kind of a trick because it wasn't consistent. A fast Sauron wouldn't consistently steal White Council. It does it 20% of the time. It's far too inconsistent. So White Council will remain by and large exactly the same as it is now. I actually really like the changes to Sauron. I think the luck-based initiative system I thought was really stupid, in my opinion. And it obviously wasn't intended. It just happened to be a glitch in the way they'd set up, in my opinion. I do think White Council does need a nerf, though, definitely. The problem is, if anything, they're making other damage reduction skills better, rather than they're bringing it up to White Council's level. So if you look at Thrain's Guards now on Falcon, and now rather than scaling with Commander Defense, it's going to scale with Command. So you can run a Falcon with his optimum build at the minute with Falcon is Unit Defense and Command, rather than Commander Defense. So if you run that exactly the same build, Thrain's Guards is about to become almost doubly as effective. So that's going to be a White Council level tank. Because he'll be tanky as hell with Great Beasts on. And everyone else will become significantly more tanky as well. So, yeah, I think that's more the issue. Is there's going to be a ton of damage reduction. We've got ring level 10. We've got ring level 10. Nobody panic. Oh, do we waste 2 skill points on stone and wood gathering? I don't think we do. I think we just pump it into ring points. But we've got gather. But do I waste 1 or 2 ring points on a 10-minute gather on only a 60? In fact, what is the gather on a 60 orc? A 60 grain? 5k. What do I get on ore? 11. Okay, that's better. Let's not use our main team. That would be foolish. What are we doing? Ring, gather. The mighty King of the Dead, gathering champion. Let's gather a ton of ore. 20 minutes, and then we'll also be able to get some more knights conscripting using that. You got a tip, but it's grain. Was that on level 10 mobs, or was that on level 6? We did get one of those random tips, but I thought it came from a level 10. It gave you the option to like give back things to the people you raided or keep it for yourself. And we chose to keep it for ourselves, and it gave us 7.5k grain. Interesting if that did come from a level 6. 8 hours of streaming. My poor eyes screaming. That was a 10. If you give it back, it was only 2.5k grain. So if you select give it back, you lose a ton. Cole says it was level 6. Sherlock and Load says it was level 10. Maybe it comes on both, but very rarely. But yeah, no, the tip should be 5k stone from level 6s. Assuming you'll get your level 6s are the same as my level 6s. Let's find one. We've kind of cleared the area. Like these mercenary level 6s. They give stone for me. Dear, what did they do? What have I done? Oh God, give us these resources here. We've been incredibly efficient with our resource use. It's just left us in an absolute troop hole. Troop hole. So there's got to be a slightly more efficient way of doing this, where if I took a little bit longer on main 6 and didn't kill off all my troops on a 130, I'd be absolutely Gucci right now. Because I've cost myself an hour here. An hour where I've taken one tile. It's killing me. Right, so I think that's enough for Gandalf. He realistically only needs to be there the duration of White Council. In fact, I might even just give him these 24 spears. Do that. Problem is, I don't want to lose the tile. If I lose, then I can't hit it again, and I've wasted all the troops for nothing. I'm set back even more than an hour. But yeah, that's how you live. God, this tile hates me. I must have reset this tile 5 times. Maybe more. Absolutely hates me. Every time it comes up with the worst possible army. Always trolls. And always something like Dwalin or Hergon. Hiragon, whatever his name is. Hideous tile. Hideous, hideous, hideous tile. Whereas we know we've got an absolutely Gucci tile here. That we just need the troops for. 40 more of my mightiest knights to come in and clear this bottleneck. Scouting is for YouTubers. I'm not scouting, I'm using Clairvoyance. Slightly different. It's a bit different to in Classic when I would send off, because now we've got this stupid army limit. I used to be able to set up 10 different one-troop scout armies and just send them everywhere around the map and scout every possible tile, and it would be brilliant. It would be funny when Evade will activate from Boromir's skill. This is the tile I said was nice. This one. Has he even got that skill on? Oh God, please no. Don't say that. Don't say that. You know what my luck's like. That will activate. You know what my luck's like. Sauron will still be a viable option. Just wishes scaling on Azar 0 would be better to combat White Council. Yeah, I agree. There should be more skills that the opposite reverse of White Council. The only other skill I can think of is Baruthiel's R5 does the same. But yeah, Baruthiel's R5 will also help with the damage received buff that Gandalf the White or Gandalf the Grey give with White Council. It does the opposite, obviously similar to Deceiver. And Baruthiel's R5 now also scales with Focus, so that could make her reasonably viable. We'll see. We'll see if it shakes out. What is Bruthiel's other skills, actually? I'm not even sure where she is on here. Is she here somewhere? Shout if you spot Bruthiel. We'll take a look at her build. There she is. So yeah, I don't know what... We need to look at her PBE skills though. But yeah, this R5. Damage received by 2 enemy formations plus 10%. So it can become 3 enemy formations. And then even better if men. But I think this now scales with focus. So if her other skills work with focus well, then you can get, you know, Baruthiel pretty good. Or she'll be a good backup to Sauron. Watcher is kind of a tankiness, doesn't look that great. Black Numenorian is obviously great, obviously not great, but however it is at least focus damage, so that synergizes with focus a little bit. And then Queen of Gondor is a healing skill, so that again does synergize with focus. So maybe she'll become half healer, half debuffer in like a mini deceiver way. The only problem is she doesn't give out any stuns or madness the way that Sauron does. But you know, she could probably be usable in post PBE. I haven't seen anyone try her in PBE yet to see if she's viable. Not with a full focus build. Building Sauron for focus is pointless because focus deceiver gives 18.5%. I was talking about building for focus in PBE, Kaz, and the reason you do that is not for deceiver. PBE, Sauron, the enemy scales with focus. So if you put huge focus on, you can reduce enemies' attack pretty heavily, which will obviously curb the damage being dealt by DD commanders. I think it's going to kind of increase that threshold where people, as a generalization, say you shouldn't get attack more than like 210, 230 because it's a waste. If Sauron becomes the meta with that and it ups, so it ups by more than 15% of its 20-30%, then obviously that skill ceiling is going to get higher, that attack ceiling. So that's why you'd build in for focus. But obviously the deceiver then scales as well, so they do kind of stack with each other. The benefits at least. Clairvoyance doesn't cost points, no, Cole. They've changed that. So you don't have to use ring points anymore. You obviously have to use a skill point to put it into Clairvoyance, but that's all it's cost me. Hurry up, troops. Oh, we're nearly there, I think. Am I confident that's enough? That's the real question. As long as we get a good draw, we'll take it, I think. Yeah, it doesn't feel long ago I came off for lunch and now I'm realising I'm going to have to go out and work out what I'm going to have for dinner. Once we've got this 1:30, we will probably pop off stream. We've been on for... Apologies, another delivery. Set the dog off. So, yeah, what I'm probably going to do is drop off stream soonish once we've got this last 1:30. Just we've been streaming for nearly 8.5 hours now, which is an insane amount of time, and I am absolutely drained. So let's try and get the last few nights that we need done. Not far off, actually. Fellow of the Rings, Hello, thank you for dropping in. Good to see you. Hope you're well and your season's going well. You might have missed the PBE discussion we were kind of having about 2 minutes ago. You probably would have been perfect for that. We're talking about Sauron and whether we think he'll still sit in the meta when PBE's done. Kaz wasn't sure. I said I think he will be. I think he's really good with focus tank build. If anything, he'll still be good in this kind of like tank build. I'm using him already, but high focus with that as well will be insane. Yeah, you agree? Yeah, I think he's going to be brilliant. Yeah, I think he's still going to be the meta. We seem to still be ahead. Cole, if you're still on the chat, have you managed to get main hall 6 going yet, or are we still miles ahead? Still low on production. As soon as we get this done, we can get that resource boost, get our troops, and we can take so many 130s. So much stamina, it's killing me. Don't know what to do with it all. Debate is to take another 90 while I wait, get a bit more XP. And how close are they to leveling up? Not close, not close. Gandalf the White would level up. Wouldn't give me a skill point. Yeah, Aragorn King of Men wouldn't give me a skill point either. Maybe I'll leave it for now. Just ticking along, waiting for these couple of things to conscript, and then we'll be there. I think the Tippy has the best team at the minute. Who's Tippy's team? Kaz, what's he using? Because of season start today, I was only really able to use PBE yesterday. Obviously, I've been streaming for this for 8 hours now, so I haven't been on PBE today, so I haven't seen a lot of the whether anything's moved since my position yesterday. Cole, miles away. Still not got main or 6. It's because you're spending all your stuff on troops. Need to go slow at the beginning to go fast towards the end. These knights will carry me through the 24 hours now. I don't think I'll use tier 3s. Damon, Sedo's Z14 Beru. I was saying that Berithio, I think, is quite a strong contender that I haven't seen used yet in PBE. Her R5 is good, and I wonder what the heal was like scaling with focus as well in the bottom R0. Need tips, but only get grain. Well, that's the opposite of what we had. We only had stone, and ironically, it was at a time where we wanted grain. Yeah, Kaz, feel free to ping me over on Discord. I will take a look when I get a chance. Why did when I looked a minute ago, my iron, was at 15k, and I'm not sure why. Because I thought it was because our gather had finished, but actually our gather has not finished. So I'm curious as to why that was so high. So once we can get 40 of these on King of Men, we'll hit another 130. Hopefully enough to get that tip done. Hopefully. If not, we're screwed. Very, very screwed. Little by little they trickle in. See, I think we're going to go for this tile here as it looks like it has nice armies on it. Good to be countered by medium units other than this spear barrage, but I don't think the troops do much damage. Fingers crossed. I guess we will find out in a moment how bad they can be. 40 seconds and then we should have enough. I think we still have this lined up as our kind of second formation as well, so if needs be we can rapidly recall, stick the troops on here and send them out to go get the tile if it needs like a tap. Main thing I just want is that resource to, loosen up our deficit at the minute and get us conscripting, because as soon as we get conscripting, we'll be able to take way more 130s. Even taking one more will jump us right up behind Cole, who I know is, as he said in chat, absolutely dying because of his terrible use of his resources. Right, let's get 40 on here. Yeah, that's great. Let's keep Dane alive for longer. Let's do this. Let's see if this goes well. Make sure we've got all gear on everyone. Serdan we're not using. So it's Dane, Sauron, Gandalf the White, King of Men. Yes, correct. Again, let's cross the fingers time, cross the toes. We essentially need all the damage not to go through our damage dealers here. Damage dealers stay alive. Fingers crossed. Even if we get a draw, they'll recover in time because of the 24-hour buff to hit a second time. That should be enough to take it. Hopefully it's pretty similar to that last 130 that actually was surprisingly okay. And hopefully it's nothing like the first one. Yeah, I wouldn't be too disheartened with this. I think it should do better than this in my opinion, because whilst there's more of the kind of counter troops and maybe slightly better commanders, I do think that having mounted troops on Dane and King of Men will make the difference, because I'll get that counter buff on them, so I'll do more damage and take less. And if it does well and I don't lose too much HP, then I know I can use less troops next time, and we'll keep snowballing and getting more and more. I doubt I even need that many troops on Sauron, to be honest. I'm only using him to not get the high and dry effect at the minute. We also need Gandalf the White to survive. He's only using tier 2 but not mounted troops. Need him to survive for long enough that White Council's applied for the right amount of time. Still running White Rider instead of White Council. Praying that's the right decision. We could be wasting tons of troops by not using White Council instead of White Rider here. Boop. Got the draw. Nice. Yeah, that'll take it after the draw. Should be fine. God, it's so boring just waiting for these flipping draws to turn up. You had one job, Boromir. Yeah, so thankfully it looks like Boromir's evade skill with that tiny chance didn't kick off. I know you were praying that it would. Looks like it didn't. I don't think it did anyway. Maybe we should have a look in the report. Maybe it could have been an even better report and it did trigger. We'll see. Right, preparations, blah blah blah. Pre-battle, Sauron, Gandalf the White. I don't know when Boromir's triggers. Is that it there? That is Warden, isn't it? It did trigger. It bloody did trigger. So they got avoidance for the first 4 attacks. So that could have been so much better, but Boromir just drops in a casual 13% chance. Oh, for sake. 13% chance and then 12 instances of damage we miss. That is ridiculous. So if that didn't happen, we would have taken this tile absolutely, even easier. The one thing I would note is that we haven't used much of our HP. So we put 40 knights on everyone. We can go a lot less than that. 30 or 20. Probably. But that is ridiculous, because if that Boromir doesn't trigger there, we do this probably without even losing all those troops. Which is pretty nuts. We can probably drop some off Sauron as well. Still, lovely. We're going to absolutely flow state now and just smash out those... Yeah, smash through those 130s now. So it looks like we did just complete our gather there. Does it say? So it says I've got 29k. We can see we're only on 16. So that kind of explains where that 15k of iron mysteriously came from about 20 minutes ago. 10 or so minutes ago. Is that it seems to give it the ore as you go along, little by little, one at a time. Very strange. Why White Rider over White Council? I probably should swap back now. In fact, I probably will swap back now. So what I was doing originally was, because I was using 3 armies on a tile and sometimes I only had 1 damage dealer, I would draw a lot. I wouldn't be dealing enough damage. So I was using White Rider to increase that damage, to be honest. And also the amount of damage I was taking didn't really matter because I was one-trooping. So I always had enough HP. So the damage resistance didn't matter too much. What mattered was how much damage I dealt. However, now we're using a few more troops and taking those higher power tiles. I do think White Council would be more beneficial. But on the lower tiles, White Rider was better. But that's awesome. We get freedom. Lots of free resource now. Do not do full troops. No, I haven't been doing full troops all day, Kaz. Unless that was sarcastic. We've been one-trooping on everyone other than our main tank. So we're just leaning on the HP of our commanders. So White Council didn't really matter too much. And Sauron's got so much tank gear that our knights have 126 defense. So they're not taking anything. Oh, sorry, it was Carl who said not doing full troops. Yeah, I'm doing 1 troop on everyone, full troops on our tank with 126 defense. So if his troops get hit, he's not going to lose many anyway because their defenses are so high. Which is why I use White Rider. I might even switch back to White Rider again in future, but I think for now White Council might be better while we're using more than 1 troop. You of course have to use troops on at least 1 commander to get out of the high and dry state. If you use 1 on everyone, you'll be the high and dry state and you'll lose everyone. They'll all just die instantly. But we're finally there. We've been waiting about an hour for this. Beautiful free up of resources. Conscription post to 12. Numenorean quarters. We'll look to do this. Maybe. But what we need more are just those beautiful, beautiful knights. Oh, it's beautiful. Oh, we have resources. I'm not used to having resources. And we know now that we can also get these 130s up here and then we can start gathering off them as well. So we should get a nice little momentum bubble going on here. However, for now we've hit that season progression point, we'll probably quite quickly go top here as we have more than enough stamina. You know, everyone's got 5 marches of stamina on here. Sauron and all that have 8 marches, and we also haven't used stamina tinctures on any of them. So we're probably going to take we'll probably just go out and take 10 plus 130s here. So we'll probably go top quite quickly. And that's without even looking into obviously our second team as well, which is regaining stamina little by little. So I think we will be top within the next few hours or so. But for now, I am going to look to head off. I've been streaming for 8.5 hours now, which is absolutely insane. Absolutely knackered. So yeah, thank you for everyone who's tuned in. There's been a lot of people tuned in here, 16 at the minute. I appreciate all of you. If you haven't already, please could you hit the like button just to drive this video out to everyone and really help with my engagement. And yeah, sub if you haven't subbed already to see more of my content in future. I will be doing more updates on this server, probably more streams as well, and also content on PBE. So definitely hit the like, sub, and you'll see more of my content coming up in the future. Anyway, with that, I hope you guys have enjoyed. I've been HJW Gaming, and I hope to see you on the next one.